What happened? What? Malaysia, you did this. Malaysia, I know you did it. You did it, Malaysia. I swear you did it.
Girl, you closed out your screen. Stop playing.
Oh, shut up.
I know.
It's your fault. Mikey,
I know you
please
closed
come
out the
back
screen
up.
and we all got dropped
Who else is
down.
up here?
Don't let Mikey back up
Fuck's
here.
sake.
He's an inbreed. Don't let him back up here.
Hey, don't talk about Mikey like that.
I don't like him.
Don't
Yeah, we
talk about
gotta
Mikey
talk to
like
T-Bone,
that.
though.
T-Bone,
I don't like
can you
him.
check Telegram, T-Bone?
I
had
do
a
not like
crazy
him.
live today. Oh my God.
Bill, you got. I mean, you gotta. I don't know. I guess if people don't want to do the lightning rounds, so many battles the past couple of days. Very good debates, but not ranked. It sucks.
I got it recorded though, but we cannot rank them and move them on the list without them agreeing to it. And Liv and Bluntman would not agree today.
Okay.
I have asked them multiple times, and then Bluntman proceeds to diss me about how I'm handling it anyways.
That's because he was losing a debate.
I can't believe you did this, Malaysia. I'll never forgive you for
I
that.
guess the background is kind
W
of
Malaysia.
it's just kind of backwards. Let's be honest. Can black people be racist? Shouldn't be reverse, or I don't know.
Oh, you know who made the topic for me today? So Bluntman came in. He made the topic for me.
What should be reversed? What do you mean?
That's why I got everybody. Wait, hold
Nobody-
on. Oh, I'm sorry, Mikey, but 1 second. So Bluntman made me the topic, made this topic for me, sent it to me, I put it up, and that's why I got everybody over there on the left to see if they could figure out the issue with the wording and something else that Bluntman had, going on.
No, I'm just talking about the wording of the prompt. I don't know. I guess to me it bothers me. I don't know why.
Why does it bother you?
What did I mess up, T-Bone?
Why does it bother you?
Was that to T-Bone?
No.
To you.
Sorry.
Oh, no. It says, let's be honest, can black people be racist? I don't know why that bothers me. It's probably just normally it said, let's be honest, black people can be racist, is what I normally see.
Can they be racist?
But yeah, it seems like a question, but there's no question mark.
Can they be racist?
No, not to me. I mean, not in my definition of racism.
Can I
There's a
get
power dynamic. There's a power dynamic
get,
that
like,
has
a
to be
better
involved, in
understanding?
my opinion, but that's just my definition.
What do you mean a
Can I
better
get a
understanding?
understanding how black people cannot be racist? Can somebody please explain that to me?
It
How black
requires system and authority.
people
We
are
don't
the
have
only
the.
people who can be
We
racist.
don't have
Because we are so like, oh my god.
Wow.
Well,
Who's got that echo?
We don't have the infrastructure to be racist, TT.
Explain that to me.
get
That's
the
not an
definition.
explanation. I mean,
We're
By
explain
not
that to
high,
me.
we're not
definition, can we do this by
CEOs
the
and
definition?
techos and billionaires. We're not in those high. We are in high positions, but we don't normally become corporations.
Okay, so there's no black CEOs and there's no
I
black
never
millionaires.
said that.
Is that what
I
you're
never
saying?
said that.
nothing to do. With,
You just said that you can't. There is none. That's what
I
you
never
just. You
said
just
there
said
isn't
there's
none.
not.
I never said that, TT. You're not listening.
It would still be on a micro.
I just
but
don't
on a
understand
macro,
how only one set of people can only be racist.
Not you personally,
Hey,
TT.
were you here like
Create the
maybe like
system of
20, 30
race.
minutes ago, TT? There was a really good debate on it.
Not you personally, TT. TT, you're not racist personally, but you're in a system that favoritize you. They show you favoritism,
socio-economic system. Yes.
whether
I know,
you believe it or
okay,
not.
Yes,
and
it is
you know what?
definitely
In a
racist.
way, I can kind of see that, but I also see that there
Conda?
are many areas that are favored to the
Kinda
black
see.
people,
What do you
like
mean
black
conda?
only
What do you mean conda
universities,
see? How can you
black
conda see
only
it?
funding, black. I mean, there's
TT,
several things that are only for black people.
TT.
So I'm trying to understand.
TT, how can you conda see it? What do you mean you conda see it?
I mean, I'm trying to think of the best
Use
way I
your
want to
words.
explain this.
Use your words,
Like,
TT.
I'm using my words. Thank you. I'm using my words. I know how to use words. Thank you.
Breathe.
I'm trying to be nice, and I'm just trying to have a civil
You don't have to
conversation.
try. You don't have to try to be
So
nice.
I don't
Just a
need you to be
conversation,
condescending.
TT.
TT, you
Just
don't
a
have to try to be
conversation.
nice, TT. We're just having a conversation. Relax.
There are a few things in America that do benefit white people, but I also see areas where it does benefit the blacks. So I don't understand why
Why
we're
do
still
you
dragging
think
the
the blacks
sun
is
in the
crazy?
21st century.
What
The blacks
area
is
do you
crazy.
see?
But things,
That's
the
my
area,
thing.
TT, the area you see
Oh,
that
it's too
black
late,
people are
bro.
getting funding and getting housing and things like that, That's right doing your wrong. That's because for many years that black people were denied these things, right?
Okay, and I understand that, but they're getting it
Okay, so
now.
what are you
So
talking about, TT?
why are we continuing to beat this dead horse? Is what I'm trying to understand.
TT, it was less
Y'all,
than
y'all
60
got
years
to
ago.
now. Y'all are
TT,
able to own homes. Now you're able to go to
oh
free
my God,
school. Now
TT.
Okay,
you're able
so
to do all these things. So
let
why
me
are we
let's
Oh
just
my
still
all
God,
right.
this
So
is
let's
why I don't
stick.
like
want to do
Okay,
TT.
that?
let's stick with
ask a
let's
question
stick
to
with
the
the
panel?
home thing.
I just yeah. Can I just ask a real quick question?
Yeah,
Does
let's
buying homes
right.
and owning private or owning property mean that justify that black people can be racist
No,
because we
I'm
can
just
own
no.
homes?
What I'm saying is I don't
Okay.
understand why we have to
All right.
continue bringing up this
Okay,
topic
so
about
let's
racism
Oh,
say
that's
and
all
Bell's
right.
to
fault.
Hold
point the
on,
That's
real
Bell's
quick.
finger
fault.
at the
That went
other
over our head,
person.
bro.
Like I don't get that.
So TT, all right, you said the home. Just because black people can be able to get homes, do you think
Were you
redlining
talking
still?
about like
I mean,
wanting
hold
to
up,
make
engage what I'm saying.
Let him
Hold up,
a
talk.
engage.
right?
Let him
Listen what I'm
talk.
saying. Because you said homes, right? Because you said, oh yeah, black people buy homes now. Okay, I
Yeah,
give you that.
they
I
can
give
do
you that.
everything we
Okay,
can.
okay, calm down. Let me finish.
I'm just
Stop
answering your
responding. Let me hear it. Let me
question.
get it out. Okay, I wasn't
Okay,
finished though.
calm down. Take a
No, you
breath.
calm down. Let me
You
finish,
want
please.
you
I'm
Okay,
want
not
so
some
getting
rocks?
excited.
I'm going to
You want
tell
some
you.
rocks
All
or
right. So you
something?
said homes, black people can't buy homes now. Right. Okay. Now, would you agree that redlining still exists? Or do you even know what redlining is?
I'm learning. Hence the
Disagree.
reason why
Okay.
I
Yeah.
jumped up
So
here.
you're
I'm
not ready to have the
learning.
conversation when you don't
Guys are ready for
understand
the
the actual.
conversation.
Right.
No,
Right.
you learn by
Because,
having conversations.
right.
You
Okay.
learn
I
by
So,
having
disagree that
yes,
redlining exists.
conversations.
racism still exists here in
I know I
America.
didn't deny that. I didn't
Okay.
deny
Right.
that.
So
What the
just
fuck are you
because
talking
black
about then?
people, hold up, just because black people we can buy homes now, redlining still exists in our communities.
Disagree.
Okay. So you said,
Of course you
so
disagree.
wait, redlining doesn't exist in
I didn't say
2026?
that.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't say that.
yeah, I disagree that redlining
Why
exists in
why do you
2026.
disagree?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, typically, the examples that people will use for redlining is going to be financial institutions choosing out of their fiduciary responsibility to not loan out to individuals. And this isn't predicated upon race. This is simply predicated upon the regulations and guidelines that banks have to uphold, which we actually see them loosening up. But
What
these things have been
regulations?
put in.
What regulations?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So in other words,
Institutions has
in
admitted
other
that
words,
they
not.
do. Oh, my bad, Mike.
Well,
Go ahead.
no, you're good. You're good. There was, for example, there was an institution. There was what the name of the institution was that was being claimed as though they were engaging in discriminatory practices when it came to giving out their loans. And then it turned into when people actually investigated it, it was found out that they actually were not engaged in any kind of like a racial discriminatory practice, but they were just upholding their fiduciary responsibility. But to say like I'm not saying that it does not happen at all. I'm just saying that it's obviously not
Do you
something that
know
we would
that
say is
banks
like a instantiated form
do
of
you know that
redlining.
banks were not loaning
Deja,
out to
let him
black people?
finish.
Do you know that banks were not loaning out to black people? So that's the guidelines that you're
Wow.
talking about?
It's also that's also not true. If we look back
What?
historically at if we look back historically at redlining, the disparity between the amount of loans that were given between white people and black people was about 10 percentile of difference. It wasn't that no black people were being loaned to, just as it wasn't the case that all white people were being loaned to.
You
It
s-
was dependent upon
I don't know.
It
I
was
don't know
dependent
who you
upon
think
specific
I don't know
criteria.
who you think you are, but you keep
Sorry.
making
I
up
think I'm
bullshit.
me. I think I'm me. I
Because
think
you're
I'm me.
making up
I
bullshit.
think I'm
This
But
doesn't
Malaysia,
sound
you gotta let him
It's
speak,
not true.
Malaysia.
It's not
but
true. I
he's
mean, you can.
fucking lying,
It's not.
Bell.
Well,
Why
I'm
so
you
not
I
fucking
lying. I'm
definitely
not
lying?
looked up.
lying.
I definitely looked up cases of redlining affecting a different community. So it does exist. Rather, people don't do it all the time. It does exist. It's factual that in different communities and minority communities, they
Hmm.
set they practice these things. So
Yeah.
that's
What's
the
the
fact
evidence that
part.
they have
Now
of it?
let's go
Sure.
back.
What's
All
the
right, so we
evidence that they
could
have of it?
evidence is we have
Not everyone's
mortgage
racist.
firms, we have mortgage
Bible says.
firms and corporations. They got Miami and Fort Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, a lot of
Hmm.
black people and Latino community. You have Draper and Kramer
Yeah.
mortgage
The issue.
corporations in
Yeah. The issue.
Chicago and
Sure. But
Boston. They have
the issue.
evidence and they have from 2019 to 2021 underperforming
Notice
they
these Republican
underperformed
states are
lending
doing it.
to minority areas.
Pretty much
These are
Republican, huh?
Yeah. But
so
this isn't. Wait. But
these
this isn't.
things
Wait. But this.
these
No. No.
things
But
over like 40 to 50 years plays
this
a
is a
part
post.
in systemic racism towards minority people. So it's
This would
effective.
be
It
a
was
post hoc.
effective.
This would be a post hoc issue, right? Just because something, or I don't actually know if it's post hoc, 'cause it's not chronological, is the argument you're not making, but it's a lack of causality, right? You're just saying that because these two things, there's correlation that can be seen between them. You haven't been able to prove that these things are causally
What the
related, and
you
Well,
haven't
I
wait.
can
So this is
explain why.
history. Hold up.
I
This
can
is
wait.
over 40 to
Hold
50
up. Come
years
on,
of practices,
man.
though. Do you not
Come on.
think that helps?
You just gotta. Let me
Okay.
just let because I'm getting cut off by
Oh yeah,
Malaysia
my
at the
bad.
same time. No, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. But so like one of the things that I would say, for example, right? Um, the problem is that I find in a lot of these discussions, people work on a presupposition that when they say everybody's equal, right? They think that they're meaning in a moral way, and I think we all agree that black people, white people, anybody else, right? Anybody of any other races or ethnicities, we're all equal in a sense of morally, right? Nobody's more morally valuable than the other. But the problem is that there's still going to be temporal differences between us, right? There's going to be differences between individuals when it comes to certain kind of behaviors, proclivities, all of these kind of things. We were talking about that last night, TG. I know you were here in the conversations that we were having with Brad Recluse, right? About the ethnogenesis and certain kind of proclivities and behaviors and things like that, right? So same thing, right? When we see that there's distinctive differences or temporal differences between groups of individuals, then if we see a lack of loaning or funding going to certain communities, we can't automatically say that it's because of their race. We have to look into the reasonings and justifications as to why. And typically banks are going to be less likely to loan to areas that have either higher crime rates, right? Or higher
I want you
instances
to
of
shut the fuck
individuals
up.
that are
You just making
impoverished
up
and can't pay their
bullshit.
debts, right? This
You're
is the
just saying
fiduciary
bullshit. So you're
responsibility of the
saying that
banks.
black
And
people.
Malaysia can't
So you're
respond,
saying
so
that
she has to
black
do
people
this,
has
right?
higher
So
debt. Like, what are you talking about?
They
I
have
She actually has
issues
to
understand.
do
with
I
It's not
this.
understand what
funny.
you're
y'all.
saying. I
Yeah, they be
understand what you're
feeling
saying. So let's say in a black neighborhood where there's a lot of crime, right? Let's say just because it's a black neighborhood, if a black person trying to get a loan at that particular bank, they're going to use the black crime as an example to deny them.
Racism.
That's what you just basically saying. So
But
Racism.
that's
it
where
still
No.
plays.
Well, I'm not
It's
saying
still
you
I'm not.
imply.
playing.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
That's what you
No,
imply.
no,
Yeah.
no, but I understand what you're saying, Mike, and you're not wrong when you say that. But when we're talking about over 40 to 50 years of this practices done, right? So just because like now let's say here in 2026, if someone try to get a loan as black, whatever, yes, they would try to go off that, making sure like, okay, if the credit score is good,
Yeah,
this, but
right.
then they'll knock them for something like, okay, like you said, the black neighborhood. If they're in a black neighborhood, they just because they didn't all because of the crime rating, or they seem to say that neighborhood is not as good, they don't feel comfortable loaning out, even though they're trying to do it by the guideline. When you would say that that's still
That's
discrimination
Well,
against
racist.
someone.
could I ask you? Well, yeah. So I knew what you were going to say. So can I ask you a question, TG, just to make sure
Yeah,
that
go
we're
ahead.
being consistent here? If we
Yeah,
remove the human element out of it, and instead we have, because we have this nowadays, right, where certain AIs, the same type of regulations and guidelines that banks operate under for their
yeah.
fiduciary responsibility. And if we still see the same form of discrimination occurring from the AI program, is the claim now that the AI is discriminating, even though it doesn't have some kind of a conscious mind that would be able to discern that these individuals are
You
like
know somebody
black or
Because
whatever?
it's
It's
programming.
made
simply
by
just looking at,
man.
it's
You know
simply just
somebody
looking at,
programming that
it's
though,
simply
right?
just, sorry,
The
wait,
You
they're
know
is
somebody
programming,
programmed.
wait,
programming that, right?
They're
Malaysia,
AI's in a
programmed.
black
Malaysia.
box, right?
If
That's
you
why
cut
it's
him
yeah,
off
that's why it's
I already
again, I
crazy.
will
gave the,
mute you.
Because
yeah,
the
I already gave
programming
the
I
point. Well,
remove
no,
myself
Israel,
because you up here
they're,
spitting mad
okay, bye,
misinformation. You're
okay,
allowing
bye,
it.
well,
okay,
that's a
bye.
bullshit argument.
No, it's not a bullshit argument, right? Because if we understand, and there's studies that have been done on this, and I can put the title to the study on the background if you'd like. But we know
I
the
got a
way that
study
these
too.
AIs
I
are
got a study
programmed,
too. Go ahead. Let's talk.
sir. We know the way that these AIs are programmed. Race is not a factor that's put into consideration. It's simply just the regulations and guidelines. This removes the human element where we'd be able to make the plea to ignorance of states, the mental states, the observation, the intentions behind the action. This completely puts it under a cold program that is not operating with a conscious, right? And is simply just operating under these regulations. And if we see the same form of disparity, we obviously wouldn't say that the AI then is racist, right?
Okay,
Agreed?
the person that's programming that race, the AI, right? So I understand what you're trying to say, but look, so this is what I'm trying to just stick to the redlining part, right? So if you have a company like the Mortgage Firm Incorporation, right? And from 2016 to 2021, right? They have violated the ECOA, okay? Meaning that the Fair Housing in the Fair Housing Act, right? So basically, from 2016 to 2021, they just got caught up in 2021 of their practices. So my thing is that yes, they might not say, "Hey, we're not lending money to black people directly," but it's still in a system of, hey, oh yeah, that neighborhood is black, so yeah, we're not going to deal with those people, but we're going to act like we're denying them because of such and such or whatever.
But if we
That
remove the
type of
human
practice
element,
has been going on
sure,
for
sure.
over 50 to 60 years, and it did,
No,
and I'll agree with you, it's not as bad as it was back in the day, but it still goes on. From
but that's
2016 to
what I'm trying to.
21, you
I
have
hear you. I
multiple.
hear you. But this
Yeah,
is what I'm
yeah.
trying to get you to see, though, right? Is I understand the argument that you're making when it comes to the human element, that they could just be saying that it's because of these guidelines, but in
Mm-hmm.
reality, it's due to a more predatorial intention. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why, if I get the big screen, Val, just so people can go look up this study themselves, right? I think this is very important. Right? AI, there's, and we can look this up. This is the title of the study that was done. I believe it was done by, what is that? Lahey, yeah, Lahey University, right? AI exhibits racial bias in mortgage underwriting decisions. This is literally the AI being programmed to uphold those same form of regulations. So we remove the human element out of it, where we would say that the regulations are being used as a justification or excuse to specifically discriminate against individuals based on their race. There's no racial bias that's baked into the way that the AI is programmed, yet we see the
That's
same disparity. And this is the point that I'm saying. Just because a disparity exists
mm.
and there's a racial difference between the people that are being, where the disparity happens, we cannot jump to the conclusion and say that it must be because of racism. I understand why we want to do
Well,
that. I understand why we want to do that,
I got you.
right?
But this would
But
be
it doesn't
negating the
seem as though.
entire
But
But
it doesn't
so
seem as
system.
though that would be the
all
case.
right, so so when they build that AI, what are the
Mhm.
data that they're taking off to build that particular AI to get
Yeah, the
someone to
same.
get a house? So
Yeah,
what are
yeah.
the data that are they taking? Are they going off the normal denying of, certain people with certain criterias, which
Yeah,
majority
yeah,
would
it's
be
based
minority
because
people, right?
loans, yeah, because
Yeah.
loans are going to be given based on profit incentive, of course, because that's the only
Right,
way the
right.
bank stays open, right? They can't just
No,
be
I got
loaning
you.
out to,
So
because
so
then we
what
find
you're
ourselves in
saying,
a
if I'm
2008. Real quick, I was
no,
just going
no,
to say,
I
because then we
got you,
find
Mikey.
ourselves in a 2008 housing crisis again, right? If we
No,
give
I
irresponsible
follow you,
loans out.
Mike.
Yeah,
So listen, so correct me if I'm wrong. So you're saying that based off the data and system of how the practices has been going, they took they built the AI system based off the data that's already out there, right? That's what you're saying.
based on the guidelines that the
So
banks
based
operate
on the
under. Yeah.
guidelines, but still going off the previous system of how the loaning
That's
aspect
all we've
happened,
been
right?
saying.
So basically, what I'm just trying to say, they
Mhm.
still could program the biases inside the AI that's geared towards minority people.
Well,
So
I
it's
don't
still,
think, but
rather if it's an AI system, someone created that system to
well,
go
what
off to
guidelines would we use though to be able to
the
wean out
same system
bad?
The
that.
same guidelines
Well,
as
that's why I'm
before.
asking. So are
No, no,
they trying to
I'm
take that?
asking you guys. I'm
Yeah,
asking you guys. If the answer
yeah.
is that the
Uh-huh.
guidelines that we have now are racist, then what guidelines do we use to prevent from irresponsible loaning occurring, such as, right,
Hmm.
looking at high crime rates, looking at
Right,
debt to income ratio, looking at likelihood to be able to pay back debt, right? All of these kind of
right.
things, credit scores, right? If we're
No, I
not
get
using
you.
those
I'm following
systems,
you.
then what do we use?
No, I'm following you. I understand what you're saying.
Use
But I
the
still
score.
stand on that it's still redlining until this day, though. That's my argument. It's
And
still
AI itself will be
practices
redlining. And
discriminated
good
against
math.
minority people in different institutions. I mean, like I said, I gave a couple of mortgage companies that's literally was violating the Fair Housing Act. So it still goes on to today. I don't know if they're using that same system like you're referencing with
Can
the
I ask
AI,
TG?
but yeah, go ahead.
No. I was going to ask you when we're talking about the system that the AI has. Are you referring to like the system that they're given with the data that shows that certain marginalized groups in certain areas are
Right.
likely to make less profit? So because of they're able to like make less profit, that still does
Discrimination.
not benefit people of color or
Well, sure.
in certain areas, right?
Well, again,
But I think
Yeah,
saying
saying
that
that it
was
that
my
doesn't.
question.
if that's the
Well, saying that
no
it
no
doesn't
yeah, I'm
benefit,
just trying to.
I've granted that, right? Like I agree with that, that there is a disparity. I'm not even refuting that. That's even what my study here says, is that there is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
disparity. But my point is, just because a disparity exists, we cannot say, especially if we're removing the human element out of something, right? Whereas like with AI, right? AI is like an information input machine, like programmed based on
But
like the personal bias. I don't know if anybody's created AIs before, right? But it's like a black box. It prioritizes a goal given a set of input values. The input values that are given is the fiduciary responsibility that the bank has. And then they're saying, okay, now under this set of input that we've given you, achieve the goal of being able to discern which individuals, based on their applications, are capable of being able to receive a loan or not. And then when we remove the human element out of it, and it's just this kind of black box information that's happening without a consciousness, and we still see a biases, we still confidently say that the biases is based on racism when a non-conscious actor or agent is the one that is also enacting this biases.
Well, see, that's where the bend in the road comes in, because the person creating the AI, as you stated, may have put in its own personal biases, not understanding that they
But
were
not even
biased.
not even just that. If you look at AI and how they were in the healthcare industry and how they were just denying people based off of, I don't know, whatever somebody put into the computer system, they were denying people and kicking people out of nursing homes that really needed to be in these places, denying people that really needed surgeries. This is why we have the what's the
Can you
guy
give me a
name?
source? Can you give
Fucking
me a source?
Mario. What do you
Can you
mean?
give me a
This
source?
United Healthcare was being sued because AI was just dropping people and denying people claims. What do you mean?
But yeah, so just to be clear, United Healthcare, that was due to the way that their guidelines were, which were found to be argued. They're being argued currently in court,
No, but
right?
the AI was
That they
making the
were
decisions though.
Malaysia. I'm mid sentence, right?
I don't
The
give a fuck.
guidelines that they were. Well, if you can't engage in the conversation like an adult, then like I don't think that this
I'm
is really the space
engaging.
for
I
you.
am
Well,
engaging.
but
I'm
you're
just
not though,
interjecting in the
right? No, it's not.
conversation.
It's not engaging when
If
you're.
AI was making the
Now
decisions, you're talking about
you're just
AI
here. I'll
right now
take from
making more.
Liv. You're sea lioning. Does you think that
Anyway,
makes you look good in the
AI. You said
conversation?
AI is making
Sea
mortgage
lining,
decisions.
sea
You said
lining.
AI.
You think it makes you look good
I
in the
don't want to.
conversation to do that?
I don't want to go back and forth with you. If you're saying that AI is making
Okay,
these
I don't either.
decisions,
So let me finish what I'm saying.
this guy, you really grind my gears. Like I know
Listen,
you're
I don't
single.
know. I don't know. I
I
mean,
know you're
get
single.
some oil. I don't know what to tell you. Now, anyways, um, the point that I'm bringing up, right, is sure we can say that those guidelines and those regulations arguably could be considered to be unethical depending on which side of the aisle that you stand on. But what I'm saying is when it comes to banks, if the argument is that the current regulations using credit scores, high crime areas, likelihood of debt to income ratio, likelihood of paying back debt, right, looking at their history of their payments back on debt, which we see through credit scores, these kind of things, if these things are labeled as a biased form of or an unethical form of regulation or restriction or guideline, then what is the proper method that we should use that would not have racial bias? Because we obviously do have to discern between
just don't
who's
be
justified in
racist.
getting a
That's
loan or not.
simple.
That's a
Just don't be
begging the
racist.
question. That's a
Stop
begging the
using the
question fallacy.
classifications
That's
used
begging the
to
question
get the
fallacy.
loan.
No, just don't be racist. It's that simple. What do you mean?
Stop classifying everyone.
I
It's
do.
that simple.
Well, wait a minute though, because I do think though that there are a couple of very key numbers here. So if we are discussing mortgages for houses, underwriting, does anybody think that any of the numbers that also afflict the black community as far as poverty rates or debt to income ratios, does anybody think that those are coming into account? Let's say with an AI model that is simply crunching numbers on who to give out loans to.
Simply, if
Well,
the
I
AI
honestly
model
don't. I
is
think
crunching
that we
numbers,
don't know exactly how these AI system is built, far as the coding and what's in
No,
there.
we do. No, we do. It's in the
No, we
study.
don't. No, we don't.
I
Stop
might say.
saying
I
it.
mean, do y'all know, far as any other mortgage company and how it's built, code by code? What's the
Well, code by code isn't necessary. All we have to know for the study to be able to be held to be true, right?
Wait,
Which is peer reviewed, right? Is we would just have to know what is the manner in which, what is the set of information that, the input values that they gave to the AI, and what was the goal
right?
that it was meant to be able to achieve. And we
What
have
data
that.
did they store in?
Yeah, they
Right,
put
Rick?
in they put in, like I said, they put in the same guidelines that banks operate under for their
And
fiduciary responsibility, right,
that's where the problem
into
lies.
the AI. Wait, okay.
But the
So if that's
guidelines
the
is the
case,
problem. That's what the
okay,
problem
so if that
started from.
okay, so that's why I'm asking you, if that's the case, what should the guidelines be? If not credit score, if not high crime areas, if not debt to income ratio,
But that's
would
not. But
the
that's not what the
guideline be?
regulations are.
Probably
That's
where it
what the
should
That
come
is
guidelines
what the
are, though.
guideline is. That is what the
No, it's
guidelines are.
not.
my
Yes,
thing
it
is?
is.
but they
Well, hold
added
on.
on the
Let
guidelines.
officer finish. 'Cause I think he was trying to make a point. Go ahead, officer.
no, I just had a question. I'm just checking for something. So if the numbers were reflecting in the other direction, let's say it was white, not black. would we call this a racial disparity still? Like, would this be like a racism issue, or what would we call this? I'm just kind of
They
curious
wouldn't
what
call it
y'all think.
racism because
that
yeah,
would
they
be the
couldn't call it
Well,
case.
racism because their definition of
Even if you
racism,
look
they
at
wouldn't be
home
able to.
even if you look at home appraisals, it was a black couple that was trying to get their home appraised, and they had photos of them in the
Yeah,
house,
that's
pictures
that's
of
an
them in the
issue though
house,
for
You
me,
gotta call
Mikey.
a spade, baby.
Personally,
and they gave them a low appraisal. Then they changed the photos for white families and this and the third, and the appraisal was higher, way much higher. I think like 100. I don't know how much
but that's
more
not
higher.
an AI model. The way that it's gonna, are we debating AI? Or are we debating like
We're debating.
where are we?
We're
so
debating
we
Debating
racism.
started. I was
actually
talking about the historical
He
part
brought up
of the
AI.
redlining, and then we moved into the AI because that's
He
the
brought
new
up
thing.
AI.
Because the
I
claim
wait,
was
wait,
just to
wait,
make sure.
Tom.
Wait, just to make sure that I didn't
yeah, go ahead,
like that because it kind of sounds like a pivot there. I don't think that you meant to make it sound like that.
He
TG, I
definitely
just want to
pivoted.
clarify.
No,
No,
no, no,
see, and
no.
then
I would.
Malaysia,
It
and
was.
then
Yeah.
Malaysia's going to do that. He
No,
said
No, you
you. I
definitely
redlining
did
understand
because
where
happened
you
in
was
the.
we
going.
went to
Yeah,
AI.
yeah.
We
No,
was
I know,
we
I
spoke
know
about
TG.
AI.
I know TG knows. Malaysia just wants to be malignant. It's fine.
No, you brought up
Anyways,
AI. Your pivot to AI. We were talking about racial discrimination and red line.
TG said redlining occurs today. And I said,
It
I don't really
does.
believe. I said, I don't really believe. Okay, thank you, Malaysia, for readdressing the claim that started the debate. Now, anyways, I stated I disagree. And the reason for it being is because when we remove the human element out of it and we still see racial biases, that doesn't necessitate that the reason that there's a disparity between races, right, is based on racism, unless we're just saying any disparity where two racial categories are experiencing a disparity is de facto racism, was my point. And that's why
You
I
gotta
brought
look
up
at
the
you
AI.
gotta look at the history of it. If you want to sit here and say that black people live in crime areas and in poverty and all of this, all of that was strategically done. That was a plan. All of that was a project.
Yeah,
Even today, it can still be fixed. I mean, they can put money into
They
our
don't want to put money
neighborhood.
into it. The governors are pushing money into the white neighborhoods, in the white
I think that the
areas.
government, I think that the
They're not really
government
even pushing
is,
it
A
I think
there.
that the government
The
governor.
I think that
government
the
is taking
government, I
money
think
out
that the
the
government does a shitty job
government.
at allocating funds. I think that we shouldn't be relying on that. I think that we should probably
That's the
move into a more
situation we have to
decentralized
Wait,
system
what do you
because
mean
as
the
we were in a,
government's? Wait, whoa. What do you mean that we should move
move
it
to
to
the
something
White
else?
House.
If the government is pushing money into the white suburban areas and not the urban city or the inner city, that's a problem, right?
Next,
Actually, hold on. I'm actually going
yeah.
to joust a
So,
little bit with
well,
that.
just to, yeah.
My bad.
I
Go
do
ahead,
just
brother.
want to, I just wanted to clarify, right? Again, I think that the government does a really shitty job at allocating funds. I think
That's
that
the
the
problem,
best,
though.
I think that, hey, thank you. I think that the best point for us to be able to solve that problem, especially when I look historically and I see where the Black community thrived the most, was when we were in a more decentralized and free market system. This is where you have instances of things like Rosewood, you have instances of
Jim
things like
Crow.
Tulsa, you have I'm not calling for segregation. I'm
You're talking
saying,
about
hey,
Jim Crow.
I know,
yeah,
hey, we're
well,
being
stop and
really
frisk
confused
says
here.
No, he's
We're
not.
talking
Stop.
about
Can
the
we stop being disingenuous?
He's talking
economics.
about Jim Crow.
We're talking about the economic system
goes
during
back
the
to the
time. It
original
doesn't
argument.
necessitate
Black
calling for
people
the
can't be
segregation.
racist
But that's what it
Like, what are we
was, though.
talking about?
because of all
But
of
that's what it
this.
was, though, Mikey. What are you talking about? It was Jim
That
Crow
part
It's
I
laws.
like
don't think is true.
it's like you can't genuinely hear me because you
That
want
is
to argue
genuinely. You're
with
talking
me.
about Jim Tulsa.
You
That's
just
all Jim
want
Crow
to argue
laws.
with me.
No, I'm not
So,
arguing with you. I'm just finding
and if
flaws in
based
your
off Jim
statements.
Crow law data,
I do find
they have
though that is incredibly disingenuous though. If what the man is saying is, I think the econ system that we had then was better than what we have now, but
Yeah.
I also don't want people to have separate fucking rights. I don't think we can call him a racist. Like, I
But
literally
that's
just
what
not
it
do that.
was, though. When we were
That's not
thriving
what
and
it. That's not
we
what it
had our
was
black
the
though.
owned.
data
Let me
based
tell
from
you,
back
when we were
then.
thriving and we had our own communities, we had our own banks, own
Right?
hospitals, all of that. That was doing Jim
That's what
Crow,
it
and
is
you guys
now.
came and burned it the fuck
But
down.
yes,
America
okay.
hasn't
Wait,
changed a bit.
we're not
We
arguing. Listen, just to be clear, my argument is
Yeah.
not for segregation. Let me
Right.
be very clear.
So
It's
what is
for
it
the
then?
economic. Yes, this is where listening happens. Right? It's
I
for
don't
the
understand why you're
economic.
just trying to talk like that. What is it?
Bruh,
Say a point.
I think the issue is that you
um
it's
can't tell
very
him what
difficult.
economic school of thought that we were in
No, if
versus
he's
now. That's probably
speaking
the
on the
It's
issue.
Jim Crow
difficult. It's
era,
difficult. Look,
how do
see,
we
like
obtain
this
that
is
today in
absurd. This is just
2026?
absurd.
No, this
Yeah.
is absurd.
It's not trying to achieve Jim Crow legislation. It's achieving an economic system that was put in place prior to Jim Crow and for a small
So
time
how do we
after
obtain
Jim
that in
Crow.
So
2026? Though
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking
I
you.
would say,
okay, great.
yeah.
I can explain that to you, right? Deregulation, decentralization, removing the government out of the economy, no longer working on central planned economies, and instead allowing the economy to be able to have
Oh,
natural growth in and of itself. This is where the Black community thrived the most. This is where
oh my
all
god.
communities in America
So
right?
get rid of
The
the government.
most.
Where's the funding gonna come from? The black people don't have the funding. We don't have the money. So where's it gonna
What?
come
They
from?
keep taking the
Wait,
money and
where did
putting
it
it
come from?
somewhere else.
Where did it come from in Tulsa? The reason that the black
We
community and
spent
the
our
black
money. We
dollar.
spent
Hey,
our money amongst
ma'am,
each other.
ma'am.
We spent the
Yes,
money amongst
exactly,
each other.
exactly,
That's where it came
exactly,
from.
exactly, exactly. So when you have things like regulations removed that allow for the freedom of
But the
assembly
wealth
or the
gap is
freedom
too
of a
wide. The wealth gap is
ma'am,
too wide, though,
dude,
Mikey.
you are insufferable to
I want you to
talk
relax. I
to.
can interject with you. Like, you just need to fucking relax. Everybody else is up here chilling and relaxing.
You are
You're
the
I
just
only
I
one.
think
Wait,
you're
because
trying to
yeah, yes,
dominate the
yes, and you
conversation.
wait. Do you notice that nobody? I'm the only opposing view up here.
No, you're
Are
not.
you lost? Wait, who else agrees with me besides
TT,
Officer that I've allowed the time in?
TT, TT. What are you talking about?
She don't
TT
even
hasn't
know.
made a fucking argument. TT
She
is
don't
a
even know what
fucking fish
redlining
out of
is.
water. TT is
I
a
can.
TT
fish out
agrees with
of
Mikey.
water. What are we talking
She don't
about?
even know
What
what
are
I can.
we?
redlining
Well,
is.
Like
I'm
I'm
allowed.
sitting here and I'm trying to learn. Like I'm sitting
No, I
here
know
and I'm
that's
trying
fine.
to
That's
I
fine.
learn.
get
I know
it.
that's
I
fine.
get it.
That's
TT,
all
that's
I'm
I'm
fine.
allowed.
doing.
That's
I'm
fine.
allowed. I'm
To do
allowed to
anything.
interject.
Fine.
So
So if you're
TT,
saying,
if you wouldn't mind, lay off. Just lay
no, yeah.
off. I'm
TT,
learning.
TT,
I'm trying.
TT,
I'm
TT.
trying to
I'm not coming at
interject.
you.
I'm
I'm
trying
just
to
saying that I'm
No,
the
interject.
no, no,
only one
Mikey, it's
that's
not you. Mikey, it's totally not you. It is not you. I'm
based.
trying to learn, but it's really hard to learn from somebody if you always have somebody else who constantly has to open their mouth and cut you off mid thought or mid sentence. It's very hard to learn.
That's
Like
a
it's
that's a
it's
that's
called
a astute
talk and
observation.
then wait your
You're
turn.
saying. You're
Talk
saying
and then wait your turn.
take the
That's
economics
all I'm
back to.
The
asking. That's all
the
I'm
the
asking.
the
That's
only
all I'm
the
asking.
only the only issue I think I have with what's being said right now is if the counter to Mikey's economic solution is, well, we can't depend on non-governmental actors to help money flow into the community, is so like the inverse of this is going to be government. But then the issue is we also had a concession earlier that the government is putting hands directly into the hands of white communities, which is why I brought up earlier, does anybody actually care to tangle? Because what Mikey was saying earlier for me was that AI was just dealing with real reality and it wasn't going to pacify people. So, like, the reality is that if black people carry a 125% on average debt to income ratio mixed with a disproportionate low income ability, so they're disproportionately impoverished, and compared to the white counterparts, they're roughly 10 cents to the dollar, then what do you want to do with those numbers? Because I think what he's saying is from the Austrian school of economic thought, we could try to solve this with opening up some type of market systems and allowing more businesses to flourish. But I'm just wondering, like, for Malaysia, what economic school of thought would you be coming from in order to fix the issue that you're seeing with the disparities?
More funding. Get these governors to
From
accolade the
who?
funders and put them in right. The government.
From
What are
the
you talking
gov
about?
from the government?
That's our money. This is
So
our money. We pay
so
taxes, don't
so
we?
just throwing money into throw money into where? Like what
Into the
systems?
urban cities and the inner cities. Build
What
them
does
up.
that do? We've been
Give
doing
them
that for
resources.
decades. We've been doing it for
Give them resources.
decades.
No, they haven't. What?
We've spent like over $1 trillion doing this. What do you mean?
What neighborhoods are you talking about?
Poverty's been a multi-trillion-dollar fight in this country for decades. And all we have is crumbling schools, shitty police departments, potholed roads, and a hollowed out inner city America that can't fucking fund itself. What are you
Because
talking about?
the funding is not being distributed the right way. That's it.
So the
So
same people who are distributing the money, you want to give them more money to do it more shittily?
no, you need to put more people in control that know how to distribute the money. What are you talking about?
What shows people look like? White or black? Because so far they're black. What
No,
are
it
we
doesn't
talking
have. No,
about?
it doesn't have. It doesn't have a color on it. It doesn't. It's not
Yes,
white
it
or
does
black.
have Malaysian. Now you're lying to me. It does have a color. It's all about color with
No,
you,
it does
Lummy.
not.
Yes, it does. So you
So
trust the
white
white
people.
man? So you trust the white man to walk into the black area and put money into black hands and do the right thing for black
So the white
people?
people are. So the white people are the problem.
JFK would have
According to
did
what
it.
I'm hearing from some of the counter
RFK would have
arguments,
did it.
yes.
Okay, so what do we do then? How do we fix that? Racism, right? It all goes back to racism.
It does not go back to racism. What it goes back to is that
What?
you don't have a solution that does not involve race, and that's the problem with
It
America.
does involve race. What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on.
How
So
many
how does the
black
same?
governors? How many black governors do you know in America right now? How many black governors there is?
I think there's like one.
My point exactly.
So here's my issue. So even what you're saying, if I remove race, it's all gray people. What you're saying is the government is giving out funds
The
in a
government is
in a
Just
racist.
just.
gonna wrap this up, and I'm probably
I'm telling
gonna.
you, the government is racist. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, the government can't be your solution if government's also your problem.
If we get elect more black governors, it would be the solution. What do you mean?
So their race makes them good at spending money all of a sudden. What are we talking about?
You don't understand what I'm saying? You can't hear me?
I don't. What you're saying is incoherent and psychobabble. You're telling me that because they're
It's one
black,
fucking black governor.
what does that have to do with anything?
If we know that white men are not doing to certain communities
So
right,
it
what is
is
the
about
problem?
race. So why'd you
I
posture
told you
earlier
it's
like
about
it
race. I
wasn't?
said that. I'm talking about
Then
racism.
why'd you posture me when I told you it was? Why'd you say, oh, it's about race? Why'd you get all like that then?
You never said that. What are you talking about?
Yes, I did. You're not listening to the words I'm saying, though. That's what you're going to say back to me. This is ridiculous.
My whole stance was that it's racism. What are you talking about?
Okay, and
What are you asking me?
my whole stance is even if they're gray, it doesn't matter what color they are. If the
It
people in the
does.
government are spending the money inappropriately, okay. So let me ask you a question. When the
The white
governor
man
said
is spending the money inappropriately. The white man is sending the money to
they're
the suburbs.
black, Malaysia,
Fuck
they're
it.
black,
The
they're
governor
black and they're failing.
is one black governor. What are you talking about?
Who runs our fucking cities?
The
These
governor
people are
runs the
black.
state. The governor runs the state,
What
though.
are
What are you
we,
talking
Malaysia?
about?
What are we? She's not even listening.
You're
Okay,
not listening. If the
let me ask
governor's
somebody
not
else a
sending
question.
money to, if the governor's not sending money to the black mayors, then what?
TG, let me
The
ask you a
fuck?
question. Let me ask you a question. When the governor doles out loans and they go to the cities, who's in control of how that money is spent?
The representative of that city, the leader, usually what is the mayor, I believe,
The mayor
or
and the
There's no money.
alderman.
But there's no
yeah,
money going to the mayors.
So if we have a
What?
city, and the governor's sending out money and the mayors and the aldermen are receiving the money and the money is not doing the proper thing, whose fault is
The
that? Is it the
governor's not doing a proper
how?
thing, though, officer. You're missing the point. The governor's not doing a proper thing, not the mayors. It's the
How?
governors.
How? He's
What do you
giving
mean?
them the money. How?
They're not giving them the same amount of money that goes to the white suburban
Can
areas.
you
That's
prove that? It's going to the whole city. What do you mean?
No, it's not.
he's missing the
Okay.
whole point.
Okay.
You're missing the point on
How
purpose.
about this? Do me a favor.
You're
Pull up
missing the
Atlanta.
point on purpose.
Pull up
It's
Georgia.
going to whoever paid
Pull
it
up
first.
Georgia. Let's pull up the numbers. Pull up Georgia. How much money was given to Atlanta last year? And what by way of government funds?
Versus what?
Versus pick the next largest municipality
I don't
that
want to hear
has
the
that has the
largest shit
most of the
because
population.
the largest cities and states is heavily populated by black people. So I don't want to hear that the largest city, the Democrat city.
It's also
I don't want to hear
governed
none
by
of that.
black people, by the way, in case you were curious about those.
But the state
Most
is
cities are
ran
governed by
by a
black.
white man.
That
You're
doesn't
missing the whole
matter. That
point.
doesn't
It
matter.
does.
The black people are receiving the money to put into the community, and they're not.
It's not enough money.
So you need more of it to misappropriate.
You need to even out the
Exactly where that money
resources.
went.
This is circular. This is circular psychobabble. I'm
It's
sorry.
not circular cycle. I told you the point. The problem is the governor.
Because we're going to do some ratios then.
The problem is the governor. We don't have no black governors in history.
What state has
Throughout
a
this
black
whole history,
governor?
we had 4 black governors.
What state has a black governor right now?
What is the governor's position?
the only black governor here in this American country is Westmore in Maryland.
Okay, how are black people in Maryland doing?
Good.
Well, under his leadership, he has been doing good things as far as the inner city. I don't live in Maryland, but I have heard good things about him bringing up communities. He has like some type of programs. But I don't know the numbers on
might
that.
be a Democrat.
But this argument,
He just got into office this year. They just elected him this year. So what I'm saying is, if we had more black governors that was distributing the funds evenly to all the communities and not just giving more money to the suburban areas, we wouldn't have this problem. The hoods wouldn't look how they look. The black neighborhoods wouldn't look how they look if we had more money pouring into that community. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it's a project.
So I think this conversation is definitely trying to say like representation is very important.
Yes, it's 90% of white people.
And I understand what Malaysia is trying to say, and I understand what Officer is trying to say as well too. Far as far as receiving funding, it's not distributed out properly. When you have the money going to the white suburban schools and the inner city schools get put like shit. The funding for the inner city schools is trash. They don't get the proper funding as in the suburban. But that definitely has to do with leadership in the inner city for sure.
I don't disagree with that, TG. I think my problem is this: like, the way that money works is just not what's being stated right now. Like governors there's specific things that governors send money down to the state for. There's just specific things that the state actually does. Most states do these things like relatively okay, although they could have some better systems that isn't like. But for most part, mayors get the money and then they divvy it out. But what we do see is that mayors are willing to give money, let's say, to more prosperous, like white-owned businesses. This is why
Mm-hmm.
black business associations have to advocate so hard for
Right.
continual funding. They're not
Yeah.
funding the schools properly. They're giving funding to their like their charter schools or
So
schools
what
with
I'm what
Mm-hmm.
I'm
better
hearing from you
outcomes.
is that
But
what I'm
but
hearing
but
from
the
you
but
is
the
that
issue
black
but
people
the
don't know how
issue
to
though,
govern.
that's if that's
Black
what
people
you
don't know. Black
heard,
people
you if
don't know how, this is what I'm hearing from you.
can
That black
somebody
people.
does anybody have any antipsychotics or lithium for this person? Is that really what you fucking heard me say? Is that really what you
Not
heard
at
me
all,
just say?
officer. That's not what you were saying at all.
That is so disrespectfully obtuse. I don't even know what the fuck to say to you after this. Go ahead, you guys got it.
Let me ask you this, Malaysia. So, what about the policies? Because you're just saying black needs to be in offices, but
As a
what
matter
about
of
the
fact,
policies?
hold on. I'm sorry. Is she on the list? If she's on the list, I want to debate her right now. I'm challenging you to. I want to debate right now on governmental funding at the municipal level. Right now, are you on the list, Malaysia?
I'm not worried. I'm not
If
worried about the
you're on
municipal
the
level.
list.
I'm worried about the
I
governors.
am.
Yeah,
No, but that's what you're
I'm
fighting
worried
me
about the
on. That's what you're
governors.
fighting me on. So I want to debate you. Are you on
I'm
the
worried
list?
about the governors, these
You can worry
white
about whatever you
governors
want. How about this?
that's
Here, how
not
about this?
accumulating funds.
Give me
I'm
your
worried about the
P1.
white governors.
Give me
That's what I'm
your
worried about.
P1. Give me
These
your
white
P1
racist
P2s.
fuckers. That's what I'm worried
Okay, I'm
about.
gonna do this really quick. Give me your P1 P2 so I can dismantle you. Are you on the list?
What the fuck is the list? What are you talking about?
Is she not on the list, Tom?
What the fuck is he
Um,
talking about?
I think if she is, she's in C tier.
yeah, she is in
Perfect.
C tier.
Perfect. Let's
What the
run it.
fuck are y'all talking about?
Lightning debate. Me and you right now. Give me your P1s and P2s.
I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Are you refusing the debate or no?
I don't think she
You
wants to
you you're
debate.
just
I want to
I want
debate
to have a
you
conversation.
formally. I want a time limit debate with
I'm up
you.
here having a conversation. You're trying to
Oh, now
debate.
we're
I
all
don't
having
know what you mean.
conversations all day. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You
Malaysia,
I'm
got it,
having a
King.
Malaysia,
fucking conversation.
Malay.
If you didn't
Yeah,
notice,
so Malaysia, we got this little system going on where people can challenge people to debates. If you don't want to accept his debate, that's fine. We'll just notate that in the system.
I'm not debating this fucker.
Alrighty, go ahead and put that down as a strike.
The king left the castle once, and this is what
Mm,
happens.
mm,
You see
mm.
what I'm saying? And that's what's going on this app here. People want to debate like with people fucking lives, and people's lives are in hands and at stake. They want to debate what Trump is doing and what the government is doing. The government is definitely not giving black people any fucking thing. It's been like going this for years. It's been 60 fucking years since civil rights, and we're still fighting for civil rights. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't want to debate. I want to have a conversation.
Okay, let's have a conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so again, so you don't care, regardless of the person's policies, as long as they're black, you want them in office. Is that what you're saying?
We need black governors, yes.
Even though they can have the worst policies ever.
How do we
Malaysia,
know?
go on. What are we talking about? Okay, go on.
I'm not talking about no policy. I'm just saying we need black governors. That's what I'm saying.
So,
Policies does matter, but we don't have any black
so,
governors to even see their policies. So I don't know what the
so
fuck.
when we had Winsome Earl Sears, who was a black woman who was going
Oh,
up
God.
against a white woman,
T-Bone,
Gail Spanberger, who said that, right? I'm sure I don't have to finish that. Do you know
What did she
about that?
say? What did
Wait,
she
do
say?
we
No.
do we
no.
all
Oh, you
three
don't
of us
know about
live in
this? Okay, so
Virginia?
what she said
What state is
was
this?
that gay marriage,
What
right?
state
If
is this?
you were to, this is Virginia.
Okay.
She stated on multiple occasions that denying gay people of getting married is not discrimination. She was very conservative, ran on the Republican Party side of things.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about Virginia, we have heavy black motion within the 757 area, which is Norfolk, and the 804 area.
I don't think that's discrimination, though. Neither.
I have what?
Whoa.
I don't think
What?
that's discrimination. No, I don't.
Denying gay people to get married?
That's not discrimination. If everybody has the right to deny you, what do you mean?
Okay. All right.
That is denying. Okay. She's
If a
on
church,
T.
I don't think we
T.
need to go through the definition of what discrimination is.
If a
I
church,
think we
if a
can all
church,
just kind of agree that you're fucking wrong and
if
move
a
on
church,
from there. Yeah.
if a church doesn't want to marry you, they have every right to do so. What do you mean?
Is it only a church that marries people?
T-Bone. May I ask you a question real quick? How is it that I'm on D and she is on C?
What the fuck is the D and C? What do y'all? I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Look, Malaysia, don't worry about it. I
Malaysia, you were
think
here for this?
we might have
No, I wasn't here
miscalculated.
for no debate, listen, all this shit. I don't know what y'all talking about.
There'll be a reorg soon. Don't worry about it.
I'm not
just
worried about
saying,
it.
like,
I'm
okay,
not worried
so
about it, but she's talking
so
about D and C.
Malaysia's logic. So if I were to run for governor today, I would win just based off of the color of my skin.
No, I never said that.
That's what you were saying.
How the fuck I did not?
I think that the frustrating thing for me is I still understand like how we're doing. Like for me, if the thing is that the government bad but the people who are in charge of the government where you are black, but it's still government bad, then I don't know what
No,
giving
that's
the
not what I'm
government more money
saying.
would do.
That's not what I'm saying. The people that are in the government are bad, not the government itself. What are you talking about?
Right, but you also have a racial criteria on those people for some
Yes,
reason
white
as
men tend to
well.
be racist. Yes, fuck. That's that hard to believe.
I don't even know if that's true.
Oh, okay, of course.
Well. I guess with your school of thought, everybody's inherently racist. So I guess that's just undefeatable. That's like
That's
a
a fact.
self-eating
Now that's
snake.
a fact. That's a fact.
That's
Yes. You're
come on.
born. If you're white,
Anyways, but
you're born into a system that show you favoritism.
not racist
That's a
babies.
fact.
No, it's so cooked. No, that's
The
so
racist
L.
babies
Jesus Christ.
too. Those poor little racist babies.
The racist baby argument is so
You
L,
guys are
they're
missing.
going to the
You guys
racist
are missing the
daycare.
point. When you're inherently racist, you're born into a system that favorites you, that show you favoritism. That's what that means.
The
Not that
the
you're
only
born
thing
racist.
I think is that most of you are inherently Machiavellian in nature. But
That's
besides
not what
that,
that's by the way, that's not what inherently means. It's a completely like misnomer when people say that, because inherently means that even if the system were to change, it's baked into your nature. Right? It's baked into
To
your
show you
nature
favoritism.
due to your
Yes.
genetic code. So if the system were to change, which is what everybody up here is advocating
Y'all
for
don't
when they
want the
talk
system
about
to change,
systemic
though.
racism, you don't want the system of systemic racism to change.
You don't even believe in it, though, Mikey. What are you talking about?
that's why Mikey, I always trolled him by saying,
Did I
how do
just
you
get like
how do you
straw
solve?
man from hell? Like what the fuck
Mikey,
just
you don't
happened?
believe
Like
the system,
what
the
the
system is
fuck?
racist, Mikey.
What the fuck? Wait, so again, just to be clear, my point was inherency. Inherency is a genetic
Well, Mikey,
coding.
you
It means
believe the
within
system
your
is not racist,
nature.
though, Mikey. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
If you're
okay,
trying to
so
change,
you just realize
don't think that we need to change the
you realize how
system.
you're not engaging. You
You
realize how
don't
you're
think that we
not
need to
engaging
change the
with the
system, though,
internal
Mikey?
critique. You
You
realize how
believe that
you're
we
not
don't. You
engaging with
believe
the
that we don't need
internal
to change the
critique.
system, though, Mikey.
Hold on
That's
one
what you
Again,
second,
believe.
just
Malaysia. Hold
refusing
one
to
second.
engage is
Can black
insane.
people be
I'm talking
Hold
to you.
racist?
What are
on,
you even refusing to
Malaysia.
engage? I'm talking to you.
Can
The
I be
fuck?
a
Let's
racist?
let
Y'all weird
Mikey
up
get
here.
his
What's wrong with y'all?
full response out, and then Malaysia, you will answer his response.
No.
Thank you so much, Gidget. No,
You're
okay,
welcome.
never mind. You said no.
No,
From
you
there,
don't want to. You don't want to change the system.
no.
You believe there's nothing wrong with the system, Mikey. Inherently racist. That's what I'm saying.
Inherently means that even if the system were to change, that white people would still be racist. When you
That's
just
what you're doing
say,
right now, Mikey.
when you say that people are inherently racist based on the fact they're born into a system, this is no longer inherency, because if the system were to not be set up like that, it means that it's not baked into their genetic code. Right?
Mikey, you are
Let him
literally sitting up
finish,
here
Malaysia.
fighting the
Let him
system.
finish, and then you can respond.
He's
She's not.
finished. Mikey, you're
There
sitting
is
up
no.
here. You're fighting the
Yeah,
system,
there's no
Mikey.
response. There's no
Mikey, you're
response.
saying that there's nothing wrong with the system, Mikey. What are you talking about?
Wait, when did I say that?
We're giving you
When did I say
you
that?
talking points to
You
change
didn't
it,
say
and you're
that
saying
at
nothing's
all.
wrong with it.
When did I say that?
Inherently racist. Like you just explained yourself.
Gidget, can I just maybe I think that there's a little bit more rationality in the engagement with you. Did I ever say that, or did I just point out the flaw in using the verbiage of inherent, because it's not a genetic makeup?
You
People,
just
it's
pointed
just
out the
based on the
flaw.
system.
That's all. You just pointed the flaw. That's it.
He's not pointing at no fucking flaws. If you were up here this whole time, he's saying nothing's wrong with the system. It's just the black people that live in high crime areas that can't get loans because their credit score is fucked up. But we're telling him things that's been embedded into the system, that been in the system since the system been created. And he sees no fault in it. He sees no fault in it.
Nothing to do with the problem with using the term
We
inherently.
believe that AI is making the decisions. So there's no white man or person involved that's making these decisions. The system benefits. The system benefits. Shut up. The system benefits him, and he knows it.
All right, Malaysia, let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think that if we put a black person in power, that a black person won't be carrying out those same type of practices as you're trying to fight or say it's only white people?
We seen it with Obama. He didn't.
So that's one person.
Right, and then we got another black governor. He's trying to do things. So what do you mean?
So you're saying that you trust fully that the black people that you want to
I never said that, man. What are you talking about?
That's
Stop
what you're
putting words in my
saying.
mouth. I'm not saying that. The two black examples that we have, they did good. What are you talking about?
You're saying as long as they're black, they should be in power.
I did not. No, I'm not saying that. No.
I don't think that was
Reverend Al Sharp
argument.
What? What's wrong with her?
I think this is the basic argument of representation. That's neat. Okay.
Play this. at the
I
end
think
of the
the
day.
argument is more so about representation than it is more so about because black people can be wrong too.
Exactly.
Like Clarence
The
Thomas
government is
is a
90%
prime
wrong. That's
example,
Yeah,
right?
that's a
So
good
Clarence Thomas is a
example.
bad example, but I think Malaysia is more so talking about representation, which I do think that black people are underrepresented in
That
the
I can get
politics and the
behind.
system
Yes,
for
that I
sure.
can get
And I
behind.
thought
But
that's
how
what
she's
Malaysia
saying
was
it, no.
talking about. I think.
that's what the fuck I'm saying. What do you mean how I'm saying
That is
it?
not what you're saying.
What am I saying, man? What are you hearing?
What I'm hearing is saying that we just need someone black in power because there's too many white people because all white people are racist. That's what I'm hearing.
Exactly.
Versus having someone that is capable and educated
How will
and
we know? But
able
how
to
will we
do the
know this
job.
though? How will we know this though if we don't have one black governor and one black president?
Then you put more people in that situation. You
You
vote
think?
based
You
off of
think?
policy,
You
not
think?
because of color.
You think?
Policy. You said you don't care about policy.
I never said, ma'am, I don't know what's up with you today. Or I never, this is my first time speaking to you. Stop putting words in my mouth.
You literally
Please.
said that. You don't care
I
about
never,
policy.
please stop putting words in my mouth,
That
ma'am.
is what you said. Why are you lying to Gidget's face? You said that.
Please stop putting words in my mouth.
Those were your words. You
Please
spit
stop.
those out, not I.
Please stop putting words in my mouth. The people
I
that
just
voted,
repeated what you said.
the people that voted Donald Trump into office don't care about policy because he didn't have none. So don't
So
say
now we're moving the goalposts.
it's not moving the goalposts. Kamala Harris
just
has good
did.
policies. That's not, it's policies. What do you mean? Y'all weird. Y'all are very weird up here. I just want to let y'all know that.
So then
Kamala
back to
had
what
great
you said.
policies.
You literally said you don't care about policy.
We're talking about policies. We're talking about policies. Kamala Harris had great policies.
Okay, name one.
Trump had zero.
Name one.
Name what? One of her policies?
Mm-hmm.
The child credit, housing. She wanted to build new houses. She wanted to give first time generations home ownership. She wanted that. We want to keep on going.
Yeah, keep going.
Girl, you said one. I named three.
Is this a 1v1 with Gidget in Malaysia?
I don't do a 1v1 with I don't even want to say that word, but no. We can have a conversation.
You don't want to debate?
We can have a conversation, man. Like, what's up with y'all on TikTok trying to debate when people's lives are? This shit that Trump is doing is affecting people's lives, and y'all want to debate about it. I don't get it.
It's like because a lot of people like to debate for fun and sport, but some people don't. They really don't debate. It's like debating the trans topic is difficult because like I'm starting to feel like when I do that, I don't do it because I'm debating the existence of trans people, and that shouldn't be a debate.
Because when you debate, is you say anything to make your argument right. You say dumb shit to make your argument right, like trans women are fucking women. That's stupid. They're not. You just say anything to make your argument. I just want to have a conversation with this black woman, if she could.
All right, let's have this conversation.
Now, what policies did Trump have? Did you vote for Trump, actually?
No, I never did.
So who did you vote for? VP Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So what are we talking about?
Well, I'm just kind of stuck on the fact that you say you don't care about policy. That's what kind of stuck on me.
I never said
You're
But
on
that's
the
okay.
same
We'll move on
team.
from now.
Yeah. Can we stop? It ain't working.
said that.
Take your makeup.
You're breaking up, ma'am. I can't hear you.
Same thing.
Malaysia, your
Fuck,
phone
it's 1
breaking
o'clock
up.
already? Oh my.
It's choppy. I'm gonna drop for any other people want to get in. What's up, everybody? What's up, Queen? What's up, T-Bone?
What up, TG?
Gidget, I just want to be clear. Gidget, I just want to be clear. I advocated for you to be moved up because you being in D tier is diabolical as fuck. You should be where I am. But you was
Thank you,
arguing
Queen.
against me.
Look, that's Gidget's fault, Queen. That's her fault.
I know I
She was
said
trying
that.
to be
I said that you was
humble.
arguing against me.
Yeah. She was being too humble. I told her, I said, we can move you up. She was like, no, I don't really debate.
I dabble.
Going back to inherent racism, are we differentiating between inherent and inherit? I think inherent or inherent.
I couldn't hear you. You sound muffled. What did you say?
That's what he was doing. That's what Mikey was doing. Yes, he was using two different words.
Hold on 1 second. Wait, can
No,
you
he
hear me
was
now?
using he was saying
Yeah.
inherently, and he was saying
Yeah,
inherent as in
no.
biological.
One was more so. I was always when I always say white people are inherently racist, I'm more so referring to like the systemic structure,
Yeah, he was
not
talking about
necessarily
biological.
gene.
I
I
don't know
think
what
there's
he
two
was.
different ones.
Yeah, he think when he hears that, I'm assuming he thinks that they're born racist, like it's just in their blood or in their DNA to be racist. No, that's not what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that. When they say that, when I think of inherently racist, they're born into a system that shows them favoritism, and
I
they
think you
fight
gotta
tooth and
figure
nail
out.
for it.
I think you gotta figure out what
Where are we getting
discrimination
that
mean before
definition
you.
from?
Yeah.
I got the definition from Webster. You can Google whatever you want
The
to do.
definition of inherent is from Webster.
Inherently.
Inherently Webster. Okay. Uh, belonging to the basic nature of something or someone, involved in the constitution or essential character of something. A synonym would be intrinsic. Inherently is an adverb associated to the same word as the adjective. I can give you in-sentence definitions if you would like them. So I think what Mikey said would be correct. If it's a basic nature of someone or involved in the essential character of something or intrinsic to them, then he's right. You are saying it's baked into them, not by way of systemic failure, but by way of actual development. Like they are born this way. This is to their nature.
Yeah.
This
So
is actually racial pseudo. This would be racial pseudoscience. It's the same thing David
So
Deach said about black
wait, no,
people
it's
being
not.
intellectually.
so if I utilize that word to
I'm just using her
describe the
definition, Ayatollah. That's it.
Wait, no, but why would it be
so if
racial
I
pseudoscience?
she's about to make a different argument.
You would need to show me where genetically like
No,
what formulates like the racism.
no, that's inherent. I'm talking inherent.
That's
Did
what
I
I
spell the
was
word wrong? I'm
speaking
sorry.
of,
Did I spell the word wrong?
Yeah.
You're looking up the wrong definition. Just
Yeah.
look up.
Am I the asshole?
Just ask what does
You
inherently.
are, maybe.
Just ask what does inherently racist mean.
I don't think he's looking up the wrong word.
Inherent.
No, he's
Inherently
not. Wait a minute.
INHERENT.
No, wait a minute. He
No, look
absolutely
up
is not.
inherently
He's
racist.
not
Hold
looking
on one
up the
second. Let
wrong
Queen
word.
talk real quick. Let Queen
Right,
talk.
real quick. He's not looking up the wrong word. When he said the definition, it proved that it wasn't the wrong word. We have to remember that, like, if we're going to go by dictionary definitions, different dictionaries are going to have different definitions, right?
I want you to look up inherently racist.
Okay, stop.
Those two words
I think
together.
a better way.
Inherently
Malaysia,
racist.
please let her talk.
Stop.
She's saying nothing.
Says the person that wants everybody black
Finish
to
your
be
point.
governor
Finish
no
your
matter
point.
of their
Finish.
policy.
Don't attack me.
Says
Don't
the
attack me.
person that
Finish your
doesn't
point.
read. Says the person that can't read above a second grade level. I'm not saying anything. What? What's the difference
Go ahead,
between
finish.
what's the definition
Finish your
between
point.
what's the
I don't want to attack.
difference
I don't
between
want to attack you
descriptive and
personally.
prescriptive?
I don't want to attack you
I
personally. Can you
want you to
finish your
take it
point?
personally. What's the definition?
I
What's the
don't.
difference between
do this
descriptive
on
and
this app. I don't
prescriptive?
attack people personally on this app. I just
What's
speak
the
facts.
difference between
Go ahead.
descriptive and prescriptive?
Can you search up? Can
Descriptive,
you search up
prescriptive. What's the
inherently racist?
difference?
Can
No,
you search
stop.
up inherently
What's the
racist,
difference between
officer?
descriptive and prescriptive?
Officer, can you search up inherently racist?
What's the difference
And
between
see what
descriptive and
definition?
prescriptive? Oh,
And see
officer's
what
not listening
definition
to
they
you.
give you?
Officer's not listening to you.
Officer,
What's the difference between
I'm not listening
descriptive
to
and
you
How about
neither.
prescriptive?
this? How about this?
What's
Malaysia,
the
since
difference
this was
between
your
descriptive
claim,
and
you go
prescriptive?
ahead and search it and bring it up, okay?
Right.
I'm
Do your own
in the
research.
spaceship. I
Ebon,
can't
what
do it.
argument were you trying to make?
Well, I was
Inherently,
just gonna say that if we use that definition and then apply it to the people's benefit within that system that's been created, then there's a difference, right? Because we're not saying that there's a property of racism that they have as it pertains to biologically hating black people. What we're saying is that there's a characteristic of permanent benefit that is rooted into that system that you get for the sole purposes of being white. So I
can
think
you
if we're
you search
using
up
the
inherently?
word
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Malaysia, I got it. Trust me, I got it. So I think that if we're using the word to describe it in a certain way, then it changes your outlook on it, right? Because most of the time you think of inherently, you're thinking from the biological sense. If we're not using it in the biological sense, the question becomes, can it still apply to what we're describing within those white people?
I feel like the thing is, right, I've only ever heard it with regards to the system being inherently racist and us collectively, and that does include Black people and people of color, being inherently indoctrinated into white supremacy as a result of an inherently racist system, right? And when something is inherent, that doesn't necessarily mean that that thing is static and unchangeable, because you can change it, you can modify it, you can make it better, which we do see happen in our system, right? i.e. Civil Rights Bill, Civil Rights Act. However, that underlying current of racism is still going to be present in the system unless somebody actively deconstructs themselves or unless we change the system entirely. Does that make sense?
But they're fighting to keep the system the same because they're saying that there's nothing wrong with it. We're just victims. We're just lazy. We just need to get a
That's not what
job.
I'm saying at all.
We're aware.
I'm not saying y'all personally are saying that. Like, calm down.
Wait, that's why I was like confused when officer said there's a biological element to it. I think like for me it was more so like I don't consider, like, if something is inherent, it can be subject to change, right? Like you can change it, you can modify it, you can alter it. It's not something permanent. It's not something as like, it's not like, oh, I guess you could change your eye color, because didn't T.I.'s wife do that?
Yeah, you can change your eye color now.
Yeah, T.I.'s wife did that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the system is inherently racist because the system is like one of the core tenets of this system itself that lays the framework for everything else is white supremacy. And so everyone, including Black people, are indoctrinated into white supremacy.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to get at.
I want to know what's different. Whatever.
That
Doesn't make any sense. Whatever.
didn't that go to what Malaysia's point is earlier? Probably was presented better, but
FB, I couldn't hear you. You were muffled. I'm sorry.
oh my, I hate this phone.
But yeah, that's why I was asking about policies.
Well, then I have a question, right? And this is for Officer because he was there when Mikey was going over the AI systems that they use for, giving people loans, and thus redlining doesn't necessarily exist. The question becomes, because I saw the background Mikey had, would AI be inherently racist?
No,
Yes.
Gotta be, right?
Yes.
Whoever programmed it, yes. Whoever programmed it, yes.
AI is absolutely racist because the racial biases of the people building the AI models go into question, and the way that LLM models are trained quite literally draws from our society, right? Like it trains itself utilizing the users, and the users are inherently racist, and that's why we often see AI models like Grok, if you remember, just spit out all of that insane bigoted stuff because of the nature of who was utilizing Grok on Twitter.
Yeah, Grok was definitely surprising to me. The things I've seen that Grok says and replies to people is definitely racist.
Do we know how the model that he was referencing was trained? Did we ever get an answer to that, or was
all LLM models are trained the same, meaning that it draws from the users, right? So you would have to, like, it teaches itself using people. So the more you use it, the more it learns and the more it becomes accurate. And then it also pulls from literature and sites.
But I don't know if what he was using was LLM. That's why I'm asking, like, because he was using because the data set that he had postured was an AI that was essentially in charge of underwriting. I don't know if that falls into LLMs or that's a different type of AI system.
Grok is definitely racist. And if it's basing itself off like human activity and human behavior, the people that's using it is racist as well.
But the thing is, right, like machine learning as a whole is going to, like, it would be an LLM. If it's like, yeah, it would be an LLM. And the whole entire field of machine learning, this is something that's being consistently talked about, because not only is it racist, but if you also look at the recent data that's been coming out with regards to even AI facial recognition and things like that, it will be able to differentiate a group of white people from one another, and it'll have a higher level of accuracy. But if you put a bunch of Black people in the same room, ask it to tell me who's who, it's going to fail every single time. And so that's why it's dangerous, because it is racist.
And didn't Apple have like an issue with that when it came to unlocking phones with facial recognitions? It couldn't read Black
Apple did.
populations. Face.
So did Walmart with their AP asset protection using AI system. They got into a lot of trouble for like from like
Yeah,
being alerted that we were doing something wrong.
but also even with like saying that redlining doesn't exist when there's entire like data, there's entire studies with regards to like these like the AI models that institutions are using, pinpointing and targeting specific zip codes, and then also racially profiling based on previous data. Because again, in order for it to learn, you have to feed it. And what are you feeding it? You're feeding it racist data to begin with. You're not starting fresh.
Right. And let's remember Navy Federal and
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and Wells Fargo, what, 3 years ago? Not even for real. About 2.5 years ago, both settled lawsuits for redlining. That argument was crazy. My mom's nurse was in the room, so I couldn't talk, but like that answer was crazy.
Yeah.
That statement was
No,
crazy.
T-Bone, data isn't racist. That's just no, that's such a like, I'm sorry, but okay, first of all, let me answer this question. Were all the folks in that zip code black? Come on now. So here's the thing, Quasi. We've actually had real life redlining, as in there are neighborhoods where if you were to put in that zip code, naturally the people there, because they have already been physically redlined, they're also going to be digitally redlined by these financial institutions because they're putting their addresses in. So it knows what's the demographic breakdown of those people. You can look it up right now. Your neighborhood, it will tell you 30% whatever, 30%, 40% whatever, 20% whatever, right? Like
Also,
let's use
My question is, I have a question.
also
My
if we're
question is,
talking about like data, T-Bone, absolutely data can be racist if we think about like crime rates. We know that black and brown neighborhoods are over policed, right? And so of course there's going to be a higher rate of black people being caught for crimes because they're being policed twice, 3 times or something crazy like that than like a suburban white neighborhood. So yeah, data can be racist because we know that there's that
the suburban
imbalance when
white
it comes to
neighborhoods,
policing.
the crime go unnoticed.
I'm
In
s-
suburban,
I meant
white neighborhoods, the crime go unnoticed. And if I just got a good quick question, how long do you think How long do you think that it would take to undo all the racism that's been going on in this country? If we want to
We
say that it
can't do
doesn't
that.
exist today, and what happened?
real quick
We
before
can't
you
do
could say,
that.
I wanted to, yeah, I was joking when I was talking about data being
Okay,
racist.
I'm like,
I
wait
don't
a
no,
actually
minute.
because
think,
T-Bone,
no,
what is
just to be
happening,
clear, right?
bro?
Because I think like and this is like a hard pill to swallow, right? The data that we have and this is predicated on whether you believe that the numbers are true or not. It is what it is, right? Numbers are just numbers. There's nothing we can do about that.
no,
There's no
numbers are not
lying
just
about those
numbers.
numbers. I'm sorry?
Numbers are not just numbers. That's the issue. That's like the lazy argument that a bunch of
Well,
these
then you're
big
also
no, wait,
agreeing that
T-Bone.
data is racist?
No. Yeah, data is racist. 100%. The way that data is collected can be racist. The way that data is interpreted can be racist. The methodology when they're breaking all of these things down, absolutely racist, top to
No.
bottom. And even when they attempt to use neutral things, right? So if they move away from like ethnicity, race, and then they go zip codes, there we are, right back at redlining. So data itself can be racist. I'm not saying
No.
numbers on a paper are racist. Data
Right.
is.
That's what I'm referring to. Right. So I feel like the conclusions that you draw based off of a data set or the intentions that an individual has in putting
When
the ones and
collecting.
zeros in, that is absolutely racist. I agree with you. But if I'm to say that the prison population, for example, right, that we're making up a majority of that prison population by the or per capita, right? That's not a racist data set, right? It's a factual statement. It's more of the
It's a
conclusion
factual
that you draw
statement, but it
from.
is based on racism.
I think
Wait,
it, I
but
think
That
it's
So you're talking
over
about
But it's
data
based off.
mining,
I don't think
basically.
that's based
wait,
on
T-Bone.
racism.
It's based off of racism because while the prison is heavily populated by black people, that's
Right,
a
but
racist
Exactly.
system.
now we're getting into a whole nother
No,
question
you're
of
not getting
why
into
the
a whole
data
No,
is
it's
nother.
the
the way
same
that it is.
thing.
The
It's the same thing
data
that
in
she
and
said.
of
The number.
itself cannot be racist, though, is
Wait,
what I'm
It
no,
saying.
is.
You're talking
T-Bone.
about data
How?
mining.
What the?
Data mining. Because data mining, you're able to tell the story of what the data says. You know what I mean? So you're able to kind of turn it whatever narrative you're trying to reach at. That's what data mining is.
And that's what's going
I
on.
think
Wait, data mining
that
constantly produces like racist outcomes because of how.
Mhm.
Okay, wait. T-Bone, there's no argument here, and don't ever let a white motherfucker slide on that, because if they just come up to you and they go, facts over feelings, these are the numbers. No, those are not just the numbers, because the numbers tell a story. The numbers always tell a story, right? I'm not saying if they were to just get a piece of paper and write down every single person within that prison population and just like it's that, they don't have anything else added to it, sure, numbers aren't racist themselves, right?
But
Who is collecting those
just to be
numbers?
clear,
How
there's
those people.
enough. Yeah, I was just about to say there's enough numbers on the other side for me to make arguments about them touching their children. So like I have the numbers all day. That's not really the issue for me.
No, but
Right, but
that,
that's
but
not
It's
that,
more if
that is true, by
but
the
but
way.
That's in their
yes,
nature.
that could be true. But
The
but
FBI ate
then
with
the
those
question becomes
white
if that
women.
number is a true data set, right?
It's
Then if
it's
we're
the true
looking
data,
at
but
the
it's derived through
population,
racism,
hold
though.
on,
It's true.
white people touching their kids is through racism.
No, black people being incarcerated at a high number.
Right. No. But
But that's
there
not the
is a
question,
story
though.
to be told behind why the numbers are the way that they are. I'm not disagreeing with that. But just as it is true for me to make the statement that white people are touching their children at an astronomical rate, it would also be a
Yeah.
true statement for me to say that black people disproportionately make up the prison population, and that's not based off
Right, but
of
that has but
or
them
that
touching their children
data
has nothing
set
to
is
do with
not
racism, though.
racist. It's
That
No, but
that
I,
1 second, them
statement
touching
is
their children
not
has nothing to do with.
racist, but he's not saying that them touching their children has anything to do with racism. That's not the statement he's making.
I am saying that the data is true.
Yes, the data is true, but here's
Yeah,
the
the
thing,
data is
TJ.
true. Yeah.
Here's the difference, right? When it comes to one, like the statement of you saying, like you just saying, hey, black people make up majority of the prison population, that would not be incorrect. That would not be racist, right? But the reason why we make up the majority of the prison population is where racism comes in, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
we're on the
It's
same
doing the
page
data
there.
correctly.
No, I
It's
know. I
drilling
was just making
down.
sure that we were.
But I think
Yeah,
And so
get
there's
it
data drilling. So you're
jumbled.
gonna have to like drill down to get to all the details of that overall data information. If you get what I'm saying.
But I think
Right.
my issue is when T-Bone says like, oh, that's a whole nother thing. No, it's the exact same thing, right? Because numbers on a piece of paper mean absolutely nothing, right? I could get my 6-year-old niece to sit with a piece of paper and Crayola and write down numbers all day. And that's what data is, unless you're willing to interpret it and give meaning to what those numbers represent. And so oftentimes I find when people just like regurgitate a lot of these numbers at you and then they go, facts over feelings. No, because unless you're willing to interpret it, those numbers mean nothing.
Right,
Right. There has to be
but that's
context.
why I'm saying it's past that conversation, because if I was to say the reason that the data shows imprisonment of the black population way more would be attributed to poverty, would be attributed to the crack epidemic and things of that nature, versus somebody who comes in and says, well, it's attributed to black individuals being inherently violent, right? We're drawing two different conclusions based off of those numbers. Those numbers themselves are not racist. It's based off of the conclusion that I draw from that data set
Wait, those
that
numbers
makes it racist.
themselves mean nothing without context. Other than
I
that,
don't
they're just
think it means
numbers.
nothing. It gives
It
us a
means,
representation of where we stand within our society, and it means something.
but there
But it's
you
a
If
bad
that's the
you
case, there would be
saying
no
representation if
reason
it
for us
comes
to
with a
collect this
wait
data.
bias.
wait T-Bone, you saying that already gave it context, right? But if somebody's just going to hand you numbers and then say, here's the numbers of black people in jails, okay, what do you want me to do with
so
that? Like,
T-Bone, I think a good test of this is so I was reading this. I read this yesterday, actually. Actually, no, it was a couple days ago. I shouldn't lie. It's a race, class, and criminal adjudication. Is U.S. criminal justice system as biased as it often assumed? A meta analytic review, with the outcomes being basically that for most crimes, evidence for racial disparities is weak or non-existent. A very small disparity appears to persist, however, with smug crimes adjudication only, challenging the common academic sense of systemic reviews, where pointing to evidence of racial disparity. So if I read this and I just regurgitated that out to somebody, and somebody then assumed that, okay, so then when black people go to jail, they deserve to be there, unless maybe it's smug related, because, well, there's no, this meta analysis is finding that there's no blah, 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 blah. Would you then switch your position just based on just like what I had just said, just numbers and what I said, in a study that there's no more of like
Can you repeat that last part it cut out?
Oh, so like, would you be forced to, like, I guess, like, change positions on that due to what I said?
I would have to take a look at it, but if it's consistent, based off of the analysis, if it's consistent and I'm not able to find other explanations or poke holes to it, then yeah, I would have no choice but to submit to what's true.
I don't know. I will say though, my favorite little fun fact is telling people that cameras on their phone are racist up until very recently. And they always lose their mind because they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's racist? I'm like, no, they actively go out of their way and make sure that the default settings make lighter skin appear more accurately and nicer because it's designed around them and it's designed around the Shirley cars. They never want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. Everything's racist.
I just think that people don't want to accept that. They want to accept as anything other than what it really is. Now, I'm not going to say that or people are trying to make it into something that it really isn't, but majority of the time, it is what it is. And I think a lot of people just feel uncomfortable because it's 2026. This shouldn't be going on, but it is.
Well, let me ask you a question on that.
Oh shit.
Yeah. 'Cause I don't if I show up to a job, her ain't dead, got my ski mask on, right, the shiesty. Do I not get that job because of racism, or do I not get that job because I didn't show up to the job looking like I wanted to work for the company?
You didn't show up looking like you're wanting to work for the company because that's just
So the company needed an employee.
I mean, I've had people show up to a job interview smelling of weed, wearing sweatpants.
Let me ask you this.
Now, is it possible that someone can weaponize racism within that situation to say the reason that I didn't get this job isn't because I didn't present myself in the best way, it's because I'm black?
The only people who do that are white people.
It's really hard to do so because that's the thing. Like and this is why I try to tell everybody, do the right thing because it's easier to determine when something is to be true, especially when it comes to race, right? Because if someone came to me like, I didn't get this job because I'm black, but I showed up with my hair wasn't done. I showed up in freaking sweats. I did smell like weed. I don't have a leg to stand on to fight for you.
Wait, but my thing is this. I'm sorry. The only people I've ever seen doing that are white people because... Yeah, white people. No, I'm serious. They're thugs in their ghetto. Every time they don't get something, their natural conclusion is that it went to a black person or a person of color automatically. I've never heard from a black person short of a very overtly bigoted thing that they've experienced in a job interview that they were able to elaborate clearly. And I'm sure there are people who jokingly may say things like that. However, normally it is because they're facing somebody racist versus white people who are completely underqualified for a position, look a fool, probably, I don't know, smelling like quarters, walking in there thinking that they're entitled. And then when they see a person of color there, they're like, oh my God. I mean, think about the fact that Charlie Kirk was crying about not getting into West Point for how long and said a black woman took his position. How did he know a black woman took his position? Did they reach out to him personally and say, hey, Charlie, sorry, we can't let you in. A black person took your position. Like, it's always white people who hyper focus on these alternative truths to make themselves feel better about their incompetence.
Yeah, like I had experience of being interviewed by like a black person versus a white person, and me just being a black person talking to that black person interviewing me, it's kind of like it's more of a chill interview. If for my black people, y'all know what that mean. Like if we around our people, they understand our slang.
No.
Well, I'm sorry, you may not understand it, but but what I mean is that
in 2026, I'm gonna have to push back on you, Tommy. In 2026, it's a little bit more precarious. You can't.
Just definitely depending on the job.
Yeah, that's not how I do it.
Depending on the job. But what I'm just saying is like on certain. The difference between a white person interviewing a black person
It's a
versus a black
vibe.
person and a
It's
black
a
person
vibe.
is different.
And see,
I
and
feel
that's not
like
how it
It
should
is.
be. It should be same across the board because I'm
right.
equally as hard
Unfortunately, in
on a
America,
black
that's not going to
applicant
work.
as I am on a white applicant. It doesn't matter to me. You better come correct.
Right, but
Right.
if the
Yeah.
vibe
But
isn't there
yeah.
with the applicant, then the applicant more likely won't get the job. It's a vibe, no matter which person, skin tone or color, which whatever you want to call it. It's the vibe with the applicant. I mean, if I'm not feeling him, I'm not feeling him. I don't care what color he is
Mm-hmm.
I
or
feel
how
like
he
that's a
smells.
common theme though. That's oftentimes why DEI is so important because during the hiring process,
Yeah.
it's not just like, oh, if you have a hiring board and it's just all one group of people, then they're naturally going to think, okay, maybe this isn't the best applicant in front of me, but because I kind of like they'll and this happens with white people a lot where they'll see another white person and think, oh my God, that's the same as me. Just like what TG was describing, which is you feel a level of comfortability around people that you recognize as being similar to you. And so they were getting hired a lot because old white men were looking at
Exactly.
younger white men and they were like, oh, I get you.
Right.
Chad,
Right.
you're good for the job.
Yeah. That
Chad,
was my
you're
whole
great.
point. Yeah.
Chad.
Exactly.
Be just where you at,
Chad.
Chad. And 2 weeks later, Chad don't show his ass up to work.
Right. That's why I'm equally as
Right.
hard across the board when I interview people.
Can't trust it, man.
But you're always going to have a level of bias. I think bias is like a human, it's like a human
It's
thing,
natural.
right?
Natural.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say
Some
it's
people like Pepsi. Some
natural.
people like Pepsi.
The ones
I
that can
mean,
fight through it, yeah. But the ones that's gonna be biased, they're gonna be fucking biased.
but
Fuck
even
them.
bias doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing either, right? It could be like bias itself can be neutral as long as you're not going out of your way to harm other people
Right.
or to disadvantage other people. Because bias, more often than not, can also, in certain situations, save your life, right?
True.
Yeah,
I agree.
I know better than to go down dark alleys instead of well lit streets. Yeah, I'm kind of biased.
It depends on the well-lit street.
Yep, that too. That too. You never know.
Funny
Why
that
the
you said
fuck the
Chad. 'Cause my
county?
brother's name
Why?
is Chad.
You have a brother named Chad,
I do.
and he's black?
Actually, no, he's Japanese and white.
Oh.
Okay. So
Oh,
my
that
next
tracks.
question was gonna
That makes some
was gonna
sense
be
now.
what's his full name? I was gonna ask what's his full name. If you said he was black, I wanted to know.
Well, because yeah, true. It could have been Chadwick.
Right.
And he goes by Chadwick.
I used to call him that when
Chadwick.
when we were younger. I was like, Chadwick.
Yeah, that's his real name.
Chadwick is only a black name now because Chadwick Boseman. If Chadwick Boseman did not exist, if we heard the name Chadwick like
Exactly.
I don't know, pre-Black Panther era, right, type shit, we'd be like, where is this British man and why is he not in a butler suit?
I feel like
Tell me.
I couldn't even. Well, now that you say it, I think I just associate that name with him so much that I can't imagine anyone else. So now I'm like, maybe if I heard it differently at a different time, I don't know. Gertrude. Now that's a
about it,
name I
if-
think of white
still
I
people.
very
love that
black.
name, Gertrude. I love that
If a
name.
red coat said that, Ayatollah Strawberry, then you'd be like, oh, that's a white name. Like if a British person, Chadwick, like
Chadwick.
it sound all
Chadwick.
regal and shit. Like,
I need some tea, Chadwick.
But I also feel like British
Tell me
people have
why
like
is he
weird
not in a
little
butler
names.
suit? Exactly.
Does this taste hot to you, dear?
Right. Very fancy, very homey. Okay.
That was really, really good.
There they are.
Thumb thugging. Let the quarter comment go.
Right.
Oh my god,
Oh.
you smell like wet, nasty metal.
She
Oh
said
my
smell like
gosh.
quarters
That's
with
right.
lint in their pockets.
But that's what I mean. That's why when T-Bone said, like,
Nah, I get it.
I'm sorry, I haven't, like, most ghetto people I've seen, and I mean truly ghetto, hoodlums, ragamuffins, thugs, and these are terms that I exclusively reserve for white individuals, because they do ghetto things. So, like, a shiesty for a job, that's like I'm thinking of a guy from Iowa, Minnesota. It's the thick of the winter. He's wearing, and everybody wears those out over there, you know, because it's cold. And then he refused to take it off because of entitlement. It didn't even dawn on me that that could be a black person.
See, when I do
Even
interviews,
with her
I
job.
look at everything. I look at how they enter the
see
room,
it.
how they sit down, how they communicate with me. Like, if you're gonna come in and you're gonna slouch in your chair, not sit up, and not really speak where I can hear you, it's a no for me.
I will say,
Even when someone wearing
like
her
dressing
job.
incorrectly for interviews in general, I think that's just like a societal problem, especially with the younger generation. And I feel like I
Oh,
sound
yeah.
so old, okay? But as a person who has picked up part-time jobs a few times in the last few years, every time I go in for an interview and there are other people there, the teenagers have on jeans and t-shirts,
Mm-hmm.
like
Or
holy
Crocs.
jeans and
Yeah.
t-shirts or Crocs. And it's like, your mama didn't teach you how to come to the interview?
Right, because they already gonna look
That,
at
them
us
white people
one.
do be wearing the Crocs to the interview. I be seeing that shit.
I had
They
to,
do.
Crazy.
I
No
cut
Yeah, with them
bullshit
little
though.
short
giblets in that
because
motherfucker,
I
man.
couldn't stop looking at the Crocs. I'm just
Wear
like,
some
really?
goddamn Jordans with some jeans and a white t-shirt.
Like, what are we
Crocs.
doing? And I went to an interview at a grocery store one day, and the lady was like, she was like, I really like the way you're dressed. Thank you, because everybody else interviewing was in jeans and t-shirts.
Yeah.
But I had on a pair of slacks and a
Right.
nice blouse and nice shoes because that's how you dress for a fucking interview. I don't care what
Or
your
Yeah,
did
we
you see
already
when they
got
thought?
strikes against us. Don't give them a reason now. You know what I mean?
Did you
Well,
see?
I ain't
Yeah, at least
Did
go in
y'all
that
see?
motherfucker look like we can compete.
exactly.
Did y'all see
All
when
of
they
us
were
agree with you.
That thing
they
sharp.
had like, oh sorry.
No, I agree with you. Go ahead.
They had like an office siren trend, and these dumb hoes, they showed up dressing like, you know, the mistress of like somebody in in a movie. And I was confused because I was like, girl, you got your titties out. Girl, that skirt is too low. Like it's too high. And they were like, well, I thought this was like appropriate for the workplace. And I'm like, no, it's not. You're not there to look cute. They're trying to
No, you're
break your
there to do a
spirit.
job. And there's nothing wrong with looking cute when you go to work, right? Not to say you can't look like a bad bitch going to work,
Right.
but be an appropriate bad bitch. There's a time and place for everything.
Yeah, not everybody
Respectfully.
wants to see the outline of your nips. It's fine.
Mhm.
You
Not in the
know,
middle of
save
my
that for
workday,
after you
not
clock
over my
out.
morning coffee.
Exactly.
Right. Not over my morning coffee. Do I
As
want
long
my
as she
pussy
wearing
to look like
leggings,
nipples?
it's all good.
Ugh, I hate leggings. I hate it when they wear yoga pants and Crocs. We had this girl wear fucking leggings and slippers. And I'm like, are you flipping? And there's nothing I can say because that's not my AO. But it was disgusting. And we work in fashion, and who is gonna want help from somebody who's wearing leggings and slippers?
You know, I had heard
I
that
don't.
before, that
Oh,
question. I was like, I don't really understand that. But like going, like, okay, before I used to shop at Walmart and Target, okay, we did not have the income for other places, right?
Mhm.
Now I do. And now I shop at like I've seeing women in yoga pants, but you're selling me something high end irritates my soul.
Mhm.
Irritates my soul. You should not have on leggings
No,
when you're about to sell me a $300 purse.
right.
I don't give a fuck if they're Lululemon and they were $300. The answer's still no.
Right.
It's a different vibe.
I don't think that they teach people to dress like. I mean, okay, I will say this. Like, maybe where I grew up, it was so common to just like go out and like your Birkenstocks, you're wearing your sandals, you're wearing leggings outside. That is a very common thing where I'm from, for people to just dress however they want. Like, it's very like athleisure, very like near the beach. They're relaxed. There's like not dress codes for a lot of the places. But something about people who are incapable of knowing time and place, it almost feels disrespectful for somebody to be dressed a certain way in a certain establishment. I see it and I'm just like,
Well, what it is the
Alaska's
times have
very like
changed because, like, back in the day, you know, we were able to look at women news broadcasters and see what they're wearing. So what they're wearing is like the example of what you should be looking like when you're going out into work. Now, if you look at news anchors, women news anchors, even some men, it has changed. It has changed a lot, so it goes back to family.
And I think it's
Question.
damn it, I lost my
Yes, you're right.
point. Yes, FB.
This conversation reminds me of a time a few years back. Went to a bar wearing a Retro Fitness T-shirt. I don't know if they have Retro Fitnesses by you guys, but they're one of the less expensive gyms. But I was wearing a Retro Fitness T-shirt when I went to the bar, and a woman said to me in the elevator while we were going up to the third floor, she says, "Do you really want to talk to women, showing them that you have a $20 a month gym membership?" And I said to her, "It's funny how you noticed that, but not my $1,500 watch." I just walked away from her.
Okay,
That's a whole. Ooh, sorry, officer.
I question, do you guys think that where my first job was at Six Flags and I had to interview a lot of people from my department. Do you guys think it's a bad thing that by the time I was interviewing, people did show up with jeans and shirts, right? They weren't outrageous with their hair, sometimes out, sometimes in. I thought that was okay because not a lot of people, especially around their first job, could afford to dress, casual, get like a $20-$30 dress shirt and some $40 slacks.
I mean,
So I thought that
there's
was a
places you
good
can
thing.
go.
I thought that was a good thing that some companies relaxed on that.
I
You
went
can
thrift
come
shopping
as
for
you
my
are,
first
bro.
interview outfit. It cost me $10.
Yeah, I think if you can't dress
You have to,
appropriately for a job interview, then why should we take you
yeah, I mean, but
seriously?
like,
Yeah, it's
again,
not. You can't.
even if it's $10-$5, I would still consider that kind of elitist because some people, again, come from shit hole places where they can't probably get those. Again, we're asking them to look like, I don't know, suits or some shit like that. But like, if they have a clean shirt, some jeans, some
And
nice
they look
shoes, some
clean.
decent shoes or whatever, not dirty, I think that's fine.
I think that's
It should
appropriate
be.
for Six Flags. Like I would feel differently in like
There we go. It
Yeah,
depends on the
yeah.
job.
like I said, it's depending on the
I think that's
job.
kind of elitist in a bit. I don't know.
In my
I am
opinion,
elitist.
in my opinion, it's like
Don't come into a job looking sloppy.
right.
Like I'm sorry, but for Six
Yeah,
Flags or like for like those kinds of jobs, I don't care. Just look clean and don't have
right,
anything like don't wear jeans that are torn.
right.
Just wear regular
Right.
jeans
Yeah,
and
like
wear a nice shirt. Like it's fine for Six
So,
I
Flags.
can understand like the
what if
job.
you get hired? What if you get hired? It's okay to dress casual.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, hell yeah.
yeah.
So I
It's
mean,
Six Flags.
if you say no jeans, no t-shirts when
It's
you're,
Disneyland. Yeah.
during the interview, but then when you get hired, you can wear fucking Hawaiian
Yeah.
shirts and shit.
Absolutely.
There is something incredibly
Absolutely.
toxic about I call it like the mid-market toxicity. There's an incredible ego about a lot of mid-market corporations where they have these significantly higher expectations for individuals in the hiring process. And I don't know why it is this way. I'm the kind of person that, if I'm interviewing for a job, I do not have to work for that company. Like I'm already employed and I'm just exploring my options. And they reached out to me to interview. Like I didn't send them an application. I didn't see a posting. I didn't send it out. I'm going to take the interview as a courtesy. So I'm actually interviewing the person that's interviewing me to see if the company is a good fit for me. More so trying to prove myself as a good fit for the company. There is absolutely no reason why somebody needs to dress up for an interview at Six Flags. It's unnecessary.
Six Flags
And
has a opinion because when I first started there, you did have to dress that way. They had in interviews, but they were a little bit more laxed as I was leaving the door. The job I currently work in now, me as a logistics buyer, you do not have to dress in like you didn't have to have like a button-up shirt or whatever. You just had to dress, you just had to a clean shirt, jeans or whatever. So I mean, I guess I'm hearing, I understand presentation means everything, But I can't imagine telling Neil deGrasse Tyson, no, you can't work for me because you didn't have a nice button-up shirt.
Right.
That's different because I said that yesterday. I said if
Extreme.
somebody
It's a bit
came in
extreme,
with,
but yeah.
yeah, that's a bit different, right? Because like I said this yesterday when we were talking to the dumb bitch. If a person has a resume, what'd you say, Moo Boots?
I said, which one? There's so many that come in and out.
No, he is certified the dumb bitch now. That if I say the dumb bitch, that is that one person.
I think it just depends, like where, like what you're
Black
interviewing
people.
for. Sometimes though.
Wait, now
It's
I
about
want to know
effort,
who.
ain't that Gidget?
Oh, that lady?
No. It's not a woman. It is a man.
Oh.
Who said that black people can be in charge of the hierarchy of white supremacy?
I haven't reached that level of power yet in order to make it happen, but not a white supremacist. I'd establish a black supremacist system. I would.
Right, that's different. No, he was arguing that under the systems of specifically of under the system of white supremacy.
Oh, I've heard his argument. You don't gotta tell me. That's slow shit.
He was deemed the dumb bitch yesterday.
Yeah, I will say this though. I have had you don't have to do too much. You can wear a nice button up. A nice button up regardless of gender, one that fits you well, one that you're comfortable with. If it's oversized, make sure your pants are a little bit more form-fitting if you're a woman. They don't have to be too form-fitting, but something that fits you well. And that could just be your general interview outfit. You don't have to dress like I don't think I've ever had a job where I had a very clean cut, you have to look this kind of way kind of job. However, I will say there was generally certain rules, like don't go in looking a little too risque. Don't go in, looking dirty. Make sure you're clean. Make sure, and another thing. And I feel about this strongly. Shower. I don't care how raggedy the place you work at is or how high end it is. If you try to cover it up with cologne or perfume, we can tell.
I've had an interview for a job like this in a long time. This is interesting because I guess for me I work in the government, so we apply through internal resumes, and then there's an interview process, but it's pretty informal. Mostly we're going based off already established performances. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes people's specializations give them a pretty good leg up. Somebody was like, "What about if it's Neil deGrasse Tyson?" I'm like, "Oh, I mean, yeah, if Neil deGrasse Tyson wants to show up in a fucking sweatsuit and be like, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, I want to work here." It's like, all right, bro, you got it.
But if Neil deGrasse Tyson comes in with
if Neil
filthy
deGrasse
fingernails,
Tyson wanted to show up in a burlap sack, we would still hire him to be.
I wouldn't.
If the resume matches, then I mean, sure.
Good.
I wouldn't. I'd be like, I would sit him down. I would sit him down and I'd look him right in his beady little eyes.
It'd be like,
and I'd
no,
say,
I mean,
are the allegations true?
One of the most important qualities that I look for in
Wait a minute. Which allegations?
Ooh, they were saying Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that too. What'd he do?
Y'all didn't know Neil deGrasse Tyson got allegations of being a TOU. Let's just say he was in the Me Too conversation, and he managed to kind of go under the radar because the accusers of it were Black women. But let me tell you, there were accusations out there, and they weren't nice. And not to mention, there were Black women who have worked with him in the past when he was coming up, who have made certain comments with regards to how he kind of sidelined them. And it's a whole thing. Look it up.
Oh, he a Epstein. He a Diddy. He a P. Diddy.
So one of the major things that I look for in an interview is does this candidate seem like they're going to be easy to mold? Because training is a big part of what I do. So I try to look for qualities that will show me if they're going to be susceptible to the things I have to show them and the things I have to teach them. Am I going to have an uphill battle? How many things do I have to unteach them. You know, how many bad qualities do they have? So I kind of look for those things in an interviewing process, and sometimes not introducing your tie to your belt is an indicator of that. You know.
So trainable. You're looking for someone that's trainable.
I will say this. I don't like interviewing with women. Unless they're like, yeah, I don't, let me not lie. I don't like interviewing with women, period. If a job told me that I had a white female supervisor, I immediately am not going to work there.
Really?
Like, yeah. I mean, because the likelihood of her being a decent person is like 9 times out of 10, she's a bitch. And she's probably the reason they're even hiring. And so, yeah, no. That sounds horrible, but the patriarchy exists. Misogyny is well and alive. I'm sorry, but that is one of the cases in which I just know it always works out in my favor. Like when I'm being interviewed by like an older man, it's never failed me.
No, I've heard that a lot, but I've heard that with Black female supervisors, that we are harder to work with or for, which I don't see that at all. Well, for me personally. But for me, I mean, I'm just stricter. Like I have certain guidelines and those need to be followed, and I lay them out. And if they're not followed, we have a discussion.
I don't think that that's true though, because my brothers and my husband have both told me that every time they've had a Black female supervisor, they've had nothing but the best experiences. And I will say in certain settings, I've had pleasurable experiences. I don't think I've ever had a Black female supervisor myself. So it like, see, the patriarchy's alive because it's men. They're nice to men.
I've had female supervisors and I love them.
No, it's the white women. I fucking hate them. I hate them, honestly. Every time I go into a job, I make sure that I leave that job with at least one white woman fired. And I'm not beyond admitting it.
Bro,
Yeah, and guess what? I'm 3 for 3.
3 for 3.
I'm 3 for 3. They're lucky I'm out of the job market. I'm not interested currently in being employed, but if I was, I'd do it just for that.
Oh no. Show some mercy, baby. It's gonna be all right.
I see it as my contribution to dismantling girl boss feminism, really.
Girl boss feminism. Please explain girl boss feminism. What is that?
Hillary Clinton, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. We're all making it to the top. I'm with her. Oh no, we don't want to talk about intersectionality. All men are dangerous, including Black men. That kind of shit.
Appreciate you.
Oh, not the Espanol.
No, I get it. I get it.
Thank you guys.
What were you saying, HBO?
The feedback. Can we talk about dropping T-Bone a couple of the tiers down on the list, man? I haven't heard him debate in a long time. I thought the criteria that if you haven't really debated that you got to get knocked
He's the
down
owner
was-
of the list.
I will challenge you to a debate right now about racism.
Wait, but would you move yourself down a tier?
I substantiate my claim that Black people can be racist.
Are you in the B tier? Because I'm only
Wait, you
debating B
think-
tier. I gotta get to the
I don't.
top
I'm
of the
not
B
even
tier
in a
first.
tier right now. I'm in F tier. I'm in F tier.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put myself in F tier, work my way up the ladder.
I have a really good topic for you guys.
Bring it up.
I'm gonna send it to you on Discord, T-Bone and Bell.
Copy.
I don't want to piss people off.
What would be your
Well,
stance?
no. Get you. No. Let me stop you right there.
What's the topic?
But you can't just make a comment like that and then not drop the bag, bro. What's talk to me? What's going on? What's the topic? Come on.
Well, no, I want to say it to you in private because I might not be saying it correctly. It needs to be ironed out, so that's why I want to say it to you.
Can you send it to me
offline.
now? Because now I'm intrigued. Can you send it to me?
Yeah.
Hey, what would be your stance on racism if we were to debate? What would be the topic?
There are black individuals that participate in white supremacy to a level that to a level where we can put them in the category of racist individuals.
What?
He said Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, and what you would call
Kanye
as a
West?
coon, right?
But that's not.
Yeah.
But that person's still not a racist because
Yeah,
they're
I
just
would.
like they're just self-hating and mentally ill.
That
I
and that's
think
still
that
part of
if
the
you're a
Anti-black.
black
system.
person that participates in this to a certain level, there has to be a threshold where you can cross over into racism. There has
That
to be.
they will never be able to cross over into it if they're taking their skin with them.
Yeah, I was gonna say
If
if
you
I
are
don't think so
oppressed,
because they don't
you
have that
can't be the
power.
oppressor.
Like
You
even if
can't be
they
oppressed.
have a seat at the oh sorry Israel, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying if you're oppressed, you can't then be the oppressor as well. So that would be a null and void for Clarence Thomas because he too is a part of the oppressed. Look at how he came
Okay,
up.
well let me ask. Let's take this a step further. So, all white people benefit from racism. Yeah, we would agree, right? Are there scenarios where white
I'm not
people do
saying that
not
either.
benefit?
Hold on, pause. I wouldn't necessarily say that all white people benefit from the racism because
Then you
that
don't
was the
believe all
case.
white people are racist.
I didn't say that. I said that this is a racist system.
This is okay. This is okay. Let's bring it back a little bit. Do you
What
believe
white
all white
people
people are
don't
racist? Yes or no?
No, I do not. I believe
Okay,
that
we're not on the same
some
page
white
then.
people benefit from this system, and if the others applied themselves like the others that benefit, then they would all benefit. But not all people are the same. So
wait, there but that's different. Wait, hold on.
All right, I messaged you, T-Bone.
If even if it takes effort to benefit, if all they would have to do is like put that application in and they get a job over a black person, I mean that's an inherent benefit. That's a benefit that they have even without trying. Like even if like I don't know, like even if we look at like homeless people, right? You know that like it's proven that white homeless people get more money when they're panhandling than black homeless people. And that's not for lack of effort because you know what I mean?
Whoa. Gidget is trying to cause problems on this app, gang. She is trying to cause issues.
by default, you
Are you
think?
being a chaos agent, Gidget?
Okay.
You're
Yeah,
being a
I would
chaos
agree
agent.
with that.
No, it
It
was
should
just
be
something
fun.
I've been thinking about, and I just wonder.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Is it FBA bullshit? Please don't tell me
No,
it's
I
no,
think
FBA.
no,
I think
no.
yeah,
I'm
I
not
think Wawa
FBA.
summed it up. Wawa summed it up
And
pretty
you're not.
well. Like not
But go ahead.
having your race be a factor that's like barring from certain spaces and institutions is an inherent benefit. So yeah, they all benefit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
This is
confused.
why they're all inherently racist.
Why do people want to fantasize about feeling racial oppression so bad?
So
That's
boom. That's my entire argument, T-Bone. I win.
Sorry, I was texting something I missed. What was that?
Huh?
oh, that the lack of the lack of barriers to entry for them is an inherent benefit, right? So their race not being something that could immediately disqualify them or cause oppression for them is a benefit. Even if they're not utilizing it, whether or not they're aware of it, it's a benefit.
Was that
I
to
guess
me
you
or to Israel? Because he was the one who
well
was.
well to you, because you said like there are black people who can pass that threshold and that not all white people benefit, right?
Oh yeah, no. But so the way that I would look at this is the poverty line things because we know that white people do have a benefit. I call it a benefit of the doubt aspect when it comes to racism. Dispute this.
What do you mean
But
by that?
when we make the statement that racism affects even white people, this is where we start to look at poverty and how that's played out within the white communities that are so blinded to like the white supremacist system that we're in that they can't even get over the idea of capitalism in the American, right? So there are still benefits that white people do not necessarily get, which
I don't
is
care.
more
Wait, but
classism than racism, but still of a
it's
crossover. But
entirely
nonetheless, right?
classism.
Then the question becomes, well, there's still a crossover within that, right? Because
But
black
the
people
crossover
are
would
put
not
at
be
the
for
bottom
white
of that
people.
class.
That intersecting identity is exclusive to the
That's not
people
how
who
that
have the
works.
intersecting identity.
We've
That's exactly
established
how it
that
No,
works.
it's
but
always
no, no,
been.
no, no, no. That's not. No, 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 no. That's not how that works. Because unless you're saying that the benefit portion doesn't go to those white people, yes, but the crossover is still within the race because the individuals that hold the money within the class are typically those white individuals within our society. So that crossover from classism and racism is still there, right? It just shows that the white people have the benefit of the money in the pockets versus black people.
Wait, no, class and race are independent of one another, but they also can intersect, right? And so this is the issue that I have with a lot of leftists who are class reductionists because they always say, oh, we shouldn't focus on race, we should focus on class solely, right? Because that is something you can do, right? Because again, it doesn't affect them. Racism is not a barrier to entry for them. It's not stopping them from acquiring capital. Yes, is racism a tenet of the current system and is baked into our economic system that, restricts them from reaching to a level of wealth? Sure, you can make that argument. However, they don't have that intersecting identity. And that's why I want all poor people white until racism's abolished.
You say you want all white people what?
I want like all the poor whites to stay poor until racism is abolished. Like I'm content with the system currently. Like if they're racist, they're poor. Sorry. Like I want that level of oppression over them for as long as the system of race exists because it's independent of class, right? But it intersects because Black people live in this country, people of color live in this country. They're engaging with the economic system. Also, the system itself was initially built on the sale of them. And so for me, I don't care. I'm a race abolitionist first before I'm a class abolitionist. Sorry.
Well, let me. Okay, so let me answer a question. Okay, and by the way, I don't think I can defend this position, but I'm going to keep going with it. Individuals who tell Black people that when I take a look at my community, I am ashamed of what we've become and we are a disgrace. We got these YNs running around here causing a muck. And if I can make money, then you can make money as well. And even go as far as to shit on Black people, like our Black women, the same comments that they made about AOC and things of that nature. Do you not believe that that person can participate in, just call me Tom, right? Tom cannot participate in a level of white supremacy so much that is equal to the white man doing the same type of white supremacy out of his mouth. So hold on just a second. Who is that one guy? It was before Charlie Kirk. The nigga couldn't talk right. He was like some old ass nigga, bruh. Hold on.
T-Bone, you can be, there is no way in hell a Black person, and that includes Barack Obama, the president of the United States 2 times back to back, can uphold a system in which he is oppressed, right? In which not Steven Crowder, I think he's talking about the bug-eyed Black dude, the unk who's like, he talks like, I know exactly what you're talking about. But again, he's still a Black person. Self-hate is very different than somebody who's running a multi-million-dollar corporation and is white and is consistently involved in perpetuating these narratives, right? Does that, I don't know.
Would it be
Like,
self-hate? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm not putting a Black person, I'm not putting a Black person who's dealing with self-hate and anti-Blackness on the same levels as these people, because they have, again, a Black person engaging in that behavior is a very obvious sign that they are not just oppressed in the system, but they're further oppressing themselves because they don't understand it.
But would it be being oppressed in the system versus expecting more out of our population of people? You know what I mean? Being critical, but not being anti Black or whatever, but just being very critical because we should not be acting this way. We should not be doing this stuff.
Why not?
We need to be more than this.
Wait, but why not? Why do we always have to be, as a community, even the idea that somebody can get up there and tell us all Black people need to act this way or in a specific manner is anti-Black, right? It's placing us all in a monolith. It's what causes us to constantly face collective punishment at the hands of white supremacy. Because when a white person does something, they're an individual. They're not a part of a collective. When a Black person does
Exhibit
something,
A, folks.
they're a part of. Yeah, but this guy is a victim.
Oh, him?
So then we can stop
Oh,
saying Black
there's
community then.
but can
No.
there be a level? I'm sorry, real quick, and then we can get back to that one. Can there not be a level where we can categorize this motherfucker as racist? I mean, we done heard the clips. We done heard
He
the
can't
clips
be
on social
racist
media. We
because
know
look at how he looks.
I don't know who
He's
he
a
is.
thousand
He's a
percent
part
a
of
grifter.
something bigger than himself. It's
Yeah,
not
unless he
him.
peels his skin. I don't know.
Yeah, he has his
People
own
gotta
set
listen
of
to what he
biases.
says. I've seen a lot of his videos. Just sit there and listen to him. He's a
Oh yeah,
grifter.
I've heard him.
Who is
He
he?
just
I
sits
know
there.
that. I know about him and his partners, and I'm saying his undercover lifestyle.
I've seen him getting
Basically,
eviscerated by white people from the conservative side. I've seen him get eviscerated by Roland Martin. If you just listen to him, he doesn't say anything. He just sits there and
So what
he
you're
gives.
saying is that he doesn't necessarily believe in the shit that he says. He
No,
does it
I
for
don't
No,
think
but
he
even if he
does.
does believe in it, so what? He does not wield or possess any substantial power within the system because he's Black again. So him
But
being Black doesn't change the fact that he's a white supremacist. He's a white supremacist. If that's what you want to hear, then
I
that's
think
exactly what he
so.
is. But is he a racist?
Someone
No,
just said in the
because
comments he's a tool of white supremacy, and I feel like you can be a you. I don't know. I'll have to word this differently and bring it back to you guys. I'll work on the argument. We'll
like the thing,
restructure it.
my
Get back
issue
to it.
is like he's a white supremacist, and you can be a white supremacist and be Black. You can be a white supremacist and be brown. You can be as long as you are upholding white supremacy and you hold that close to your heart, you can be that. But now, does he wield power in the system? No. Is he still Black at the end of the day? Yes. And so where does it stem
Yes.
from? He's still going to be so lower down in that system. He's begging for a crumb. He can't be at the top of a system that has him looking like a fool, talking negatively about himself. Think about it this way. Every time he opens his mouth and he says bad things about Black people, he's saying it about himself. It also applies to him.
I guess it makes sense. I don't know. So I guess the furthest I'm gonna get is white supremacist. Like I could tag him as a white supremacist, but no further.
Yeah. But that's
a tool of that. Yes.
yeah, he's a white supremacist. There's some of the biggest white supremacists I've met have actually not been white people.
Yeah, I'd agree. The coons be cooning.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
The Hispanic community, oh my God, they uphold white supremacy like no other. The Middle Eastern community, certain like fragments of the Middle Eastern community uphold white supremacy like no other.
Because it's a belief, so anybody can be that.
Man, I'll take it. I mean, it sounds weird rolling off the tongue, a Black person being a white supremacist, but I mean, I take what I can get with that. I think that's good enough ammunition.
Yeah.
So Tom, do you like my topic?
What was the topic?
Yeah. What would you like to bring the topic up again?
No, I'll iron out with you on the side.
Okay, no, we need to know because we're not about to be passing notes behind people. I want to know because Gidget, you are not prone to saying unhinged things. And so now I gotta know.
Okay. So here's
You
the
go over
question.
the first one or the second one?
Actually, I'll do the second one. Is there such thing as a Black community? And why? Right?
Oh.
I don't think that's a crazy topic.
I mean, to be honest, like I have nothing to do with what's going on in other people's houses. Like I don't take out their trash. We don't work together. We don't we're individuals, right?
No.
No,
No?
Yeah, that's a
And
no.
I've
good
seen it
I
before.
question.
Thank you,
think,
Wawa. I've seen it in the Red Pill lives.
Yeah,
yeah, I think that um, Black people in the society are forced to be communal, and the only people that look at Black people as if we're individualistic are the ones who we were just talking about. Um, we have no choice but to um, what is the word I'm trying to say? We have no choice but to be a community because they don't separate us. We can't do that, right? Like, is it a good community? Is there work that needs to be done within the community? Are the people that need to be put out of the community? Yeah, yes. But I don't think individualism is a thing in the Black
I don't
community or
know.
with Black people for real.
Because to be quite honest with you, like before I even got on TikTok, I never knew there was such a thing as the Black community. We were just living our lives, just living our lives. You know what I mean?
Wait,
So that's why it trips me out
Where are
when I
you
hear
from?
Black community.
Where are you from? What state?
I'm from Illinois.
but that's what I mean. You've never
Chicago?
been to. Wait,
Well,
Gidget.
huh?
Gidget.
Yes.
Gidget, honey. Gidget,
Yes.
Gidget,
Strawberry.
Gidget.
Yes.
Gidget.
Yes.
You got a Black mama?
Huh?
You have a Black mama?
Yes. I have a Black mom and I had a Black dad.
Okay, and you have Black
But I
children?
also have a white stepdad.
And that's great. But do you have Black children?
I have one Black daughter, yes.
Okay, period. And did you grow up in a predominantly Black church?
No.
Okay, and did you have Black people around you? Aunties, uncles, cousins?
No.
Okay.
Was your school majority white?
At first it was it was like different race because I lived in Germany, went to school on base.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
when we came over here to the States, I went to a high school where there's only 6 Black people total.
Okay, but what about extended family? Did you have extended family around at all in any capacity?
Yeah, we have extended family visit.
Okay, and what about your immediate neighborhood, right? The grocery stores you patron, the salons you frequent, are these spaces where Black people are present?
Not really, no.
You don't get your hair done at a Black salon?
I mean, unless I go and travel, but I do it myself.
Huh. And where do you purchase these products, online or at the beauty supply?
The beauty supply.
I
To
feel
be fair,
like
those are usually owned by Asian people.
yeah, but I mean, you're gonna be around Black people who are there. I don't know. I feel like that's a you thing though, because for me, it's always been about not like so much as like. I feel like that's going to be an experience that's kind of exclusive to you because your community would be the people who surround you,
right?
Regardless of race, and then you also have a greater Black community, as in if you're out there within your like area working and collaborating with people in any capacity, more often than not you see this happen in religious institutions or like I don't know, that would be your community, right? The Black community of that area. It's not like this like rigid thing where you're checking in with one another constantly, but it's like I see you. But there's always been a Black community. I feel like if you haven't interacted with it, that's different.
Yeah, I've never really, like I said, before TikTok, I never even heard of the Black community.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense because you've never had Wait, no, Gidja, I don't believe this. I'm sorry, I don't believe this.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way.
I don't believe this. This is a lie. This is a lie, and you're lying to me on my data plan.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't like that. Don't lie to me on my data plan, Gidget, because I know you're older than I am. And because you're older than I am, I know that your parents are they're of that generation. And so there's no way in hell you had parents who didn't sit around and have conversations with regards to a greater, wider Black community, in particular being from Illinois. I don't believe you.
Well, we didn't have conversations like on that capacity as like, we're a Black community. That's something that was never talked about. I mean, when I was raised in Germany for 15 years and then moved to the States the last 4 years of my high school, I mean, we talked about things that have happened in the past, but as far as like communal like spaces, different neighborhoods. I mean, we were taught to stay out of those areas, you know, so
No,
it
I
was
mean, there's a distinct difference between designating a space to a community, right?
Mhm.
Versus discussing a community as a collective of people. I'm starting to think Germany is a problem. Me too, Wawa.
No, Germany is beautiful. I
Germany's
mean, we lived
definitely a
off
problem.
coast. I mean, it was beautiful. Loved it.
But you've been exposed to another set of life issues, a different style of living.
Mhm.
You weren't necessarily in the midst of things here in America as a
No,
kid.
no.
I
Yeah. So,
know.
but are you religious? Do you go to church?
Not as much as I want to, but I am.
Okay. And so, have you been to a Catholic church, a Baptist church?
Catholic
No,
church.
I feel like you have to be going out of your way to not be around niggas. I'm sorry. And I say this as somebody who's
That's
from
what.
deep in the
I
valley,
go where
Southern
I go where
California,
I am
born
comfortable.
and
I
raised in
go
the like I was
where
There's
I
born
nothing
in
wrong
have
with that. I
I go
mean,
where I
no.
have like similar interests, right? I
So you don't have
go
any intersecting interests with niggas?
if my interest doesn't take me there, I
Like
mean, it is
what?
what it
Give me
is.
an
do
interest.
you like date black men or no?
If I find a good one.
Because I
What's
found
your
black people in
definition of a good
China,
one?
honey.
You what?
I found black people in
No,
China.
that's good, but I just go with where I'm connected to. So whoever I
But where
connect
are
to,
you
that's who I
connected
go.
to? Because to me, it's a little bit scary hearing somebody say, I go where I'm connected to, and you say that, and then you haven't found black people at the end of that trail.
I mean,
So
there's
to me,
black
that's a
people
bit.
around me. I'm not saying there isn't. There's black people around me. I
There's black
just,
people. And what do you think of the black people around you?
they're fine. I mean, I don't think of anything really.
You don't think of yourself as being in community with them?
A part of
No,
that vibe, you don't see
No?
yourself as a part of
no.
that vibe with me?
Why not?
I think the only thing that we share is our skin tone. That's it.
Oh. And how would you know that though?
Because that's it.
But how would you know?
Like, I don't go out looking for people, if that's what you're saying.
Wait, no, because you said I don't have any interest with them beyond skin color. But how would you know that if you've have you had deeper conversations with these people?
I mean,
Have
I
you
talk, so that it doesn't sound like I talk to them, right? I mean, they're people, so I just talk to people, but I normally just gravitate to people I have common interests to. So if it happens to be a black person, cool. We have common interests and other things, not just our skin tone. But if it happens to be someone of another race, then cool with that. It's just that we have that certain thing that we're both
but
interested
like
in.
what?
So it's nothing about race that would like drive me to be with that person or talk to them just because of our race. No.
But what are these interests that don't include black people?
No, it doesn't say it doesn't include black people. I'm saying if it doesn't, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, there's black people
But
that are interested in the same thing I am.
but those people, if you have a black person who is around you, is
Mhm.
share, and they don't have to be completely exactly like you. You're never gonna find anyone who's like that in life, right?
Exactly.
But I would label myself as being in community with people in proximity to me, period. And that goes into broader communities. And then that goes into, okay, you have the wider community, then you have little pockets within the community. So it would be who I share intersecting identities with, like women, okay, women in my immediate community, okay, black people in my immediate community, okay, Muslim people in my immediate community. So it's weird to me how you phrase it as like a very individualistic experience, and then you're saying like, oh well, I don't have interests that are in common with them. Like what are your interests?
I don't know. I'm an introvert. I like movies. I like concerts.
Niggas don't like movies and concerts?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I don't have anything interesting or that I share with black people. I'm just saying if it so happens that black people like the same thing I do, cool, we'll hang out. Same thing with race. It is not a race thing for me. If we don't
But
have
I'm not
anything in
saying
common, we're not going to hang out. It is what it
wait,
is.
but I feel like you're saying it has to be. I feel like when you say it has to be a race thing, what do you mean by that?
No, it doesn't have to be a race thing is what I'm saying. It has to
But
be
what
a
does that mean by that?
commonality. Like our entrance has to combine. It has nothing to do with race. That's what I'm saying. And if they happen to be black, then cool, they're black. If they're not, then cool too. It's like, it doesn't matter to me. It's just that common interest is what matters to me. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so then what do you base your identity off of?
I'm just a black woman. That's it.
Why are you basing your identity on your race rather than your interests?
I don't know.
Because if you're gravitating towards people based on interests, then why is the first thing that comes to mind when you say,
Well, you said
I'm just a
identity.
black woman?
So identify as a woman. I'm a black woman. Now, if you want to say what are my interests, like, you know, there's different things I am interested in that takes me to different places. And
Am I making sense? Okay, thank you. Because I'm really like, I like hearing, okay, go ahead, Ketcha, sorry.
no, go ahead.
I feel like your interests are also a part of your identity, right? The things that you consume, the things that you read, the things that you watch, the people that you love, the places you've grown up in. These are all parts of what builds up your identity as a whole, right? But then for you to say, it's like, for you to just say it, I'm just a black woman, right? And then earlier to say you're not in community with black people. That black identity for me is tied to a lot of my interests as well, because they're the same people who helped me build up those interests, right? They're who raised me. They're who I befriended along the way. They're like, I'm in community with my blackness in a way that's different than you. So when you say it, is it just I'm racially black?
I guess I am. I mean, because I don't know what you're saying. Because, like, I mean, I'm just, my experience are different. I mean, everyone's experience are different. You know what I mean? Like, it's not grounded in one group of people.
Do you consider yourself culturally black, though?
Sure, that makes sense.
Like culturally black American, I would say, since you were born here.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Okay.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It's literally
Gidget?
Gidget,
delve deeper.
I mean, it doesn't. But I would say, I think there is a difference depending on like where you grow up, right? Because I grew up in Atlanta. So like when I think of, I don't think of it as the black community. I just think of it as my community, right? Like I would read stories to the kids. I was always volunteering in the community. I was always out with people,
that's different.
right? I was in the community, right?
Yeah.
And I grew up in a black city. My school was black, majority black, like all that shit. So I think there is a big difference. That's why I asked you what state you were from.
Yeah.
And what part, because I can understand if you like. For my first 6 years of life, I was in upstate New York. Whole different experience, right? And I right, but. I mean, I can see where you're coming from, Gidget.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like downing anybody. I'm not downing anybody. I'm not saying anything like that. It's just I don't have that connection because my roots aren't grounded here, I guess is the best way I can say. My roots are not grounded here.
Wait, your roots don't have to be grounded here.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, you don't have to have your roots grounded here to, I feel like, and I'm just going to say it because I'm not going to sit here and lie to you, girl. You sound crazy. Love you down. Big fan of the show, but you sound crazy because I come from an Afro-Arab background, right? And I have lived in the Middle East. I've lived in Africa. I've lived in all of these different places all throughout my life. I mainly lived in the Valley, though, and it's a predominantly, like, not the Valley necessarily, but like Southern California. And so it's a very predominantly white area, and never once have I felt like my community, my blackness has to have like a specific location. I'm a nigga everywhere I go. Everywhere
That's not what I said, Strawberry.
I'm serious. I was in China. I was a nigga. I was listening to Afrobeats music. I found the niggas. I go to Europe. What do? I find the black people. I'm like, it's not even that I'm looking
I don't go searching.
or hunting
I
for
just
them.
go wherever I'm like close to, like whatever connects to me. Like if I make friends with someone, that's who I gravitate to. It's not. I don't go searching.
Oh no, I'm gonna go search.
But Gidget,
I do not do that.
But Gidget, for you, I'm not a searcher. But my people find me, and my people come melanated most of the time. 9 times out of 10. right?
Yeah.
And that's just because, and it's not even like, I'll give you an example. I grew up in an area where surfing was really common, and so we would go out surfing, and it was mostly like white people, time and time again. We went up to NorCal for the first time to go out surfing there, and I remember being like maybe 15, 16. I came across all these black surfers. I was like, hang on, we got niggas on boards. It wasn't that. It was me doing something I was interested in, coming across people who were like me, and that added a layer to my enjoyment of that thing, right? I feel like if you go search, there's like, for you to say I'm searching for my interests, or I just do whatever I'm interested in, and to not find black people in these spaces, to me, that's crazy.
I didn't say I do not find black people happen to be in those spaces. Fine. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not
But it's not just
searching.
fine. Why is it just fine for you?
Because I'm not searching on people based on race, Strawberry. Like, I don't care.
Wait, but no, I'm not. Okay. What do you see? No, this is really difficult for me, because when I come across another black person, I don't see them as just another black person and, oh my God, all we have in common is color. No, I see that as somebody who perhaps has an experience that intersects with my own. And so I don't have to go out of my way to fully explain things to them, but I'm also interested in them because they're a multifaceted human being who just happens to share an identity with me, right? And so to me, it's almost one of the like, if you asked me to list out all of the things that make my friends who are black amazing, black would probably be like it wouldn't even cross my mind, right? But it's there because it's how I interact with them, right? It's always in the undercurrent because, again, they're black, right? And so the way they interact with the world is going to be different than the way other people interact with the world, the way I interact with the world, the way you interact with the world. It's just it's kind of funny to me because it's like, even your interests, how well are you exploring your interests if you don't explore your interests through every lens you're possibly capable of exploring it through?
I do explore it. I go to places that I know that has my interests. I go to places that I know and people that I know.
But like you said, music earlier, right?
Yes, I love music.
You're going to concerts, right? You're in that to me would mean you're in community with fans of said artist or whatever, right?
Right.
What kind of music are you listening to?
Alternative.
Okay. Like alternative rock,
Alternative rock, yeah, mostly.
And you don't find niggas there?
There's some, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even if, like, in those spaces, no, in those spaces, if there are people like me there, that's awesome. But we still have to have, like, you know, some type of connection to be friends. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with race. It's just whatever it is.
No, but when you word it in this way, it makes me feel like, oh, well, I'm not just going to be your friend because, you know, we're both just black. But to me, nobody's saying that. It's just, I don't know. I feel like you look at, like, I'm so confused. Rico nasty. I love Rico. But it's, oh my God.
Yeah, I just go with the flow. Just like, you know.
You're not going with the flow. You're obstructing the flow.
How am I obstructing the flow?
You're obstructing the flow because if you don't allow yourself to engage with your identity in a more meaningful way, if you don't engage with your blackness in a more meaningful way, in a way that's intentional, in a way that allows you to fully embrace yourself and view it more than just a label, view it more than just an identity, that's just like, oh, you're black, right? Then you're not truly engaging with what it means to be a black person. You don't have a whole nigga experience and it's fun as hell.
Okay, Strawberry.
No, because even in Germany, like, okay, you're in Germany, you're going to see Afro-German people.
Yes.
And those Afro-German people are going to be in community with one another. They're going to have varying interests. I have friends who honestly don't even like each other, but I like them both separately. Doesn't make them any less my friends. Does that make sense?
No, I see your point.
But I feel like when you see like that black label to you, you're like trying to fight it versus embrace it in a way that's more meaningful.
No.
Belle, don't put up this topic. Belle, change this topic right now.
It has nothing. It's just going with the flow. Whatever I like, whoever I come in contact with, if we're friends, we're friends. It doesn't really matter.
Why is Belle at the top of this topic?
So when I see another black person, I just immediately get happy. It gives my heart joy. So I levitate and gravitate towards those types of people that I share that shared interest with. Now, don't get me wrong. I have white friends. I have Asian friends. I have Puerto Rican friends. I have a lot of different types of friends.
Yeah.
But when I see someone that resembles my everyday life, my struggle, yeah, I want to be
Belle,
next to
I
that.
know you heard me
But
change
how
the
do you know
fucking
the struggle? See,
background,
that's what I'm
Belle.
telling you. Like, not every one of us are the same, because not all of
Yeah,
us have the same struggles, right?
right.
Our experiences are going to be different. We're going to gravitate to people who have that shared experiences, and everyone's experiences are going to be different.
Yeah. Not all
Wait,
of
but
us.
I know that. I feel like it's like you. I don't pigeonhole black people or any group of people, right? But I will always have more in common with a lower income black person than I will with a lower income white person.
That's the point.
And see, I don't look at any of that. I just
You don't look at
vibe.
that. I do.
I vibe. I don't care about, the color or their income or their status or anything like that. Just if we vibe, we vibe. That's it.
No, because the vibe is built on it's built on a system. It's baked into you, mama. You can't escape it. You can run, but you can't hide. And that's why I make sure
Gidget,
when
I
I
have a
see
question. So they never told you like, oh, you're really smart. You ain't never heard like a white person tell you that?
I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. I know when someone's trying to be facetious. Please believe it. I know that.
No, they're not being facetious. That's a macroaggression
I
because
know,
they
I
don't.
know,
They,
I know,
yeah,
and I let them know about it. So I'm not disputing that. I'm not saying that I'm unaware of these things. I'm fully aware of these things.
but when you
But
say
I
you
do not
just
spend my
vibe,
time.
I'm
I'm
just
sorry?
saying like, how do you say you just vibe and then in turn you say you address it when it happens? To me, it sounds like there should be a distinction because if you just vibing, then you wouldn't care.
I have a small circle of people. So
But I'm
just
saying in general, like, right, like, because these things tend to happen to people that we don't know, right? You're in class, you're minding your business, you're doing your black girl rock thing, black woman rock thing, and then you're just doing you, and then they're like, oh my gosh, you're so smart.
yeah, I address that real quick.
Also, Bill, you have me muted because I came in here and said, why are you hosting this topic?
it's
Girl,
impossible to
It's
not
my
see
fault.
color.
It's my
And when
fault, Cascade.
no, it's Tyler Bluntman's fault according to
when
Aqua.
I will say this, you can't say you to the person who said because she doesn't see color. That's a lie. Anyone who tells you that they don't see color means they don't see you. It means that they're denying
I
the
never say that.
history.
Yeah,
No,
I
to the
never say that.
common.
I never say that because I think that's
Yeah,
stupid.
but you are kind of colorblind, low key.
No, I'm not. I'm fully aware, but I rather get to know that
Be
person
honest.
on the
You pass
inside.
by a trailer park, you see them looking. I know you're judgmental,
I
Gidget.
guess Gidget,
I
I
am
just
very
don't understand why.
judgmental.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Gidget, I guess
what framework do you judge people on? Because
okay, go ahead.
I judge black people way less harshly
And why is that?
because I'm black.
I judge everybody equally. I'm harsh
No,
because humans are fucking nasty. Black, white,
no,
Asian, I don't trust.
no. I have a hierarchical system, and I'll be the first to admit it. I will always be a lot more soft and gentle on the people who share intersecting identities with me, other than the woman one, unless they're women of color.
No.
It does matter. That's why I want you guys oppressed. I want you guys to feel the full brunt of poverty to the white people, so that's my only method of oppressing them, if I'm being honest.
Mm-mm-mm.
Because they don't ever want to address race. All of a sudden, then I'm class blind. I can't see.
Nah, I refuse to live my life like that.
You don't think it would
You can refuse it, but it
fun to
exists.
oppress a white person? You don't think that would be fun?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You don't think it would be fun to oppress a white person?
Hell no. No, that's evil. No.
I've done it.
No.
I've done it. I've done it multiple times, and I'll do it
I
again.
always think of
Honestly,
karma. Anytime I do something that I think is like disgusting or disturbed, I always think about karma. So I try not to do things to intentionally to harm
Now,
people.
where's the white people's karma though?
I don't
oh,
know,
it's coming.
Kiba. I don't know.
It's coming for the ones who don't deconstruct and work towards a.
Wait, Gidget, you don't believe in enacting your own karma?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry.
I said you don't believe in enacting your own karma?
Not evil, not negative. I try to do good. Hopefully I get good in return. But I don't intentionally try to harm people. No.
Oh, girl.
You know what's funny?
I know that sounds stupid, but I can't. And when I do, I feel bad about it. And I always apologize.
Gidget.
I always apologize when I do.
Apologize to the
Your
white man.
ancestors or not?
It's crazy.
I do. I don't like being mean. I apologize when I
Gidget.
do.
Gidget, do you hear from your ancestors or not?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Cascade.
Do you hear from your ancestors or not?
I do. I like to speak with them. Yeah.
And girl, they okay. All right, I'm finna go.
And what color are they when you're speaking to them? No, I'm kidding.
Ain't no way you telling me.
No,
Ain't no way you telling me that
honestly,
you don't harm people.
Cascade, to be
and your
honest with you.
ancestors not screaming.
To be
in your-
on
it-
Cascade,
no,
to be
no. Wait. Let me ground my argument in what I'm saying, because to me
Okay.
it sounds like what you're talking about is a disconnect between your spirituality and who you are as a person. Because it does not make sense to me to say that I don't harm people when these people have years and years and years of doing shit to us. So I don't think that you would get any quote bad karma from doing some shit to a white person that they've done to us for years and years and years. So how are your ancestors not screaming to your soul, girl, get your motherfucking lit back, bitch? I mean, and I'm saying disrespectfully.
No, I understand that, but no, I don't feel and I don't believe that my ancestors would be proud if I were to do what they done to us.
Don't speak on their behalf.
I just don't have it in me, you guys. And
You
when I
don't
do
have
say
it in
something
you.
mean, and when I, do stuff mean that does actually harm somebody, I do end up apologizing because that's just not who I am.
Wait, but Gidget, if you're saying that you talk to your ancestors, then you do have a Black community. Your family, that's
Yeah,
a
my
community.
family, that's my
That's a
community.
community, though. That's a communal group of people. So, like, if you look at, have you ever taken a sociology course?
Yes.
Okay, then Gidget, you know better. Don't sit up here going, I don't know what the Black community is. That's just you being,
My
you know.
family, yes, but the outside
That's your
world, like,
community.
no, I have no control of what they do. Just like they don't have
Wait,
control over what I do.
that's not what a community is, though. You don't have to be in control of your
Or
communities.
helping or assisting in any kind. I don't know.
But Gidget, no, a community is okay. I feel like
The community is there to help, correct? You're helping
not
one
just to
another.
help, not just to help.
Hold on, my phone's about to die.
I feel like that's a very like you took sociology. Wow. No, this is insane to me because if you've taken a sociology course, you know this. It's like to be in community doesn't necessarily, I feel like you're already looking for a benefit out of it, right? You're already like looking to almost capitalize off of these people when you say to benefit, right? And I've seen it always looked at on TikTok, at least from the framework of Black owned businesses and things like that. And that's not what it is. It's so much more than that. It's the people that you've had conversations with. It's the people that you're close to. It's your ancestors. That's your community. That's who they are. Like, I feel like you fighting against this is, it's like, I feel like your qualm isn't with the idea of community. I feel like your qualm is with the idea that you feel like you're not responsible for all Black people. And that's true. You're not.
Mm-hmm.
But that has nothing to do with there being a Black community. There is, and you're part of one. You're part of one right now in this moment. The fact that you and I are having this conversation and we're both Black, we're in community.
I see your point.
And that's why your username is Recovering Addict 2020. I suggest you don't talk to me or you'll pick up the needle.
Oh, what?
Oh, the person in the comments. Yeah.
Well, I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not mad at anybody.
Yeah, well, what do you mean I can't stop you from picking up the needle? I don't want to. What are you talking about? Are you okay? Can you guys invite this person up? Because they have a lot to say, and I have a
That
lot
was
of
that white
questions.
person from earlier. Yeah, I remember them.
I wasn't here. I have questions.
Yeah, they were talking about black people suck and stuff like that. I heard
Which
them
is crazy because you're a chubby addict. So what's going on? Where are your priorities?
What were you saying, TT, about hating black people? What was that?
Excuse me, but no, I didn't say I have black people. I actually have who I consider a brother of mine who is black. So don't sit there and call me or say I'm anything that I am not.
You are an addict. That's the only thing I've called you.
You can go after it. That's fine. You can attack my past all you want to.
It's your current.
Because that's not the person I
It's your
am today.
current. It's your
so
current.
keep it coming. Keep coming.
It's your
keep coming.
current.
Anything else?
Addiction
You
is
got
a
anything
lifelong
new?
disease. You will always be an addict.
You got anything new you want to say, or you gonna use
God.
old bullshit?
You
Can
from
you
That's
stop?
what I thought.
You
Wait,
from
can you stop
Mississippi?
being a thug for a
No,
second?
can you stop?
Can you
Can
stop
you
being
stop?
a thug for
Can
a
you stop?
second? I
Can
know
you
you
stop?
used to be off
Act
the
like you know
rocks,
everything?
and so your brain
Can
isn't
you?
as
Can
like
you?
calm as the rest
Can
of
you?
ours.
Can you? Can you?
Well, stop being
Can
what?
you?
Can I
Can
stop
you?
what?
Can you?
Are you
Can you?
sober?
I'm perfectly sober,
How
baby.
long have you been
Perfectly
sober?
sober. None of your fucking business.
Well, I'm curious because you're slurring your
It's none of your
words
fucking
and you
business.
sound a bit.
And it's none of your fucking business. You can
So,
pass
TT,
judgment
is
on
there a
me all you
reason?
want
What's going
to.
on? You're
That's
saying
fine.
hypocrisy. What's
That's
going on,
fine.
TT?
It's fine.
TT.
It's hypocrisy because if a white person talks about community, we're white supremacists.
That's
But
not
black
true.
people can talk about community and it's okay.
My
So why are you
community.
making it about yourself,
What?
though?
That's
No.
where.
Why are you
No,
making it
I'm not
about
making
yourself?
it
This
about
Where'd you get
myself.
conversation
that
had
I'm
nothing
from?
to do
not.
with white people.
I'm not. I just
But this
find it like
conversation had
so
nothing
many
to do with white
things.
people, TT.
So many things that have been said when you look at it from a different perspective,
Wait, but
it
we
is
have.
hypocrisy.
What is the
It is
well, TT? What
hypocrisy.
does the white community mean to you?
The same thing as the black community, because I got friends everywhere.
Okay, so elaborate on it. What is the white
It's the same
community?
thing.
You're not
I
okay.
don't know
So
a
you saying
collective group
TT?
of people of the same skin
Yeah,
color.
but TT,
I mean,
you saying the same thing isn't going in depth on like what exactly you mean by that. Like if we
Yeah.
say what makes up the black community or what we mean by that, we can give you descriptors. That's what we're asking for. So like, what are the descriptors
see,
of the
that's
white community?
okay. So, okay, I'll explain. I don't see in such a small view. I guess that's the way I'm trying to put it.
But that's
Like
not
I don't see skin color as a group. Okay,
And
because like I said earlier, I don't see skin color.
what do you
I
mean
see
by
another
that?
human
Because
being.
earlier you said you have a
I'm
black
trying
brother.
to.
How did you know he
I
was
am
black?
trying to explain that. I'm trying to. If you be quiet, I can explain it. But if you're going to interrupt me, you're not going to get the full thought.
Okay, but can you
Okay.
talk a little bit lower because you're yelling at me and I don't. It's
Well,
making
I'm
me
not yelling at
nervous.
you. I'm not yelling at
It's
you. My phone
And
is
lower your
far
voice,
away
please,
from me.
TT.
I'm not yelling at you.
Lower your voice.
What do you want me to do? Whisper? You
Lower
want me to
your voice.
whisper?
No, talk at the same tone as us. You're screaming. I feel like I'm in a Piggly
I'm not
Wiggly in
screaming.
Alabama. I'm scared.
I am not screaming.
Okay.
How am I
You are
screaming?
screaming. You're very like
Oh my gosh.
agitated.
Okay. Anyways,
Very
I
aggressive.
do not see color.
TT, may I
I
ask you
do
a
not
question?
see. I'm not done with my thought.
But
I do not see color. I do not see groups of individuals. I don't see all that. I see us as a whole. I see us as humanity. I see us all bleed the same color red. I see us breathe the same air, all of that. And I wish that people would stop with this black and white and Asian and this and that and just stop it. Just stop
Okay.
it.
All right, TT.
Because in no way, shape, or form has this view benefited anybody's community in any way.
All right, TT.
Wait, but how did you know he
So
was
here's
black?
the thing, TT.
Thank you.
Like, what of our conversation that had nothing to do with you or your white community made you want to come up
I
here
don't
and
have
start?
a white community. Thank you.
Hold on, and
I don't
start
have. Well, if you're
yelling
gonna
at
say
people.
it, get it right. If you're gonna
And
say
start
it, get it
yelling
right.
at people.
I don't have a white community.
Okay, so
If
then
you're
what
gonna
of
state
you
it,
But then what did you
upset
come
you?
here to argue
Wait a
for?
minute. Wait, TT. So now we're getting confused because you said if you look at it from a different perspective, black people people talking
Yeah,
about
from
their
somebody who
community.
does
Hold on,
not
Ida,
see
give me
color.
just hold on, give me
I'm
just 1
telling
second.
you.
I was almost done. I was almost done.
No, but
Right?
nobody's letting
From
me
the
finish my
perspective, hold on,
thought before
give me 1
jumping me,
second,
though.
TT.
That's
Give me
the
one. Yes,
thing.
I just want for you to understand where the disconnect is so that you can explain it properly for me. Because I'm getting confused. If you're coming up
But
here
I'm
and
not
saying that
talking
there's
to just
hypocrisy
you,
when those,
though.
I understand that. So when you're talking about there being hypocrisy in the lens that you're looking at it in, and we were talking about the black community, and then you came up here to say what is in the white community, right? How you would describe that. And now you're saying that there's no such thing as a white community to you. Where are we going with this
Not to me, there's
conversation?
not. No,
Okay,
But
so
not
that,
to me, there's not.
but then what is that what you're upset about, TT?
It's hypocrisy. It's
But
hypocrisy
TT, why
when
are
you
you
look at it.
jealous? TT, how come you don't
I'm
just
not
start a
jealous.
you are
I'm
jealous. You
not
came up here because
jealous.
you're
No, I'm not.
jealous.
I am.
You're jealous
I
that
am
other people
perfectly
have a community
happy.
and you
No,
don't.
no, no, no.
I'm in
That's
community
fine. I
with
don't
white
want a community.
people.
If it's
I'm in
anything like
community with
this,
other
I
white
don't want a
people.
community. I don't want a community if it's like this.
Okay,
But
okay. I have a
we don't
question for
want you
you,
in our
TT.
In no way,
community.
shape, or form have
TT.
y'all
But
proven to me that being a part of any community is of any good.
But TT, you're
So,
saying we have to prove something to
plain
you.
and simple.
You're a chubby addict from the middle of bumfuck
I'm not a
USA.
chubby
Hold on,
addict.
Strawberry. Hold on,
Oh my
Strawberry.
god, that's
TT,
so
can I have a
funny.
one-on-one
I
with
want you to
you?
prove you're sober.
No,
That's the only
I
proving that
really
needs to
want
happen
her to
here.
keep trying to
Well,
attack me
TT,
personally.
I want to
Like
have a
it fucking
conversation with
matters.
It's not
you.
an attack.
Can we
It's
have a
the
conversation,
Keep
truth.
please,
going.
The
TT?
truth.
Keep going.
Can we
Keep
have a
going.
conversation, TT?
No, I want her to keep attacking me personally.
Because
No,
she
no,
has.
no.
Because
Go
why?
ahead.
Because you didn't have a mama.
Go ahead. I did have a mama. Thank you. That's why I'm
And
here.
what happened to your mama? The rocks
Are
took
you
her.
fucking kidding
The
me? Are
rocks
you
took
kidding
her.
me?
Mama
No,
was off the
actually,
hooch when she
no,
birthed you. Two
no,
eyeballs on the side of your head like a fish. Is that what
I
was
don't have to
going on?
personally attack somebody to feel like I'm bigger and better, but apparently you do.
You're not better than me. You're a poor addict who's chubby. And you sound like you literally have
try
marbles
again.
beneath your tongue. You will never be better
Try
than
again.
me.
TT, we were having
Those
a
are
very
facts.
nice conversation.
Try again.
TT,
Try again.
we were having a very nice conversation.
Try again.
And you
And
came
she
up
had to bring her
here
ghetto in here.
and you had to destroy it and center yourself.
I destroyed it because I have a different
Yes,
view on
just like
things.
you destroyed your molars with your addiction, TT. You're a
So
problem.
sorry. So sorry.
TT, how many teeth do
I'm
you
not a
have?
problem.
Bro.
No.
TT, you
TT,
are
them.
an
have you used
addict.
today, TT? Did you use anything today?
She's
This is
jonesing.
You need to
menacing.
call your sponsor. Go call your sponsor.
Okay, keep going.
She's fiending as we
Do you have any
speak.
new
Call your
Her
sponsor,
jaw
TT.
slinging
is
side
there
to
any
side.
like new
It
material
sounds like a
that you
tooth
can
fell
come
out.
up
Go
with?
get it and go call your sponsor.
No, I'm
I
good.
do
I'm
want
good.
to. I
No,
do want
thank
to point.
you. I
I do want to
appreciate
point one
it.
thing. I do want to point one thing out though. I want to point out though that this is white privilege at its finest. Like when TT says dumb. When TT says, I'm still talking TT, and I am a mod. I will mute you. When TT says dumb shit, like I don't see color. I'm glad that you think you're holier than thou attitude's going to bleed over into this conversation. But I will point to you throughout history that everyone else seems to really see color because I can just point to courts and look at how my rights were outlined for me, rather than being inherent to my existence on this landmass, right?
And thank you for bringing
We can
that
just
up.
start with that.
Thank you for bringing that up. And officer, let me expand on that. The fact that TT is walking amongst society, eyeballs hanging out the skull, jaw swinging side to side, nary a coherent thought between that skull, right? You would have to shake her loose to get a full sentence. The fact that she's walking around and isn't behind bars is exactly why I'm always going to be a classist. I will oppress you utilizing class. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're a hoodlum. You're a thug. You literally are an addict who got up here and said, we have to prove something to you. Why? Because you're the spawn of an overseer? You come from a long line of cousins. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're not owed anything, TT. And if you're the true Trump supporter like you are, then maybe you should be reaching out to RFK and getting raw milk, right? Instead of getting up here talking to us. Get raw milk on a live and stop talking to us because you said, there's no white community. You got kicked out of your community because you robbed them so that you can get your next score.
I just don't know where we also get off saying that like we don't see color, because it was certainly about color when we were assassinating black leaders or whenever we were making political hit jobs against them, or whenever the CIA and FBI were infiltrating black movements, or when we were trying to change laws of firearms so that people couldn't arm themselves to defend against the racist white people that were marching against them, even after
Officer,
multiple
you're
civil rights bills. I just don't understand where it wasn't about
Officer, you're
race.
making too many good points. If you don't see color, TT, how did you know that your alleged brother is black?
That was my question.
I've been asking that from the
Are we
beginning.
really gonna act that simple-minded? Are we seriously gonna act that simple-minded?
You already started there, dear. Sorry.
Are you kidding me
How
right
did
now?
you know he was
sorry.
black?
Really
The
gonna go on a
minute,
venture
I'm
like
sorry.
that?
The minute that you said that you don't see separate communities and you just see
Because I
humanity,
don't.
that you like,
Because I
there's no
don't.
conversation to be had because you don't live in in
But
reality,
whenever
right?
you
I
sit
don't
there
see
and you're
other
talking to
communities,
people
baby. Your
and you
community in
don't
the city
know
that you
and you
live
have to
in. Wait a minute.
describe
You are
are
you're
you kidding
literally
me?
talking to like 5 different communities as we speak. I
Okay,
am
good for
from
y'all.
Atlanta. I live in
Good for you.
Alaska.
Good for
Ayatollah
you.
is Afro-Arab.
Good for
She lives
you.
in California.
Good for
These are
you.
multiple different
That's
communities,
wonderful. Good for
different types
y'all.
of people.
Good for
If you
y'all.
don't see that, you
Good for
don't
It is
live
y'all.
in
good.
Okay,
reality.
and good for y'all. That's
It is
wonderful. Good for
good.
y'all. And that
I
works
know,
for
because we live
y'all.
in
And that's
reality.
fine.
But TT,
That
you
So
are
works
did you
for
making...
take
y'all.
acid or LSD today?
She can't
That
afford
Was it
that.
works
LSD
for
or was
It
it
y'all.
comes from
heroin?
the crack community
This is...
or
That
It
schmack
was
works for
crack.
community.
y'all.
She does come from the smack
And that's
community.
fine. That works
Absolutely.
for y'all.
Must.
That
TT,
doesn't
what
Must
work
was
come
for
your...
from the smack.
me.
TT, what was your substance of choice? I know
I'm
there was some
sorry, but
moonshine there, but
I
what else?
refuse to continue on in the world where everybody is put in a
We know
class.
you
I'm
refuse
sorry,
to
but that's
continue
So
on in the
not.
you might
world.
as
That's
well
why you're
treat
an
your
addict.
I
Like,
right. So you
mean,
might
hello?
as well treat yourself like a tree ornament and end it because you cannot refuse to live in a world that you live in, bitch. What? You might as well
yeah,
end this shit
actually, I
now if you're gonna
can,
refuse
and
to
I'm
live
living
in
it.
it.
Was it... Okay,
Actually,
wait,
I
hear
How
me
are
am.
out.
you
And
Hear me
I'm
living
out.
in
living
it?
it.
But you're saying you refuse to live in it. That
But
doesn't
I'm
make
I
sense.
living it.
think she started with the
Are
I'm living
moonshine
you?
it.
and worked her way up
Are
to pain
you?
Are we
meds,
kidding?
given
Are we
like...
like serious? I think I'm living
Yeah.
in the
Do you
world that I'm living
feel
in
you
with the
feeling
view
no
that I
pain right
have.
now? You're feeling no pain right now,
Like,
huh? No
TT
pain, not at
Simpleton,
all.
what are you doing today?
You could hit yourself
I
in the
am
face
like,
with a brick and you still
look,
wouldn't feel pain, huh?
I'm allowed to
It's
see this
okay.
how I want to, just like how y'all
It's
are want
okay.
to see this the way that y'all
TT,
want
It's
I
to.
don't know
okay.
how,
That's
TT,
totally fine.
TT, the only
I
context
don't
in
have to
which you would
live
be
my
I just want to point
capable...
life
out,
because a
I
group
just
of
want to point
people on
out,
TikTok said that I'm
Gidget,
wrong.
Well,
Gidget,
Period.
you're
I mean,
wrong.
period.
Gidget,
Well,
this
I
is
don't
your
give a
black
fuck. I
community,
don't care
Gidget.
what any of
The
y'all
black
I
fucking
TikTok
see,
think
I
community.
see, I was
whatsoever.
wrong. I concede, I
There you
concede.
go.
I
Yeah,
think
here's your black
I
community,
think that
then.
the
I don't.
Here
discussion
we
I
are.
see
Hello.
together. I see everybody together. I don't see what's so wrong, and I don't know why
I'm
you're
not
bringing it
TT,
TT.
up.
you know,
If
go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
not in
I don't see
community
how
with
that's
you,
a
TT.
joke.
TT, I am not in community with you. I'm not poor. I'm
That's
not
fine.
hideous.
No,
I'm
absolutely
not
That's
an
not.
okay. I
abomination
don't
to all that is
care.
good and
I
holy.
don't
I'm
care.
also
Attack me
not a raging
personally. That's all
addict
you
who,
can do.
yeah. But
That's all you
TT,
can do
no,
is
TT,
attack
you
me
can, no,
personally.
because
That's all
TT,
you
you
can
came up
do.
here because
There's
you wanted to
nothing
be
else that you
included.
have.
You wanted to be, you wanted to be included in a
No,
community.
I literally was just
But I'm
literally
telling you, I don't.
stating my view. That's all I was doing was
No,
stating
Okay,
but
my
but
TT,
view.
may I ask her
And
one thing,
you, as
guys?
a
Can I ask her
group,
one
jumped
thing
on me
when
because
she's
y'all
done?
didn't like or
I
agree
would
with
never
my
jump
view.
on you. I don't want
So
Yes,
TT,
observant.
Period.
I
Point
did it. I
so
blank.
fixed it,
TT,
observant.
for a second,
That's all I'm
TT, may I ask
saying.
you this, TT? Just
I
me and you.
apologize for having a
You
different
just don't
view
stop
from
TT,
the
talking, bitch.
people in
Shut
this
up.
group.
I have a
Shut
question for
No,
up.
I'm
you. I
not going
have
to
a
shut up.
question
I
for
don't have
you.
to shut up just because you
Officer,
tell me
mute
to.
You're gonna
her,
like this question,
please.
TT. I
She won't
promise
stop
you.
Like,
talking.
You're gonna like this. Okay, here's the thing, TT, right?
Thank you,
The fact
officer.
that you came up here and you start talking about the hypocrisy in the white community, and we were all having a discussion that had nothing to do with you whatsoever, but you decided to come up here and interject yourself into the conversation, and not only do that, but you were awfully rude, awfully entitled, and
my bad,
awfully
I want
ma'am, I am
equality.
not talking how awful you were. Okay, you need need to shut up now. This isn't your community.
I just think that the
So you
problem
should
is
have
that
came up here politely. If you wanted people to
nope, I'm
understand
mute.
your plight, then you should have came up here in a calm tone and said, I had some questions. And we could have had a conversation. But what you try to do is bogart the whole fucking panel.
But I don't have questions.
Yeah, I think the only
Wait,
issue is I try to understand through like this country alternative English vernacular that she seems to have, is that there was a conversation that you didn't read the room on. No one up here, well, Belle, but Belle's on mute, is white. Everyone up here is black. and we're having a conversation about the black community. And you decided to inject yourself into a conversation about that community from the position of a community that has been nothing more in society than like essentially the flood from Halo. Like you're the blob. You've literally eaten communities not only through menticide, but like economic destruction, systemic takeovers, and colonization. But then you think that this conversation somehow deserves your input when it was never even asked.
But
I'm
that's
just really confused.
I blame the First Amendment, and this is why I love being in the Middle
Repeal
East
the
because
first. Repeal the
no,
first.
and the 19th,
Oh my
until you white
god.
women learn how to behave, yeah, the 19th goes too. I don't
So
even
because
care.
Wait a
you're
minute,
white.
that punishes me.
No,
What the
you can get
fuck?
the right. You can get the
And Gidget?
right. You can get the right,
Okay.
but I'm taking it away
I
from
just
all of
making sure.
them. Because you're a
Okay.
thug, TT. You're a hoodlum and a thug, and you're ghetto. And when I say ghetto, I mean that in a sense that the word originated in Europe. You're a ghetto, right? You have track
My
marks
officer.
all up and down your arms, and you came up here using words like proving. No, the only thing you need to prove is that your piss is clean. I am not the same as you. I will never be the same as you. If I become the same as you, just know I have been so downtrodden and cursed,
Oh
and it is
shit.
so out of
Hey, Jackie,
character.
I'm gonna drop you
There
real
is
quick because
nothing.
officer was saying
Okay.
something. Sorry, Strawberry, go ahead.
Oh, wait, officer left.
I'm bringing him back up.
Well, I thought he said he
He
has
has
to
to drop.
drop. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said he got dropped.
No,
Nah.
he said I got to drop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, personal
Just invite
attacks.
Ducky back up.
Listen, TT, you don't know anything about classy, but I'll teach you something about class, right? It would take you 5 generations to get to where I'm at, and I'm going to keep it that way. For as long as you behave the way you are, I will keep it that way. You are poor, you are ignorant.
Holy
You did not
shit.
have access to the same academic institutions as me. You did not have access to the same level of,
What
finance
did
as
she
me, and I
say,
like it that
Ayatollah?
way.
What did she do?
You can't be where I am, honey. Because if you are where I am, just know I'm making a police call. I'm going 911. There is a chubby
Somebody
vagabond and
real quick,
vagrant walking
somebody
around, and honey, we have an HOA, so they'll deal with you swiftly.
somebody just cash out me to drop Ducky. Do
I
you
just
honor
got
that
here.
or what's going
What?
What
on?
happened? You didn't
It's
say
not my
anything.
panel, guys. I
All
don't
right.
I don't
TT,
know
you
what
I'll
to
see ya.
aspire
say.
to it, and it's
Okay, Ducky,
okay.
you're gonna have to drop.
In 5 minutes, Ducky, I guess.
She
Whoever
said,
that was, you
"Remember,
missed a
I
dollar,
am
by the
gonna
way.
call
Bell's
the
gonna be
HOA."
upset. It's
I'm
5 for
calling the
5 minutes.
cops. If I'm where TT is, just know.
TT, just because you had a different view, it doesn't matter if you had a different view.
TT,
It's the way you came up on the panel was so freaking disrespectful.
no, it's
And the
you're
fact
not a
that you had
white.
the gall to do that was so
Literally went
disrespectful.
from
Why are you putting? Listen,
a
TT.
calm ass conversation to like you like coming up here and just causing fucking chaos. Also,
Yeah.
again, I say Gidget, black community.
I see.
And TT, I would like for you to know this. I go into your neighborhood like a National Geographic journalist goes into a neighborhood, right? Like I look at you and I observe you the way people observe primates.
You know what?
Miss
I
Since
look at
TT
your
wants to
neighborhood
be
and I
the
go,
Whoever sent
star,
the
can we
cash
put
up,
her in
I
the
was
big
just joking, by the
box?
way.
If she's gonna be the star, because I think she wants to be the star, let's put her in the big box. Is there a way we can do
and
that?
no shade. Can we get Lynn's up here?
Oh, okay.
Where is Lynn's? Because Lynn said that it was racist the way that I was talking. I would like for you to know I don't feel this way about all white people, but if you feel like you relate to her, then sure. My husband, he's white. He's nothing like you thugs. No offense. Like, if he was, he wouldn't be my husband. He'd be poor, track marks all up and down his arms, just filthy, uneducated, incompetent, a nuisance, a jizz stain on the fabric of society. What do you mean you don't see colors? Within the first 5 seconds of this conversation, you said you had a black brother. Who's coming for anyone? And Ducky, so then Lynn's, this ain't about you. Lynn's, why are you making it about white people? This is about this vagrant here.
Let
who
me explain to
decided,
Linz
is
what
this
just
your
happened.
spokesperson?
Hold on. Linz, what happened was we were all having a conversation, and then this TT simpleton comes up here and just disrupts the whole panel talking about they can't have a white community, which is completely false. So that's what happened, and this is the result of what's going on.
I think it's because words are hard for people who can't read above a second grade level, and so community and culture are two different things. Do white people have a community? Absolutely. Do they have a culture? That's debatable. But I'm gonna let you have it.
Of choice, because I'm thinking you started off with the moonshine probably around 8 or 9 years old. It was made in a bathtub. But that's you have to have a gateway. What was the gateway? White people don't have a culture, tacos. No, they don't. No, there's a black culture. So what do you mean try again? So what was it? I could see you like chain smoking by the time you're in the first grade, TT. You sound like it. So what was the gateway? What is white culture? Wait, what do you mean we have American culture? No, you weren't. You were told the word descriptive on here. TT. I feel like, and I'm not. But TT, you're a criminal. You're an addict, TT. Wait, but TT, you're a criminal. Why can't we remove you from our society, TT? TT, you're you're a criminal. You're a criminal, TT. You procured illegal substances. TT, you're a criminal, TT. TT, you're a criminal. TT, you're a criminal. TT, you are a criminal. You purchased illegal substances. You used illegal substances. TT, you're a criminal. TT, your user. Hi. Can you guys hear me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you guys can hear me, period. Okay, yeah. So here's the thing, right? TT is a rug user. Username recovering addict. You are a criminal, TT. You have procured illegal substances and consumed them. You are a criminal just because you did not. Your username is the record. Substances.
Since you know so much about me,
Are you denying you used illegal substances?
Put a one in the comments if you can hear everybody.
Right.
I mean, if you know
They should be
everything,
able to
why
hear.
don't you pull up the record?
Are you
Why don't show
denying
up
that
the
you
record?
used illegal substances?
I don't have to answer your question
Because your
It has
username says
absolutely
recovering
nothing to
addict.
do with me.
Wonderful.
It has
Hell
nothing
no.
to do with me. That's not what this is about.
No,
This is
it is
fact
about
I
that. You
see
want
things
you care
differently.
about
That's
criminals.
it.
I care about crime. You're a criminal.
That's all it is.
Ducky is in the queue. Hold on one second, TT. Ducky is in the queue. Does anybody want to drop? Israel, are you still here?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
FB, are you still here? Okay, so y'all said it.
Criminal.
FB, do you want to switch out for Ducky?
If you
Oh,
are
is it
not
Joanne?
this racist as they're saying that you are, then why did you come up the way you did? Why didn't you come up politely like as you should have? I mean, do you go into people's homes just bursting in, or do they ask you in first before you enter their home? Because that's basically what you did. You just barged in into someone's space with pew-pews
Okay,
blazing.
okay. So I may have come in a little hot, and I do apologize for that.
Yeah, it's a
I do
wrong. This is the wrong. This is the
apologize.
wrong
I
place to come in hot
may,
like that, TT. I'm just be honest
I
with you.
may. Okay, well, can I get a chance to apologize then? Is that okay? Am I allowed that? Am I allowed to apologize? I came in a little bit hot
Yes,
for the
Blends.
simple fact that when I look out in the world and I see the injustice that is being put upon people, no matter what their race, color, or creed is, and I see injustice, yes, it lights a little fire under me because it's wrong. And what's wrong is wrong, and what's right is right. And that's why
So
I
people being
said,
snatched
okay,
away from
just let me
their
say this. Can I finish this? Can I
ICE cases
finish?
or their
Can I
immigration
finish?
cases, is
Can I
that
please
a
finish? Can I please
is that a
finish?
wrong?
Can I please finish?
That's not a wrong.
Can I finish?
300,000
I'm
black
so
women losing
sorry.
their
I don't
jobs in the last
understand
year. Is
you.
that a
Can we
wrong?
get subtitles?
Can you just finish, TT, so I can
Okay,
hear what
so what
you're?
I'm saying is, say what?
Yeah, just finish so we can get it over with.
Okay, thank you. All right. So what I'm saying is when there's a wrong, there's a wrong, and I don't care what their skin color is. That does not
That's not
matter
the
to me.
conversation that
It's a
was being
human
had.
being.
You as a white woman came up
And
here to
then,
censor for
This is
what?
what I mean.
oh my
There's an
gosh.
We were
education
having a
gap
good
Were you
here.
understanding
conversation.
what
Like,
we
what
were
the fuck
talking
is
about
going
when you came up
on?
here? Were
No,
you
she doesn't.
understanding
No,
or were
but she
Gidget,
you
can't
listening?
read.
Gidget, you listen. I get it. You're a lovely person and you have a beautiful soul, Gidget, honey. But this lady's brain is so scrambled. She can't tell us what year it is.
No,
Look,
I can't
You
even get to
came
my
up here.
point
You
without
derailed the
being cut off.
conversation. Your point was
your
irrelevant to
point
the
is mute at this
conversation.
point because now you're just lying. We weren't talking about
How
fucking
am I lying
injustices.
when I can't
I'm
even get
telling
to
you
my
right now,
point?
TT, because we weren't talking
I love
about
your nail color.
injustices
Thank
when
That's
you
you
so
for
came up
pretty.
hollering at
You're
niggas. We
talking
weren't
about
talking about that.
community. You
No,
were talking
TT,
about
Well,
community.
TT,
Am I
defend your
right or am
TT.
I
point
wrong? Is
intelligently,
that
TT.
not
TT,
what
get off
we've
of
been
this panel
saying?
and go
And
be
it's
in
shifting?
community. TT,
I
get
did
off this
not know
panel and
that.
go be in community with the NA meeting, please.
Are you serious? He
Again,
was talking
Yeah,
about
I do my own
TT,
community.
too.
He was
it's
talking
way
about.
better. It's
Oh
way
my
better for the flow
gosh.
of the conversation if we're just honest, right? So if you came up here and you were just like, "Look,
Ooh.
this is why I don't particularly like black people. This is why I don't particularly like brown
Ew.
people." It would have flowed the conversation a lot
Yeah.
better. Queen, you got background.
Can somebody tell me what she was saying, T-Bone?
But I don't. But that's not true. So how could
No,
I come in
so
and say something
here's
like
what
that
was
when that's
going
not
on.
true?
Be
Here's
quiet,
what
TT.
was
Let her
going
talk.
on. Let me paint it for you because this lady was like, this moonshine baby's not gonna get it. We were discussing whether or not a black community exists, and then that turned into Gidget talking about her experience with the concept of community as a whole, and then we were just talking about the conversation was just flowing in that direction. And here comes TT, the vagrant, the addict, the criminal, TT the felonious, up here screaming, I have a black brother, and if I were to say the things that y'all said, they'd call me racist. Dude, what? What did we say that would make you come off as a what?
Mind you, we didn't say anything about white people. We were
At
talking about
all.
ourselves and how crazy I sound.
Interesting.
Okay.
And you sound crazy now, don't you?
I did.
Because oh God. Yeah, no, that was, oh God. TT, no, go to an NA
You
meeting.
should
Don't
have
come
told
back.
for your sins. What the fuck?
Yeah, she not only centered, she just wanted like a reason to be oppressed. Like, and that's the thing. I'm not gonna blame TT. TT, I'm not gonna blame you fully because you are an addict, right? And people in active addiction have a hard time taking
Why do we keep
personal
knocking people that
responsibility and
are addicts?
accountability.
People struggle with addictions all the time. Like, is that
And if you're a
horrible?
racist, struggle more.
Damn. Okay, I agree.
If you're a racist, struggle more is
I
a
can't even. I
motherfucker.
can't even. I can't counter that. She's right.
You can't.
Yeah, like
You
she needs
cannot.
to be focusing on, not ODing. Like
She said
that's
that
a good thing.
she said that she came here. I don't see when people say I don't see color. Okay, whatever. You're just a fucking racist. But like she said, I don't see separate communities at all. That's just bullshit. Like that's just.
And then she
How?
said, you guys.
If you live in Chicago and somebody else lives in a different city, those are two different communities. She said, I don't see different communities at all. What are we doing?
Not to mention, like, she said, oh, you guys are not proving to me why you should be. Proving. My God, Allah in heaven above. Honey, piss in a cup. Because that shit's not coming back clean. Because you must have lost your ever-loving mind if anyone needs to prove anything to you. What?
What are you
Yeah, that
talking
was
about?
wild. That was
What the?
wild.
Okay, so Ducky, tell us why you decided that you wanted to be Captain Save a Caucasian.
Don't
Because
start
I
your
know
shit.
you're
Don't start
brown.
Ayatollah. Don't start your shit.
No, you came up here with your little Captain Save a Caucasian.
Listen
Let
here,
me.
okay? I wanted to know
Uh-huh.
what the fuck was going on, dude, and now I
And
found
you
out what was going on.
immediately, you
Because
instinctively
Ayatollah, you're a
jumped.
fucking troll, and I know when you're up here,
No,
bro,
you
it's about to be some
instinctively.
shit.
Hang on. No.
Well,
Let's not
fucking
do
spit
that.
it out. Hurry up. Let's go.
Let's not do that. Let's not
Yeah.
do. Don't
Yeah.
don't
No,
don't
no,
buck
no, no,
up
no, no,
on
no, no.
me. Don't
No,
buck
no, no,
up on
no.
me,
No,
sir.
nobody's bucking on. Listen, I'm
Okay,
not willing to
yeah.
buck
Take a
up
few
on you.
steps
The fuck?
back. Take a few steps back.
Spit it out,
Thank
mama.
you.
Let's go. Get to the point.
Thank you.
Come on.
I'm a bit
One foot in
confused as
front of
to
the
why
other.
you came. I'm a bit confused as to why you came up here
I
in
get that
defense
you're a
of
bit confused. I'm
the
not.
white
I'm not.
lady.
I understand.
What was that about, huh? Where does that
I
stem
didn't know
from?
what happened.
And you immediately thought that that lady who isn't capable of forming a coherent thought was right and the blacks were wrong?
Excuse me. When did I say that? Are you putting words in my mouth, Ayatollah?
No, I'm analyzing a situation
Well,
and
you're
putting words to
you're
that.
analyzing it incorrectly.
So what was your initial analysis? Because you felt like you were coming up here to put
Well,
your
listen, I can't help how
brown
you feel,
body.
Ayatollah,
Uh-huh. Well,
and
no,
that's
you
okay that you
can.
feel that
No,
way.
you can. You can by not doing dumb shit like you
Yeah,
just
to be
did.
honest, I don't give a fuck how you feel.
Oh,
Moving on.
that's interesting.
Is
So
it?
why? Yeah, it is a bit interesting
Okay, tell me why.
because you're engaging in conversation with me, which tells me that you
I was
care to a
pretty sure that
degree.
you engaged in conversation with me first, and I'm a
Not
decent.
true.
Yeah, I am a decent human being. So
Not
when
true,
somebody,
Ducky.
asks me a question, I'm
Do
going to
decent human
respond.
beings, wait, if you're decent human beings, do decent human beings initially think that the racist is correct?
Excuse me, when did I say she was correct again? What the fuck?
Okay.
You're failing at this already, Ayatollah.
So you didn't come up here to kind of like be in defense of her
Would
when
you
you kept
like me
saying, "Oh,
to
let her
say it
finish, let
again?
her finish, let her finish." That wasn't you?
Yes, let her finish so I can understand what the fuck is happening. The fuck?
Okay. So why
Why are you struggling?
you need to take understanding from her rather than everyone else?
When I got up here, I heard people attacking her without understanding as to why. Do you need me to
And
slow it down again?
and so here and thank you, because you're almost at the point, right? You're almost there. I'm handing you a map. Hold the map in your hands, okay? And I'm gonna walk you to the point. Why did you initially think that that lady was being victimized rather than her being the aggressor, right?
At
Because
what point did I say that?
you say attacking, right? And I think when you say attacking, it's like insinuating that we were over here
What's the
doing
definition of
something.
attacking?
I mean, I'm gonna need you to define it for me.
No, you said attacking,
No,
so
you
obviously
said attacking,
you have more.
actually.
No, so I said attacking, but you have more of it. You understand it better than I do, obviously, because
No,
what
I
I'm trying.
don't, because I'm not a violent person.
I
So
disagree with that.
you think I'm a violent
I think you're
person?
verbally violent for sure.
Define it.
I would say that the fact that you were, throwing out racial undertones left and right at that lady,
What
right?
racial undertones did I
So
throw
first of all, did
out?
you say that white people don't have culture?
White people don't have a culture.
What does that mean?
Don't move the goalpost. Let's
No,
get
no,
back
no,
to
no,
the
no, no.
topic.
Let's talk
What
about your
did I
race.
say?
Let's
No,
talk
no.
about your
What did
racial
I say?
tendencies.
What
Let's
did I
talk about your
say
racial
that was?
tendencies.
What did
Racist
I say that
tendencies.
had? Wait, what did I say that had racial
Yeah, yeah. So tell
undertones?
me what that means.
What? No, you
What does
say
it
it because you're
mean?
the one who's saying
What
I
does it
threw out
mean that
things
a
that
white
had
person
racial
doesn't have
undertones.
culture?
Wait. Let's go back. Let's go back to the first
What did
point.
I
So
say
the
that had
first
racial
point was the
undertones?
attacking. So let's
Were
go
you
to that
talking about her
point.
drinking moonshine?
Yeah.
What? Why? Why'd you say that?
Do they not sell moonshines in stores? Is anyone able to
Why
show,
did we
like,
pick
purchase
moonshine
moonshine?
though? Why did we pick
Because
moonshine?
of her accent.
Oh, there we go. So what do you mean about her
But
accent?
what does that have to do with white people?
Why, so
Black people
what?
can
So
have the same
why does
accent
her
as her. It was
accent? Why
geographical.
does her accent correlate to her drinking moonshine? Let's keep digging. We'll get there.
Because
Here, I'm going to put a
moonshine.
map in
Hang
your
on,
hand.
Ducky. No,
I'm
no,
going to
no.
put a
Don't run
map in
away.
your
Don't run
hand,
away.
and I want
Don't
you
run
to read the
away.
map
Don't
so
run
you can
away.
understand it more in
Don't
depth.
run away.
Okay.
Because and
Let's
here's the
focus on this, Ayatollah. Okay. Real quick,
Ducky.
help me understand,
How is it
Ayatollah.
racist for me to say that her
Ayatollah, I
accent
need
tells
to
me that she's from the
exactly. I'm
South
trying to.
and
So
people
why
in the
did her
South consume
accent? Are
moonshine?
there people that speak with different accents in the North and in the South?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why
Accents
did
are
we correlate
geographical.
her accent to moonshine?
Yeah, because moonshine is something that's regionally drunk by people with that accent.
Really? So people in the North don't drink moonshine?
They do, but not to the same degree. I feel like I would tailor it differently for somebody in the North. I'd be like, you're drinking an Irish coffee. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's a. I mean, that's an
It was
ignorant
geographical. But
evaluation.
how is that racial?
I think that you were doing everything in your power to point out, that she was a racist and that white people have no culture and that white people are quick to just attack anybody.
But is that not what was done here today?
I don't. I told her I don't know. That was now we're back to the beginning again.
No,
right?
Ducky, we're not back at the
How do
beginning.
we
You
keep
said
getting
I
here?
said things. Wait, you said I said
I
things
did.
that had
I
racial
pointed those
undertones,
out.
right?
I
So
pointed them out.
if someone were to tell me, and they do it frequently, right, based on my accent, and they were to say, "You go drink your little Starbucks, lady," I'd be like, okay. I don't drink Starbucks, but I get it because they're saying I'm from a specific area that has, that's something that they like consuming. We like the iced lattes. We do. In fact, I'm having one right now. So why is that racial to you?
Was it meant to be racial when you said it? Racist?
But see,
No,
this
I
is
mean,
where we
you're the
go
only one
into
who perceived it as
microaggressions,
racial.
right? Microaggressions is what people don't believe, apparently. But now we do.
Well, my thing is that, that's what I'm saying, Gidget.
Great,
Also, it's
great
like,
point,
why are you perceiving it? Do you think black people in the South don't have moonshine?
I mean, I didn't say that. But is
Well,
she
you
black?
did basically
Is
by
she
saying
black?
that. If I
In her
had
picture,
said
is she
it,
black?
well, here's the thing,
There
Ducky.
we go.
That's irrelevant
It is relevant.
because
Because
to
at
me
no
it was
point
more
did I
so a
ever say,
regional.
at
It
no
was a
point did I
regional
ever say that black
insult.
people in the South don't have moonshine. The fuck?
Well, are you insinuating that?
No, of course not.
Okay, so if you're not insinuating that, then what does moonshine have to do with race?
I'm insinuating that you were correlating the fact that she was white, right? And therefore you assume that she drinks moonshine because of that and she's from the South.
When did I say that it was because she was white?
What was the reason you brought it up?
Because she's an addict.
So hold on. Because she drinks moonshine, she's an addict? Or because she's an addict, she drinks moonshine?
Because
No,
she's an
she's an
addict and she's
actual
from the
addict.
South.
Okay, what
Because
kind
she's
of
an
addict?
addict.
Is she an alcoholic or an addict?
Well, alcoholism is a form of addiction.
Right, but we would call somebody with an addiction to alcoholism an alcoholic.
They would say they're an
correct?
addict.
No, they wouldn't. No, they
They
wouldn't.
would say
You
they're
know
an
it.
addict. But
That
that's
that was
irrelevant,
cheap,
Ducky.
Ayatollah, and you know it.
No,
No,
it's
they
the truth.
absolutely do. They
They
absolutely do.
I
My mother,
absolutely listen.
my mother is a
No,
my mother is a
queen. She doesn't
recovering.
need you
I'm
to
sorry.
save
My
her.
mother is no.
She
My
does.
mother is a
So is
recovering
mine. So is
alcoholic.
mine.
Okay, and in the program that she's in, they just say addiction in general. They don't
Okay,
even
so when you go
specify
to
it's
an NA
alcoholism.
meeting, Queen, right? What do they say?
That's
So that when you
narcotics.
no,
That's
hold on.
specifically for
No, no. My
narcotics.
question to you, Queen, is when you go to an
Okay.
NA meeting, do they
Okay.
say, an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting? Do
What
they
is
say,
the
"Hi,
Okay.
my name is so and so, and I'm an alcoholic," right? Do they say that,
Yeah.
Yes, they
or do
do.
they
wait?
say, "Hi, my name is so and so, and I'm an addict"?
I'm not gonna hold you. I've heard both, and
Yeah,
I'm so dead
because
ass right now. I have dead ass heard both.
it's
I
literally called alcohol addiction disease. So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that there's a difference
No, Ducky, what does that
between.
have to do with white people?
Well, we went down this fucking path, Ayatollah, because you have a
Because
no,
you
Ayatollah,
wanted
because
to
you're great at what you
victimize.
do, Ayatollah. You're great at
No,
this.
no,
Yes.
I'm making you question your bias, Ducky,
No, I think you have a
right?
bias.
A bias towards who?
Toward white people.
Okay, and can you explain that? Because I mean,
The
not to
fact
like
that you said they
tokenize or
have no
anything.
culture said a lot to me,
White people
Ayatollah.
don't have a culture. Do you
Exactly.
want me
It's
to explain
disgusting.
it?
Yes. Please.
Okay. So here's the issue, Ducky.
But
If
after
you
you tell
had
me they have no culture, to be fair, Ayatollah, after you explain to me why they have no culture at all, I would like you then to tell me. So are you, respectfully, are you black? I don't know if you are.
wait, what bias do I have
Hold
towards
on,
white
Ayatollah. Are you
people?
black? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm black.
Okay. After that, can you please tell me what culture black people have? Since white people have none, tell me what culture black people have. Please educate me,
Okay.
Ayatollah.
Okay, Ducky, so here's the thing. If you want me to educate you, you're gonna have to, one, come correct. Don't come on here making a bunch of insinuations, right? And the second thing is you do have a bias, right?
Like you do.
I was insulting her based on region. That is a bias I have and I'm willing to admit. I catered that insult specifically given where she's from in the country, and it had nothing to do with her race. You tied it to her race. So I think that you should also go back and think to yourself,
Well, hold on a minute. You just
why
said
do I
white
think
people
that
have no
all white
culture.
people are trashy
That's
moonshine
interesting. You said
drinkers?
white people have no culture.
That was a separate conversation.
No,
Don't
no, no,
tie
no, no,
them
no. We're
together.
gonna correlate. We're gonna link the two.
No, we're not gonna
because she happens
link
to
the
be a
two, because
white
that's
person
why
as
you're having
well.
difficulty
She
learning.
happened
Because
to be a white person as
do
well.
you think
Correct?
do you think TT
Was she
is
white or was she
do you
not?
think TT is, let me
Was
ask
she
you
white
this.
or not?
Her whiteness is irrelevant.
No, it was relevant
What is it relevant
to
to?
the moonshine and the fact that you said white people have no culture. Why did we bring that up if that wasn't the case? Why did we say white people have no culture as a white woman is up on the
That
panel?
was said much later.
Negative. It was
No,
said when I
it
was
was said
on the
much
panel.
later.
I've been up here for close to 4 or 5 minutes. I
Yeah,
listened.
and you spent 4 or 5 minutes doing
Absolutely
nothing but
heard you
defending
correlate the
a
two.
vagrant.
Stand 10 toes down on what you said,
I'm
Ayatollah.
standing 10 toes down on it,
Right.
but you can't pick up what I'm throwing down
No, I'm
because you don't
picking it
have the
up. I just think you
cultural
keep trying to pivot, but I'm
competency.
not going to let you.
No, Ducky.
Absolutely. You
Ducky.
correlated her race
No,
to
I
her
didn't. I didn't
culture
correlate it to
and
moonshine.
moonshine and her addiction.
Ducky,
All of
are
it.
you familiar with regional cuisine?
Of course I am.
So if I say somebody from the South drinks moonshine, how is that about race?
If you say somebody from the South drinks moonshine, the South more.
Nah, it's bro. I ain't gonna hold you, dog. Like my sister's husband, my brother-in-law, he made moonshine. He's definitely. I mean,
Exactly.
Let's be
bro, it's
clear.
a
Black
thing, bro.
people
I ain't
make
gonna
the
lie.
best moonshine. Let's be
I ain't
clear.
gonna
Black
lie.
people in the South make the best
Listen, hear me out. I
moonshine.
know anybody
I
can
would
make
rather
moonshine,
go
but
to
I
a
just.
black moonshiner than a white moonshiner any day of the year.
But
What I'm
Queen,
trying to say is
but
that I
Queen,
just think it's
it's
interesting that she said
it's
that, and
why is it interesting? She
because
had a
she was
southern accent, did she
exactly.
not?
So she had a southern accent. She was a
Okay.
white woman, and you also mentioned that
Allegedly.
white people, right, have no culture. That's what
To
tied
be
it together
clear,
for me.
so
White people
here we
don't
go,
have a
White
Ducky.
people
culture.
have
Can
culture,
I try
dog.
strawberry? Can I try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So when I say white people don't have a culture, I mean whiteness as a whole, right? Now, what I mean by that is
What's our
9 times
culture
out of
though,
10.
Queen? What's our culture?
Can I listen to
What
Queen,
do you
please?
mean? Wait. What I'm saying
No,
is
no.
like,
I don't. As a black man, what is our culture?
Fuck.
okay,
Wait,
give
Flash,
me
we're
a
not, Flash,
second.
we're
Can
not
I
having,
wait?
Let
Flash,
Queen finish. Let Queen finish.
Flash, we're not having that conversation right now, but I go find your local community college and enroll in an Africana Studies class.
Ayatollah,
Facts. So
what's
wait,
your word name?
no. What we're not gonna do is no. Wait, hold up. So when I look, I'm gonna just tell you where I'm coming from when I say that. When I say that, I don't think like whiteness as a whole inherently is a lack of culture, in my opinion, and I could probably prove it with studies. I just can't do it right now.
Okay.
And so like if you're from I don't know, if your people are like Germanic or something along those lines, then obviously you have culture. But I think if you just view yourself as just a white person as opposed to like any other part of your ethnicity, then that's where the lack of culture comes in. But like a lot of practices could absolutely be considered culture, but they're not white culture. There's no one white collective culture. Does that make sense?
But what does Ducky mean by white
What do you
culture?
mean
What
by?
does he
So what do you
see?
mean by practices? Hold on. Ayatollah, give me 1 second, please. I want to ask a Queen. What do you mean by practices? Can you elaborate a little
No,
bit further, please?
Ducky, no, wait, Ducky. First,
God
what do
damn it,
you mean by white
Ayatollah. Listen, I
culture?
know that you're the
Bro,
star and the
yeah,
center of
Ayatollah.
everything, but just let
No,
her
you
tell me,
came up here,
please.
you yelled at me.
I didn't yell at you. I'm sorry if I did.
You
I just
yelled at
want.
me.
I'm sorry.
Again, that's a
Can I
weird
hear
name.
Queen, please?
You
Say that
interrupted
again.
me.
What was the question?
Okay, what do you mean by practices?
I mean, like, I don't know, white people like baseball. Like
White
when I
people
think of
so
white
so
people,
would that
like when I think
that
of white
wouldn't
people, I
fall under
think
culture?
baseball, hockey. You know, like I think of like I don't know, but I can't tell you like I I don't know. I don't know how to explain it really, Ducky, because I can't tell you like what.
Okay, so
Yeah,
would that
precisely.
fall
But
under
like
culture,
with
Queen?
Flash's question, I mean it can absolutely.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So like the
But like with
practices of something. So like if so say like let's do this. So say like a Latino person,
mhm.
they like let's say people say that they like tacos or they like fucking I don't know they work hard and they like Coronas, shit like that. Would that be like the practices? Would that fall under culture?
I think more of like quinceañeras, the way that
Right, hell yeah.
they celebrate, right? I think that would be culture, but I don't think that there is a collective way that white people celebrate. Like just white. Do you know what I mean? Like I think I don't know what I would say white culture would be, which is why I say it doesn't exist.
Can
Now,
I
does
give you some
American
examples of
culture
what I
exist?
think it would be?
Absolutely.
Can I give you some examples of what I think it would be, right? I don't know,
Okay.
right? But maybe white people down there would tell me, right? So would this be an example of white culture or practices, right? So here in my state, I'm surrounded by a bunch of white people. They're everywhere. I mean,
Okay.
I'm the minority here. And what I do know is
Wait, what
something
race are you?
I'm Cuban, but if I had to identify, right, I guess I would have no choice but to say I was fucking white. I guess if I had to list it on a fucking box right now. Because
Right, but
Cuban's not on there. I don't know.
okay.
Real quick.
Okay, continue.
So back to it. White people. I think they like to go hunting, right? A lot. They like to pew deers. Out in the middle of November and shit. They like to go fishing and they like to catch bass. More often than not, I see white people out there doing that shit. They like to, at least the white men, they like to chew. They put that shit in their mouth, right?
So
Tobacco.
chew is white culture, though?
Well, these are the things that I've noticed. Hear me out. Practices. We talked about practices, remember?
Yeah.
Those are a lot of the things that I feel like the majority of white people that I have seen, engage in.
So, yes, but here's the thing. Hunting and gathering, like hunting, one, I wouldn't say is white culture, and the only reason I say that is because you can see that as something that is
Again, but Queen,
enjoyed
can I
across
ask you a question?
cultures. I don't know how to.
Queen, can I ask you-
I feel like I'm not
Like, you know what?
explaining this correctly.
It's fine. So now, so I did that on purpose,
Duck,
Queen. I did that on purpose. So now I want to ask you real quick because notice what I did. I named practices. I named practices, things that I observed from the white demographic, growing up.
Yeah.
So now I would like you to tell me I would like you to tell me what black culture is using the same type of practices.
Okay. Black culture, dancing, like specific dances.
Like what? What do I know as a black man?
What do you know as a black man?
Yeah, dancing was.
I'm not saying that you know how to do it. Like, that's
Flash,
not the
Flash, you
argument. What I'm
understand?
saying is
Flash, you
that, like,
understand?
go ahead, FB. No, go ahead.
No. I mean, I know how to dance. I'm just saying, what dance is black culture? She said specifically a specific dance. Which one?
I mean, twerking is specifically black culture, African culture, I should say.
Because listen, because if we talk about like practices,
working,
and hold on, so if we say practices,
yes, but when
the
you
practices
think
are
of
what makes it a cultural thing.
wait, let me clarify. Can I clarify really quickly? When you think of twerking, you're thinking of like da-da-da in a circle. That's not what I mean.
Where'd it
by
go?
that. When I say twerking, I mean like the cultural dances of like the way that we twerk over here came from over there. It came from Africa. I absolutely would claim twerking. It's literally a cultural dance.
Yeah, but to make it easier, you could just
I
simply
mean,
say we have our own language, which is true. We have AAVE.
yeah,
It is our
AAVE.
own language. That is our culture.
Okay, so you have your own language. So do people from Ireland have their own?
Another
Yeah, but
piece
that would
of
be
black
Irish
culture.
culture.
No, we said white culture,
Another
ma'am.
piece of
White.
black culture besides
Right,
us
but you're
twerking
talking
our
about the Irish
asses.
language.
No.
I
Because
Another
wasn't
again,
one,
saying that was
queen.
the
to be
only
clear,
one.
we said
Yes.
white culture. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
To be clear, let's
Right,
just
but
clarify
that's
it.
not the same as like
Let's
Irish
talk about
culture.
twerking later, but Juneteenth is absolutely black culture.
I think
Juneteenth is
Juneteenth
a
is a
celebration.
celebration of black culture. Yes.
That is culture. That is our culture. That is a day that we
Yeah.
celebrate collectively
Our
as black
music,
people.
our
Okay,
music,
so
our food, right? All of that. But when Ducky, when you say like,
anything
well, what
that's
about
done in
the
the southern food, that was done off of slaves.
yeah, that's black
So again,
food.
we can sit here and talk about black culture, but again, you have not explained white culture. You're saying
Wait, real
hunting.
quick. If
You're
Ducky's not
saying
saying
hunting.
right. Yes.
Which you're not a part of. So you're arguing from a standpoint which you don't even hold.
Yes. Yes. Multiple languages actually, because if we talk about
It's a
like
dialect. It's
okay,
actually a dialect.
wait. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Go ahead. Yeah. No. The difference is that oh sorry. Damn it. I was just gonna say, like, the difference is that like there's no collective white language. Like you said Irish. Like Irish is no, there is. That's what I'm saying. When we're talking about like, especially if we're talking specifically about Black Americans, there absolutely is. But like you'll find that even when people from that's the language of South Africa. I mean, we're talking about blackness, right? And so when we talk right, yes, it is mainly. I mean, like they're not like most people, right? They like Casey Diaries was just up here, and she said, "Well, I'm not white. I'm Irish, right?" And that is where that comes from. What is happening? White culture does not exist, but whiteness in general. Oh my God, y'all! $5 a gallon is crazy. No.
That I've been
I knew
paid
it was coming.
$60 for gas for a hot
I'm the only
minute.
one that could. Yeah, but you're also in California. I'm in Alaska where we are the ones that pull the gas out. My shit not supposed to be this expensive. I need
My
y'all to
shit's supposed to be
understand.
free.
My
Given
shit
who
is
they
$4.39 for real. You bugging?
All I'm saying is that if white people in America,
Ducky, white
hold
people
on,
aren't real.
no.
White
If
people
white
aren't
people,
real.
if white people in America, if white people in
aren't
America,
real.
if white people in America have no culture,
Okay, real quick.
neither do black people. There we go.
No black.
Where
Okay,
did you
Ducky.
come up with that
Did you
conclusion?
say black people don't live in Alaska? That's weird.
No, I don't
I'm
think you heard
black
me.
and
It's
I
okay
live in
though. I said if
Alaska.
white people in America have culture, black people
Ducky.
don't.
Black American is an ethnicity. It is an ethnic group. When we say black culture in America, we are specifically talking to people who are black American.
What is black
ethnically.
culture?
It's the culture of the Black American ethnic group.
What is it? Define it.
AABE. You just
Define
recognized
it.
that.
They have
Black
a
culture would be
You
wait. Why
can't
are we
define it
defining
because
it
you
to
live
you?
it.
black culture.
Like you can't define something that you do not have any
culture.
like existence of.
What?
You would not understand Black culture because you're not in that
No
household.
problem. So define it to Bean. Bean is black woman, I think, right?
Okay, I'm trying to, but you want to talk
Bean
so you
knows
can
what
be
Black
right.
culture is. Bean
And
doesn't.
either we're going to be
So
a
this is
right
what you call
fighter
a
and you
cop
can
out.
have this.
This is what you call a cop out.
No,
right
this
here.
is what you
I almost
call
called you
coping.
Negative.
I almost called you
Negative.
cucky.
Listen,
Stop.
it's okay. It's all right, K50.
Did you call him
I don't have the
cucky?
roach rate. I don't have the rate here. We're good for
Wait,
cop
pause.
outs.
Accident.
Crazy.
She called
That's
you
crazy.
cucky.
She does it all the time. I call her
Like,
cockroach.
for real,
It's okay.
because he's cucking for the white man
And
right
she's a
now.
cockroach.
But that's besides the point.
Okay.
It's okay.
That's
All
besides the
right.
point.
Okay. He doesn't get to talk anymore. Are you fucking kidding me?
What the fuck do you mean?
How
I'm
the
kidding
fuck are
you?
you gonna sit there and call a black
Real
woman a
quick,
cockroach
let me
surrounded by
clarify
black
something real
people?
quick
So now
before
you're
you go,
trying to
FD.
correlate
Real
a
quick.
cockroach to being black? What
Ducky,
the
give me
fuck?
1 second.
This is what.
How
Ducky, give
stupid
me
are
1
you?
second.
Stop being stupid.
You
Don't be
sound
a
dumb as
fool.
shit, dude.
You know historically what that means to call black people
I'm not fucking
cockroaches.
black. What do you mean I
Don't
know
be
historic? I don't know. It's a
exactly. This is what I
cockroach.
talk about when I say
You sound dumb as shit,
Why are you
dude.
crashing out?
Your
Why are you
crash
crashing
ass
out?
is
This
literally
dude sounds
sitting there
stupid.
calling black people cockroaches and don't
Well, take a drink
understand
of water
the
and calm
historical
down.
Maybe I do need some
the
water. You're right.
historical reference to
Yeah,
it.
go
That's
with
'cause
your
you're
bullshit. F. Come on.
stupid.
Go ahead.
Go
kiddo.
back to Sports Mom's Live, where you
Yeah,
can probably be
F.
around
Stop
people with
fucking
the
crying,
same
pussy. You'll
intellectual
be all
level
right.
as
Stop
you.
crying, princess. You're good.
It's not about crying. It's
I don't
Ducky,
give a
why are
fuck.
you so
complete dickhead.
aggressive?
Yeah.
I'm Cuban. It is what I am.
Well, I've met Cuban people who aren't aggressive
Don't
like
worry. I
you.
guess Trump will
Well,
take the
welcome to the
honor
new
of
Cuban.
his ancestors.
Can I just
What is
clarify
your?
this really quickly? Real quick, Strawberry. I'm sorry. I don't know where my sound went.
This dick rider, this fucking
Stop
crazy.
fucking
Bro.
crying, little
But
pussy. You'll be
Ducky,
right.
Oh,
are
man, he's
you
crazy
a
ass
brown
Caucasian.
Cuban
See, if I
man or
started
are you
talking about,
a?
if I started getting extremely disrespectful, I'll get my shit reported.
So can we get like a foundation on what exactly is the discrepancy
And
here?
my shit
So
got
we had that conversation.
Ducky,
Like we got
Ducky,
really close when we were talking about what the black culture actually is and how we're defining that,
Yeah.
and then we kind of went away.
Yeah,
well,
T-Bone,
because
if I could ask you a question, T-Bone, real quick, sir.
Before that,
My
before
question
you
is simply
ask a
this.
question,
T-Bone,
Can I
I
make a
wanted to
statement?
understand what black culture is respectfully. And what K50 did is she negated away from that question and told me
I
that
don't
I
like how
wouldn't,
you pronounce that
hold on,
word.
Ayatollah. So she wouldn't have to define black
Your
culture.
pronunciation was a
But
bit
the thing is,
scary.
Ayatollah is smart
I
enough
gave
to
you a
do that. You
definition.
did not.
I gave
Why
you
are
a
you screaming
definition
at
and you
me?
talked over it. I gave you a
I'm
definition
sorry,
of it
Ayatollah. I'm
and you
not trying to
talked
scream
over
at you.
it,
I'm just
sir.
loud.
You screaming at me. I
I'm
don't
not
like it. So
responsible
don't blame
for your
Cuban people.
level
They
of
make it sound like this.
understanding.
I'm sorry.
If you can't comprehend I can't,
Just let
I
K50 talk
can't.
and then I'll talk to you. Go ahead.
No, you're not. What
Right.
you're not going to do is you're not going to talk crazy to K50. She's a lovely lady, right?
So,
I've seen
Ducky, there's
you.
jazz music, there's country music, there's blues, there's hip hop. I mean, there's a lot of things that have come from the black culture.
Everything that makes you
That's a
think that
part
you're
of the.
cool.
Say that again. So you
Everything.
said those are all the
Your
Wait,
things in black
clothing,
culture.
honey.
K50,
Everything.
K50. In order for him to fully understand this conversation, he would have to first acknowledge that Black American is an ethnic group.
He doesn't want to do that because that gets him kicked out of the white club.
What are you talking about?
Wait, Ducky, do you think that Black American or African American is an ethnic group, or are you aware of that?
Ducky got 10 minutes. Ducky got 10 minutes. Come back, Ducky. Thank you.
Nobody cares about you guys need to stop this. You cuck-servatives, right? You guys need to stop trying to say things to me like, oh, you're in your feelings, you're this, you're that. I'm not, I promise. I'm not hurt. Like, I know you guys all want a piece of me. I get it. But there's a reason why I live where I live, and it's away from you guys.
I was trying to bring Matt
No,
up.
they
Can
say
we bring
black
Matt up
Matt
real
is in
quick?
the queue. Matt is in the queue.
Can
If
we put
anybody
Matt
wants to
up real
drop.
quick? He's willing to drop.
Oh, damn.
This is a despicable
What is
one.
happening?
Real quick, before you go, please, just real quick.
Can you buy
To
me
the bitch
something?
that said because I live.
Hey, I'm ready to say, yeah, move the card. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, real
I'm
quick.
about to
my
say,
bad.
quick, you buy me.
Lunch on you.
Real quick. To the bitch in the comments that said I don't know anything about Black culture because I live in Alaska. Baby, I'm from Atlanta, one of the blackest places in this country. Miss me. You were asking me what Black culture was. What are we talking about here?
Who the fuck dropped me, bro?
Who is Matt? Like, what is Matt
Honestly,
supposed to be?
Matt is an immigrant. Matt is an immigrant.
Yep.
What is
hi,
Matt?
Hey, man.
Hi, how are you, Yada?
Um,
It depends
What?
on what you. It depends on what you call. How do I word this? It depends on what you call white culture, or do you say, for me, example, can I focus on Irish culture? Because there's probably a little bit of
Well, I
difference there.
mean, do you share
Irish
a
is white
culture with
How do I get myself in the middle?
Right.
Matt is, well, are you talking about white people or are you
Well,
talking
yeah,
about
it's a
me,
genuine question.
Irish people?
Irish.
Well, keep up with the conversation, my guy. Or
Java,
do you
you
just
stuck a
want the center?
jalapeno
I
in your
thought
vagina.
Irish
I
Just give me
like
one
the
people were
flavor.
white
Irish. I
people.
mean,
I thought Irish
I
people
like
are considered white people.
96% of you. The other
Most of us are just trying to
4%
mind our own
have
business.
been, they're in Boston and they scare me. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, no, we don't really
But
like
isn't
them. They don't count.
Irish
But Matt,
culture
why do you feel
considered?
white? Like, aren't you Irish?
I mean, I can
Oh, he's
look at.
trying
Is
to
it
be
So,
white. They're assimilating.
But you're
Yada,
Isn't
thanks, Yada, for
Irish?
answering my question. So again, I can look at myself and go, well, obviously, I'm not African American. I am, however, white by just
But when you're in
assumption.
From
Ireland,
Ireland?
well, let me ask you this, Matt. When you're back
Wait,
home in
so as long as
Ireland,
you're not black, you're white, is what he just said.
Again,
well,
I'm not exactly Chinese or Japanese or
high
Asian
key.
of any kind
Wait,
either.
Matt, but wait, in
Kind of
Ireland,
could pass for
Uh-huh.
in
Chinese too,
Ireland, do you go
Yeah,
around calling
or Asian
yourself
at least.
white?
it's not really. We have a bigger problem in
No,
Ireland.
but in Ireland, do you say that you're
Yeah,
white, or are you just another
No,
Irish dude?
just
right.
Irish.
Okay,
Y'all
and
just
when
say
you are
Irish.
when you're interacting with English people, right? Because again, you remember you were not
Yep,
white up until very recently,
that's right.
and still under the empire,
Yep.
right? You're not being perceived as an Anglo. To them, are you like? Is it just two white people talking, or is it an English and an
We're
Irish
kind of
person
like
talking?
we're kind of like the ugly,
No,
stepchild.
but Matt, wait. But listen, when you're talking to an English person, it's you conversing with an English person as an Irish person, correct?
Yeah.
And they would never be like you, or do you two in Europe, right? Because I know it's very heated over there. Do you guys just go, "Oh, we're both white," and then just like get along, or no, there's a different history there?
It's different. It's Catholic versus
Do
Protestant
So
there.
then you get what we're talking about. Whiteness
I'm not.
isn't real.
I
Being
didn't mean to disagree
being of
with
an
you.
ethnic group is.
So do black people in Ireland call themselves Irish, or do they just call
Yeah,
themselves
they call
black?
themselves Irish. Yeah.
So they just call themselves Irish, not black.
Black Irish.
Black
No,
Irish.
Black Irish.
no, that's how they,
Oh,
Black
you would
Irish is
describe them.
different. Black
They
Irish is
wouldn't.
not a black person.
Yeah.
They would
Again,
call
Yeah.
those
themselves
people.
like with whatever ethnic group they're from, and then
Yeah.
Irish. So they would be
No,
like
it's different.
Senegalese
It is different.
Irish, Nigerian Irish.
yeah.
Obviously,
So
they're black, but they're
I have an
engaging
answer
as a
for
race
that.
There will be
differently.
I do
whatever
have an answer for that.
country that
If you
they're
give me
from, they'll
30
call
seconds,
themselves
I
that
do
in
have an
Yeah,
answer.
which is what we do in America as well,
Yeah.
TG. Because, for
Yeah, I
example,
know.
I'm not African American. African
Right.
American is a
So
distinct
I do have a
ethnicity.
response to that, Ayatollah. The problem is race is not focused on. It's religion. Okay, it doesn't matter what skin color you are, as long as you pick a side between Catholic and Protestant. That's it. I didn't notice the division in race until I became an American and I moved to America. Okay, so that took a while to get used to, but
That's interesting.
yeah. So over there again, you could be a Muslim, you could be whatever, but you're still going to pick a side between Catholic and Protestant. That's all that matters.
Wait, that's not true though, Matt. Because the Irish were one of the first Western.
It depends on Ireland. Okay, if you talk about Southern Ireland, maybe, but Northern Ireland,
Wait,
where I'm
but
from,
Matt, the Irish. Wait, but Matt, the Irish were one of the first Western nations to acknowledge apartheid in South Africa
absolutely.
being built along racial lines, and
well,
so
it depends on what
you're
type of Irish,
capable.
Ayatollah.
No,
No,
the
it does because
Irish.
the Protestants
Wait,
support
the
Israel.
Irish
Again,
people as a whole.
Ayatollah, I lived in Ireland until I was 22.
Wait, Matt,
I
hang
know what I'm
on,
talking about.
because
So
you're aware of race. Your people have a very long storied tradition with dismantling this notion of race. So I'm a bit confused as to why you would get up here and
the
argue
answer I'm
on
about to
behalf.
tell you. The
Okay.
problem is, Irish Catholics will support Palestine and apartheid. Absolutely. Irish Protestants, however, will not. There is a division. Again, if you look at the history of the north of Ireland, still under British occupation, still under British rule, they would be mostly Protestant. Now, there is a severe difference because Catholics and Protestants have been killing each other for roughly 400 years. So that's where that comes from.
Wait, I'm aware of this, Matt, but
Yeah.
I'm just
But so am I.
I'm just confused as to what did you come up here to take Like, what are you disagreeing with in this
I'm
conversation?
disagreeing with the fact that we have to sit here and focus. I mean, you've got different sex, African American, Irish American, whatever. None of that really.
Well, no, because Matt, the guy earlier doesn't want to acknowledge Irish American. He just wants you all to be white.
Right, and
To be fair though,
that's what was being explained. Is that
to be fair.
yes?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. You go on ahead. My bad.
No, and like you're Irish, so you practice Irish culture, yes?
So whenever I became a citizen of, the United States of America, I reneged on my Irish citizenship. So yes, I am.
Wait a minute, that's no. Fuck your citizenship. I don't give a fuck about that. You are an Irish person, yes?
I was about to follow up with the rest of my answer.
We can hear
yes,
you.
I may be Irish, and I may be born in Ireland.
You speak Gaelic?
But my Tama Bletha do it. But that is.
Okay, so you speak
bro, you're
Irish.
Yeah, you're Irish.
You
like-
eat Irish food. You have an Irish background. You have an
there is
Irish
context to
accent.
what the
You're
rest of my
not
answer
even
would
considered
be.
American. Now you
Do
live
you
in
consider
America.
yourself white?
Where yeah,
I
that's
just
what I was gonna ask
consider
too.
myself.
Well,
I just
he's
consider
white in
myself-
America, but
Wait,
not
wait,
in.
yo, wait a minute. What do you consider yourself as a white person?
Not really. No.
Okay. What do you
That's the
consider
difference.
yourself as?
Immigrant, American, first generation.
Wait a minute.
You're-
First generation.
Yeah.
You wouldn't
Why
be
are
first
you
generation.
erasing
You
your
would just be.
Irishness?
That isn't a race. Like if you were to go,
Yeah.
hold on.
Why
So
are
if you
you?
were to go, hold on. If you were to go fill out a job application, what would you check off? What box are you checking off?
I don't need to.
No,
'cause
he'd
I
check
employ
off
others.
white.
You
But
would
I'm
have to.
talking about culture-wise, JD. Like, sorry, Bean. I'm talking culture-wise, babe. Like,
Okay, yeah, I get that.
you
That
came
makes more
over
sense.
here. Are you saying that you don't practice anything that is traditionally Irish?
I'm probably not the best person to speak to because I left for a lot of hurtful reasons. So
But you.
Okay, so
You're.
you have pain there.
yeah, so I left for a couple of different
Roger.
reasons.
Okay.
So it would just be a bad reminder of the past. You know what I mean?
Okay, so wait, but that doesn't
That's
negate the fact that we can hear you, and no offense, I mean this with all due respect. You
Oh,
sound
no,
like a
listen, I
Lucky
get it.
Charms
I get it,
commercial.
Ayatollah. I get it.
You're Irish, like you just spoke in Gaelic.
Nah,
You
that
came
was
over.
intentional.
You came from Ireland. You look Irish. You look like your people, right? And don't give me that. Oh, how can you tell the difference? No, we can tell the difference. You can tell the difference. It's why all of my Irish friends, when I see them,
completely agree.
that I hang out with in London, they point out the English to me so fast. Their heads on a swivel, right? So I'm just.
Well, England's a little bit different.
Matt, hang on. You're Irish. And in America, you have white skin, but does that erase your Irish heritage to you?
No, not really.
Okay.
But
Because we
then
just
at
had
the
St.
same point,
You're
Patrick's Day.
culturally, you're
again,
culturally Irish.
for full transparency, this is where my hypocrisy comes in because I own Irish bars in New York, but I try to live my life separate from that because of the past. Again, I grew up.
So you're
What
trying to assimilate.
happened?
So I
Again,
get it.
again,
I get it.
again,
I
you're
get
talking
it.
to
Here it
somebody that
is.
grew up
He's
with.
trying to
People after
assimilate.
you?
You're talking to somebody that grew up with.
He's trying to
troubles.
assimilate to the white American experience instead
But
of
there
because
is
it's
no
like
white American experience.
right.
Like it's just.
But that's why. But that's what
It's
I
a
wouldn't
lie.
consider.
you see
I
how he's
wouldn't
trying to
consider
like
it.
say like, oh, I own a bar, Irish bar, but
I wouldn't
I kind
consider
of
it
want to
white
get away
American,
from my
TJ.
culture.
Because here's the
That's what
thing,
he was
TG.
saying.
The fact that he's going into an Irish bar and he's calling it an Irish bar tells you, and
Yeah.
he's doing
It's
that
not.
in
It's not going to
America,
be. Well, we're not
tells you that.
selling. Again, we're not selling. tapas, and we're not doing burritos. We're doing Irish food.
But Matt, like
The front of
that's
it's
the
great.
point.
But again, this is, and again, that's why I said this is where my hypocrisy comes into play here. Now, TG made a point. Well, trying to assimilate into white America. No, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
assimilate into being an American.
Yeah, see,
You
it's
can.
the same thing. It's the same thing. Because you're. So
but
why are you trying to?
American means
Yeah. So why are you trying to So you're
Wait,
trying
what
to like
is?
push away your culture, your Irish culture, right? That's what it
But
sounds
what
like
does
to me.
being American mean to you, Matt?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get him to understand. So you come into America, you are trying to be like the other white Americans by doing what? What are you doing?
And that's
The
just
fact
never
that
going to
the
happen.
fact that I was able to, become a citizen. I worked hard, paid a shit ton of fucking
It's not
money,
that
mind you.
hard to get a
He's a
citizenship.
Republican. Damn. He
Which
said
means
work
something
hard.
totally
He's a
different in
Republican.
Wait,
Ireland.
but
It
why?
depends on who's
I'm
in
just
charge.
I'm
TJ.
just
He's
It depends
confused
on
on
who's.
why this
It
matters
depends on
because
who's in charge.
even if he doesn't
He's
practice anything
Catholic.
from Irish culture, there still is an Irish culture. Like it just is not clicking to me. What does it matter? Like I don't understand. You can go to Greece and there's people who are Greek who practice absolutely nothing. They don't play any of the instruments. They're not, Greek Orthodox. They don't like it. What does it matter if he specifically does it or not?
Mediterranean salads,
And again,
I feel like
this is part of the problem, because there is a lot of Irish people
this
that had to do the same
conversation
thing.
requires a therapist. We're not
Again, Ayatollah,
qualified
there is
for
a lot
it.
of Irish people that had to do the same thing, Ayatollah. A lot of Irish
No,
immigrants
no,
did the same
Matt,
thing.
Matt, Matt.
Yes, they did.
No,
Yes,
Matt.
yes, they did.
No, Matt.
He's just
No,
you're
no,
assimilating
Matt.
to
again,
being a
Matt,
white
over talking me is not
American.
going to over talking me is not going
Matt,
to change my answer. It's not going to,
Matt. I'm
so
telling
it
you
doesn't
this
really
right
matter.
now. If they had to do it, you would not be able to walk into an Irish bar in New York. The fact that that still exists, and those people are very much a part of American culture, which is a collection
Considering
of
that
all of these
considering
people.
that 70% of Irish bars are not owned by the Irish in America, but well, New York, but okay. 30%
Okay, and
20%
I'm
are owned
not.
by
I
the
don't
same
know how you
conglomerate.
know this, and I don't care. The fact that
So
they
yeah,
exist,
again, most of them are
the
there
fact that
to
we
appeal to
have.
tourists. That's all it is.
But Matt, we have you been to the city of Boston? That's like you guys'
Right.
Mecca.
Yeah, and also Chicago just painted the whole river
Mecca is
green.
wild.
It is.
Yeah, no,
Like we
Boston is one place I will never go. So
Dude,
Well,
it's
but
your
Matt, then
people.
why
Like,
are
so you
you?
hate
so
your people? As someone who lives like 30 minutes away from Boston, that's literally your people right there.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So he's trying to get away from his
no,
Irish roots
because
when he
a
comes
lot of
here
Irish
to
a lot of
America
Irish people in Ireland view them as the Elizabeth Warren types.
because
Again,
they're
they don't
American
have any
people.
Irish ancestry.
All right, so this is what he's doing. He's literally coming here to assimilate, and whatever you see it or not, because you have a problem with, I guess like you're saying like American Irish people are different to the people that's actually from Ireland.
Most
Am I
Irish people don't
correct?
consider them Irish. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the problem. So when you come here in America, you trying to get away from, you're trying to assimilate basically. You're trying to get away from your culture in the Irish part, and you're just trying to what, assimilate just to regular
But to
American
what?
white culture here.
Why
Right, that's
would
what I'm trying
I?
to figure out.
Why?
Because
Why would
he's
I
not
bring?
accepting his Irish roots here because
But what
it's
is? There's
looked
no
at
such thing as
it's
like.
looked
I've
at
got a question.
bad
I've got a
on.
question. I've got a question.
But what is regular
Why
white
would I?
American
Why would
culture?
I bring everything with me, including all my
You
baggage?
don't have to bring it
Again, I
here.
hadn't
You
finished
don't.
my
It's
question.
It's
I
here.
hadn't
the
finished my
Ireland
question.
culture
I
is
had
here,
not
bro.
finished
I'm not
my
understanding
question.
why
Again,
you trying to
I hadn't finished
assimilate.
my question. I hadn't finished my question. So I'll repeat it. Why would I bring everything with me, including all my baggage, to a brand new start instead of going, you know what, starting from scratch, working hard to be an American, job done?
Because you don't
Weird.
because
Wait,
you're
because
Irish.
wait, Matt, I
Like
get it. You
what?
have trauma. We're not telling
Yeah.
you about your trauma.
Oh no, I
Yeah,
don't
It's
yeah,
really
your
yeah.
care about that.
identity, your heritage. That was here before you.
Why do I need to bring
It's
that with
always
me?
gonna be.
Why
We
do I
don't
need to
need
bring
you to
that
do
with
the
me?
work. We've had people
Why do
do
I
it when
need
they
to?
immigrated
Why do
here.
I need to feed into it?
Matt, what do you mean feed into it? It exists. Nobody's asking you to feed into anything.
Again, why would I contribute to it? Considering A, it
Well,
already
we
exists.
don't need you to contribute
You know
to it.
what?
There are better
Again,
people.
you would understand what I'm saying if you would stop cutting me off.
No, because you're not making sense.
Because you still won't stop cutting me
You
off.
sound like we want you to be the representative of the Irish American community, as if
Oh
we
no,
didn't
no, no, no,
have.
no, 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 no. See, here's the
We have
problem.
like what?
Because for the most part, Irish immigrants don't bring most of their culture with them. That's just a
Yes, they
fact.
do.
Okay, what includes in Irish culture? Tell me.
Potato chips. I really enjoy
Fucking, I
those. Those
love
are an Irish
potatoes.
invention.
We have St.
Guinness.
Patrick's Day.
We
We just
literally,
had
yeah,
St.
St.
Patrick's Day.
Patty's
So
Day.
that is
Literally,
inventions by
Chicago
us.
just painted their
We had
whole
Yes,
St.
river
Patty's
green.
Day.
yes, we made a
Yeah.
killing.
I'm sure St. Patrick's Day is
Patrick.
like Cinco de Mayo. Like
The problem
Wait,
is,
right.
You
Patrick
guys
was
have your own dances. Like you guys have
Right.
your own historical
okay.
dances.
So
That's
the
one
problem
part of
is,
it.
I'm going to give you. St. Patrick was a slave from Britain.
and
He was
music.
Oh
British.
my God, here we go.
He was though. He was. He didn't wear green either, but whatever.
Okay.
So
Matt,
so
we
you
don't
want to
care
say
about
that's the
historical
American
accuracy.
version?
That's
all
the
right,
one thing that exists in
historical accuracy
America.
kind of matters.
He kissed the
Ayatollah.
Blarney Stone. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
again,
Oh
somebody.
my God,
Yeah,
yeah.
no.
The Blarney Stone.
Yeah.
You remember that?
'Cause,
Nah, but
yeah,
look though, on some serious though. So all right, so you saying that Irish people in Ireland, they
yeah,
view American Irish people as not
yeah,
from the culture. That's what
yeah,
you're saying. So
yeah.
now you move from Ireland, and now you're trying to do the same thing. You're
Oh
just
yeah.
like, well, I know people in my country don't think since I'm Irish here in America, it's not,
Oh
you're,
no,
you're
I've been
trying to
called a
get away
traitor
from that. You're
by.
just trying to assimilate to the white American experience versus
Yeah,
bringing your culture,
yeah.
living in your culture that we
Ducky's
have
in the
here for
queue.
you. that we have here. We have Irish culture here, right? We celebrate St. Patty's and all that, and do things, Irish bars and stuff. So you can live in your culture here in America, but you choose not to because it's shunned upon in your own country.
So you're
Because
a
American
pick
Irish
me?
people is not considered Irelanders or whatever.
But can I just say that this is not an experience that's unique to Irish people.
Yeah, I know, I
Most
get it.
people who are outside of America who say like, okay, so say for example, I'm Cape Verdean, right? If I say to a Cape Verdean person who's from any of the islands, like I'm Cape Verdean, but I'm in America, a lot of the times they'll clown you because what do you truly know about what it's like to live in Cape Verde and be here?
Right.
No, you're
Yeah.
American, you're Americanized.
Right.
That is just a global experience. Everybody makes fun of America. And that is why I proudly say, no matter how much you try to assimilate, Matt, you'll never be a big dog like us. It's just that simple. And I don't want to be Irish, so I don't give a fuck about none of that. But that's why you can try to assimilate as best as you can. But unless you have grown in this quote unquote American culture that we have, because American culture is a thing, but white American culture is not a thing, right? That's at least my belief. If you have not grown up in this culture, you will not understand it. And I would say that as someone who has immigrant grandparents and great grandparents, they will never get it. Simple.
You know what? To an extent, I will agree there. But unfortunately, I still hold the line of thought of going, well, you know what? A, passport says I'm American. Driver's
You don't
license says I'm
sound like
American.
us.
Sorry, Matt.
I hadn't
One
finished
second.
speaking.
Sorry, Matt. Give me 1 second. Oh, Gigi, I don't know if you wanted to drop, but
Now hold on a second,
never
Matt.
mind.
Matt, hold on, Matt, hold on. Jesus Christ. Here we go. You're gonna get your ass whooping up here on this panel.
Why are you being grumpy
No,
today?
no, no,
What's
no,
wrong
no.
with
You're
you,
gonna
huh?
get your no. You're
What are
gonna
you being
get your
aggressive
ass
for?
whooping on this panel
What are you being
properly,
aggressive
right?
for?
Matt, because I know everything you stand for and what you've said. What I watched you do a minute ago is when these people asked you to stand 10 toes down, you coward, bro, and I'm not happy
For
about that.
what? For
Hold
what?
on, Matt.
For what?
Every time Matt comes on
When have
every
I ever
panel,
said that I'm Irish?
hold
When
on,
have
I'm
I
going
ever
to tell you so
proudly said
everybody
I'm
can
Irish?
hear.
I've
And
always,
Matt, like I
I've
consider
always
you a
proudly
friend.
said that I would
Matt,
happily
let
build
me
a wall
speak,
around
Matt.
Ireland and fill it with water.
Everybody needs to make
I don't
sure
care
Matt
about
lets me
Ireland.
speak because I
I
want to
do
tell
not
you
care
what he's
about
not
Ireland,
saying right
Ducky.
now.
You know this.
Matt, are you an American?
Yeah.
Okay. Matt, do you
One
like
second.
Ireland?
Bex, are you still here? Bex.
70-30, no.
No. There's no 70-30, Matt. I've watched other
You
people from
can't.
Ireland, sir. Hold on.
You can't.
Matt,
You can't
let me speak.
differentiate. I'm sorry.
I've watched other people come up on the panel on Sports
Uh-huh.
Moms Live or even on my live that were Irish.
On your
And you literally dog walked them because they were from Ireland and talked shit about that
Not
country
because
and told them.
not because of them being from Ireland, but specifically because of who they were as individuals.
You have
Matt, you're
Irish
not telling the
phobia?
truth right now, Matt. Why are you not telling the truth, bro?
Again, we've talked about this before,
You're
Ducky.
Irish
One was a
phobic, Matt?
Protestant. One was hold on, Ducky. One was a
Matt,
Protestant.
can somebody
One
please
was
mute Matt
Jesus
for just
Christ.
1 second because this
Listen,
isn't fair, bro.
listen
This is
to what I'm
upsetting
about
me.
to say, Ducky. One was a Protestant from Culchie, farmer land. The other was from Southern Ireland, who are a bunch of degenerates. So what are we doing here?
Okay,
Matt,
hang
listen.
on. I ride for the Southern Irish. That is a white collection of lovely, fabulous people. You are a
Yeah, see,
no.
that's the
What do you mean
problem
by
right there too.
degenerate? What do you mean by
I'm really
degenerate?
upset about this.
He has a beef with South
I'm about to
Ireland.
answer that,
What do you
Ayatollah.
mean by degenerate?
I can
Because
tell
do
you.
you hate freedom, huh?
No.
You hate
no,
freedom?
No.
You hate
no,
fighting back
no,
against empire?
Nope.
Is that what it
Not
is?
even
You
it.
hate the Gaelic
Nope.
language? You hate tradition? You hate the
language
fact
that I
that they
can
don't
speak?
have you hate the fact that they don't have the boot of the British down their fucking
No.
throats? Is that it?
No. It's the fact that you've got 7-year-old kids in the streets of Dublin who are native to Dublin eating their dinners off cardboard. It's the fact that they don't care about their own
That
people.
happens in America.
Yeah, great.
Listen.
Except
The same
Ireland.
country you
Okay,
ran
great,
to.
except much smaller country.
Ayatollah. Listen, like I said, I've watched Matt come up on panels. Listen, I
There's
swear on
left
I swear on
reasons.
everything I love with what I'm about to say next. I promise, give you my word. And Matt's my friend, so Matt, I'm throwing you under the bus because I'm upset right now that you're not standing 10 toes down.
I'm kind of concerned why you're
and you're not getting
taking
your
it out
ass
on
whooping
everybody
like you
today.
should,
Are you
bro.
on your period?
No, I want you to stand for something. Stand for what you believe in,
Stuff in
dude.
America. I don't care
But
about
also,
anyone
I will
else.
say Ireland definitely has a lot more programs. And I will say this, Southern Ireland has a ton of programs to help children in poverty. They're not as stingy as America. And so the fact that you would sit here and,
Did you
regurgitate that
realize that
lie.
you're talking about the same government that spent 330,000 euros for a bicycle shelter, but it only holds 4 bikes, but they can't
Wait,
feed
so-
kids? crazy
Yeah,
to me.
Matt, that's Matt. Are you a
So, yeah,
Republican? Do you
Matt has
vote
said he would be
again,
happy. He
massively
would be
Republican?
happy if
misinformation.
Wait,
Ireland.
The
Matt, are you a
finance
social?
minister
Wait,
didn't have a
Matt.
bank
Matt,
account
are you
until
a
2012,
socialist?
and then
Are
got
you a
caught, you know,
socialist?
with a
Are
pretty
you a
Ayatollah.
fistful of
socialist?
cash,
Matt
and
has
went,
said he
"Hey,
would be happy if Ireland would burn down to the ground. All of
oh yeah,
Ireland burn down to the ground.
I wouldn't put it out."
Matt, are you a socialist?
See, there we go.
No,
Okay, so if you're not a socialist, why are you making this argument? Because that shit happens here in America too.
because again, if they pay
Wait a
taxes, they
minute.
should go
How
to
are
their own
you
people.
talking about? How are you talking about feeding kids when you're okay with burning the country down to the ground?
Because again,
Then they really don't have
considering
nowhere
I
to
do
live.
quite a lot for the homeless
You're not
community in New
alive.
York, I do it as a private citizen.
There you
But
go,
hey,
Matt. Now
Why
you
did
can get
why
your
didn't you
ass
go
whooping
down?
up here on
Why
the
didn't
panel.
you
Now
go
that you
down
told the
to
truth,
Southern
thank you.
Ireland? Why didn't you go down to Southern Ireland and feed those hungry kids? Why'd you come all the way here? Spend
Right.
thousands of dollars to get a citizenship here instead of fixing shit where you were.
Your mother,
because A, happier here, B, want to see
Okay, those kids are still
Ireland.
starving in Ireland. I thought you
And
cared
you
about
and
the
you
kids
use
Again,
starving
that's
us
a
in
as
different
a
country.
Ireland.
line. How
Well, again,
inhumane.
Queen, that doesn't really
That's
work because
your
it's still a different
country.
country. It's not. It's a different
It's
country.
It's
your
not
There's a
his
border.
country,
country.
Queen.
There's a
Hey,
border.
Queen,
It's your
Queen, Queen.
Show
He
me
said
where
it's
the
not his
border doesn't
country.
exist.
He
Show
says
me where the border
Ireland is
doesn't
not his
exist.
so you
I know he's
so
assimilating
you
here to a white
abandoned
American.
Show
you
me where the
abandoned
border
you
doesn't
and the
exist. There is a
children.
border between the
You
Republic of
abandoned
Ireland
you
and
and
north of
you
Ireland.
abandoned
Queen, they're
you
two
and the
different countries.
children
Which one
They're
are
two
you
different
from?
countries, Queen. They're
I
two
don't give a
different
fuck.
Are you
countries.
North or South
Then why
Ireland?
do you care about that?
So you can't really use. Well, why do you go to a
Wait,
different
are you
country?
from the
Because if
north
I
or the
went,
south?
I was
You from
born
the
in the
North?
south, raised in the north.
You was
Okay,
You
so
were
raised in
why
the
born
would
in
you
the
bring your
South, so that's your
degeneracy here?
country.
If you come from such a degenerate
Why
culture,
would
by
I?
your
Why would
opinion,
I
why
go
would
to?
you come here?
Again, I was
Hello,
That's
addressing
why he
strawberry.
Queen.
has that ideology because he's from up there.
Yeah,
No, but
again,
he's
Queen.
like,
I'm going to
but
ask
they're
real
like,
quick.
according to him, they're degenerates,
I
and
would
so
love
he's
to
a
get a word.
product of
I would love
degeneracy.
to
Matt,
get a
listen,
word.
So
Matt,
why would he
Matt,
I would
come
love to get
and,
a word.
Matt, listen, Matt.
America
You
with
I
his
did.
had to
degeneracy?
do
There's
this to
about
you
four
because you
different
got to
people
stand
talking,
on
but yeah,
something,
I still
bro.
haven't been able to answer a full question yet. So it's
I'm
kind of
sorry I
Because
had
you're
to
not
do this,
making
but listen,
sense.
so
listen, hear me
anyway.
out. You can't come over there and say one thing and not come over here and be 10 toes down and be
No,
proud of
Ducky,
what you said.
again,
Because they're
I
gonna
didn't say
listen. They don't
anything I
agree
wouldn't
with what
say. I
we
would
agree
happily
with,
build a
Matt.
wall
So
around
get
Ireland
your
and fill it
ass
with water.
whooping just like I
But
got
Ducky,
mine.
Degeneracy is
Ducky,
within
you know
him.
what?
It's
You know what, Ducky?
innate.
Let me say it in 10 in 4K. I will always hold the same belief. You could build a wall around Ireland and fill it with water because it's no longer my country.
But Matt, I want you to know something. You're not an American. Like you're
Oh,
not an
well,
American in a
There it
sense
is,
that,
Matt.
like,
unfortunately, I am.
in a
There
sense
she
that
goes. She's about to
Unfortunately, I
go in
am.
you
on you, buddy.
can't.
You're not.
You're
Show me
not.
where my
You're
again
You're not.
American
Definitely not.
passport, America's
I
driver's
don't
license,
care.
sole
No,
citizenship
You're
with the
not
United States of
American.
America.
You're
no,
not
So
an
I have
American because
citizenship.
you don't hold
Would
Again, I
you go
American
don't care.
somewhere?
beliefs. You don't hold
Really?
American
Nowhere
Sure?
would you
beliefs.
go
You
You
somewhere
sure?
and
don't think
people
like
would be
You
like,
us.
"Oh
sure?
yeah, this is an American." Yeah, absolutely
I'm
you
just
would.
like really
You're
confused
not one of
because the
us.
United States is consistently regarded as like the Western country
Don't
with
worry
the
about it.
highest amount of child poverty rates, and 1 in 8 children go hungry every day. So I'm just like not understanding. Like I don't know if my brain is
Because we
just not
donate a lot of
frying.
money to Tony the Tars. We feed the homeless, clothe the homeless
I
in the
accept you
winter,
as American,
and
Matt, just so you know.
yeah, no.
Why
So
Bro,
won't you
what are
do
you
that
talking
in
about? There are
Ireland?
more resources because it is less populous in Ireland than there is in America. If you compare the percentages, if you compare the percentages, the rate in America is higher. Like, do you understand that?
do you understand that the fact that A, the finance minister of Ireland didn't have a bank account until
He only
2012?
cares
They're
about
massively
himself.
corrupt. The programs that you were
That's why
talking
he
about
didn't
don't
fix
actually
anything over there.
exist. By the way,
Wait, but
Ayatollah.
Matt,
So
why
I
would
want
we
to hear what he
believe
has to
you?
say.
Why would we
again,
believe you over things that we already know? Because you're talking to a demographic of people who
you got to
aren't
do is
like,
prove me wrong.
no, because you're just like a pick me refugee. That's
Really.
what you are. You're a thought refugee. You know that you were walking around Ireland
Sitting out
talking
citizenship,
crazy.
I pass a
You
Oh
thought that you were
citizenship.
gonna come
have
to
refugee
America and be
status.
one of
I'm
us
no longer
sounding
on a
like the
work
fucking
visa. I'm
Lucky
a
Charms
citizen.
man,
I have
and
sole
you're
citizenship. So
firstly, you
unfortunately,
denied
no matter
Irish
what you
American
say, I
culture.
still have a
You
citizen.
denied Irish
And
American culture.
yeah,
Let's start with
again,
that.
I'm still the same person that will happily admit, yes, I can speak the language. Yes, I can river dance.
Hey,
But it's
Because you're
because
Ayatollah,
of me.
Irish. You're not
And
Irish
Ayatollah,
American.
yeah,
You're
no,
Ayatollah,
again,
Irish.
I will still
Ayatollah.
build a wall
Ask
around
Matt what he
Ireland
thinks about
and
Muslims,
happily
Ayatollah.
let them all drown.
Uh-oh.
So
I don't care what he
What'd you
thinks
say,
about
Ducky?
Muslims. Honestly, I don't
can't, and I don't know why Yada is in the comments whenever she talked about shoving jalapeno up her fanny, but whatever.
Who's Yada?
So
Yada's K50.
Oh,
yeah.
K50. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Matt,
Yada.
I just,
Anyway,
you need, listen, you know what? I'm really sad that you left Ireland because they have universal health care
I'm not.
and you could have gotten the help you need because you didn't need to immigrate. You
I
needed
will
a
happily pay for
therapist.
my healthcare every time.
And do you have a therapist?
Again, there's whenever you look at the ER weights in Ireland,
Do you
it's
do you
3
have a
days, by the way,
therapist?
under
Do you
the
have a
NHS.
therapist?
It's
I
a
don't
3
care
day
about
wait
the
in an
ER.
ER.
I
It's
don't care about
also
the ER.
again, it's
Do you have
also
a do you
bare
have a
minimum 8 months to get
therapist?
seen for cancer
Do you
appointments.
have a therapist?
Actually, yeah, I do. Yeah,
No.
Okay, and how
I pay them a
frequently are
lot
you
of money. They
seeing
do
this
a very good
therapist?
job.
I don't think they're doing
It
that
does not
great.
sound like it. It
Anyway,
does not sound like it at
I will
all.
still take my private, healthcare over public healthcare provided by
And that's
taxpayers that
fine because
has lower quality.
private health insurance exists in Ireland as well.
Yeah, great, except it's not for the most part, and it's
Yeah,
very
so
hard to
you
get
were too
onto.
poor to afford it
And
there, and suddenly you
So
can
then
afford it
stop
here.
lying
no,
under
it
the
still
guise that you
sucks.
care about children. Stop lying under the guise that you care about children, because if you did, then you would
Okay, no,
agree that
absolutely.
children should have public health care, which is free for children in America.
So I,
Public
as an
health care
adult,
You know
is
have
what I
private
find
free.
so
insurance.
funny?
I, as an
You know
adult,
what I
has
find
private
so
insurance, but I
funny?
fully applaud
Hey,
children should not
Strawberry,
have to
can I ask you
pay.
a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? So,
Yeah.
when people say if you don't like it, go back to your country, right? Or if you don't like it, leave. Republicans tell us that all the time, right?
Hmm.
Hear me out. My answer is always, why would I leave somewhere when I just want to fix it? Like, this is my home,
It's a great
right?
response,
No
actually.
matter what kind of trauma I've been through in this country, what kind of trauma my ancestors have been through, what the fuck do I look like leaving something instead of trying to fix it?
Well, that's why
I
he's
think it's
not
a
an
coward's way
American.
Well,
out.
I'm also
You're a
entitled
Dougie, do you want to tell
coward.
him why I left, or do you want to let me?
You
Wait,
can
but
tell
that's
him
why
and
he's
do
not.
Coward.
Wait, Queen,
You're
that's why
grown.
he's not an American because there is something innately within the American
Citizenship,
identity.
otherwise.
Hello? Are we
Oh,
allowed to put up swastikas on our pictures now? Is
Whoa,
that what
who
we're
did
allowed to
that?
do? Bluntman did
Ooh.
that.
Blutman did.
Wow,
Why did
come
you
on,
do
bro.
that, dude?
Get the fuck on,
That
bro.
was
You
an
a bitch
accident.
ass nigga for
I've
that.
never really liked Brandon Breen anyway. Sorry,
Wait, but
Tyler.
that's the
But
thing, Matt. You're not an American because you're a quitter, and Americans aren't quitters. We weren't taught or socialized to be
if you actually
quitters.
knew why I left, you would
Um,
understand.
no,
So,
but
Why?
God, here comes the
well,
trauma dump.
oh no, not a trauma
Yeah.
dump.
Why'd you
I
leave?
got very sick of the
Okay,
infighting
do you
between Protestants and
so
Catholics.
since he's
Wait, y'all,
American?
wait,
I got
y'all,
very
wait, y'all,
tired
wait,
of
y'all,
the
wait, y'all.
stupidity and the ignorance. I also got very, very tired
Wait,
of
can
the
you
fact that, hey,
rewind?
you
Can
know
you
what?
rewind? Can you start
Sometimes bad
over?
things happen,
Matt,
and you just gotta
Matt,
leave.
start over. Matt, start over. Nobody heard you. Start over.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, I just got very tired of the constant infighting between Protestants and Catholics. Couldn't take it anymore. Funny little bit of terrorism over there. Also got really, sick and tired of the ignorance and stupidity. I got really
Up
sick
the
and tired
raw.
of great the inventors of the
You're a
human car
coward.
bomb who
Welcome to
murdered
No,
their
you're
own
Up
a
the
people.
coward.
raw. I
I,
support
You're
I
not
told,
every
American.
I
You're a
single
do
car
realize that
bomb
they
they
murdered
used
their own
against the
people.
British. Up
You
the
do
You're a
realize that they
raw.
coward.
murdered their own people.
Up
And
the
black people get
raw.
shot down in the streets every day.
How
Diss
much do
me.
you
Up
You're
the
a
actually?
coward.
raw.
Can I ask him a question? Since he's proud to be American now, whatever.
Yeah.
Bluntman's in the request if anybody wants to drop, just let you know.
How
Up the
So I never really got to
raw.
finish
That's how
why
I
I
know you're
left.
so
not.
Matt?
That's how I
Never got
know
to
Hi,
you're
finish why
not
I
an
Dusty.
left.
American.
Hold on.
Never
So
got to
Matt,
finish why I left.
You're
Matt,
not
how
even an
much do you?
Irish American because it's up the raw. Every
Great. The
single one of
inventors of the
them.
human car bomb who
Yeah, we're
murdered
not
their own
Yeah,
following
and they
people.
that.
did an
So
amazing job.
They murdered their own people.
They did an amazing job.
Americans been killing their own people all
America
the
has
time.
one of the largest conspiracy theories about them unaliving their own people with 9/11. Hello?
Hello?
Wake it up.
right.
What are you
So
talking
Like, are
so
about?
you
Matt,
serious?
how
You
much do
live
you
in
Gary.
care
ignorance?
about?
The
Hey Matt,
literacy
how
rate
much?
here
Gary
is sixth
murdered their own
grade.
people.
What
Hey
is he
Matt,
talking about?
Matt, you're slimy.
Conspiracy theories about people, the
Yeah. If
government
you look at the
unaliving their own
stats,
people. And not only that, there's literally proof that they have tortured their own people. Like, what are we talking about?
Wait,
You're
but
literally just a
being
coward.
but you're not understanding what the IRA actually
but
stood
you're
for.
not even an
You're not
Irish
understanding what
person.
the IRA
You
stood
don't have
for.
any dignity, Matt, because what they did
Wait.
was because they were
Yeah, I
being
don't claim
actively
Ireland. I don't
occupied
claim
by a
Ireland.
That's his
foreign
prerogative,
military
though.
that was
do not claim a
subjecting them to
country.
immense amounts of
I
violence and
do not
policing.
claim.
They were being gunned down first. They
Really?
didn't
Are
do
you
it
sure?
until they were
Are
being
you
gunned
sure
down
about
first.
that?
I'm
Are you
positive.
sure about that?
I am positive, Matt, because guess what?
Okay.
Irish
You should
history
probably
is well
check the
documented,
records.
and you are not going to sit here and tell me that Irish people fighting back for their own sovereignty is is wrong. Sorry.
How much do you
He's
care
just
about
a
American
coward.
issues, Matt?
I guess I just want to know, Matt. Like I
One
said,
Ireland
hold on,
up
hold on.
the
I'm gonna
road.
ask Matt a question.
That's what y'all
My,
are
my
not
question to you,
understanding.
Oh, hold on,
Matt.
Why
My
let
does
him
question.
any of
let
this
him
Hold
answer
on.
matter?
my
What's
question real quick
Okay, can I go after you?
because I was trying to wait for everybody to finish.
I'll go after you,
Um,
TG. Go ahead.
Matt, are
why
you
does any of
available?
this matter if we know he's a
It don't
coward?
matter. I mean, he's the only
Why is the
op up here.
conversation even like he's a coward?
Not only is he a coward, he's a cuckold. He's a
Matt,
cuckold.
hold on,
He's
guys.
assimilating to white
Yeah,
culture in America.
No, he's a cuckold.
He said if you understood why I left, then you would think differently.
I
He
just
said
wanted to,
stupidity. Listen, he said stupidity and ignorance. The literacy rate in the United States, 70% of Americans, adult Americans, read at a 6th grade level. That's stupidity and ignorance.
If you
They can't
have to
comprehend what
equate
the
that
fuck
to the
they're
other, that's
reading,
not what I
right?
was talking about,
And
Queen.
then when we're
So
talking, no, in general,
I wasn't talking about
stupidity and
education.
ignorance across the
I
board.
wasn't
It
talking
doesn't
about education.
matter.
I wasn't
It
talking about
doesn't
education.
matter. Societally, in general,
I
it
wasn't talking
doesn't
about
matter.
education.
Stupidity.
Somebody in the
America is one of the
hospital?
stupidest countries in the world.
I would just like to be
Me.
able to finish one sentence without getting cut off, but whatever.
Yeah, because
Matt,
you
how much
definitely
do you
didn't just
care
cut me
about
off. That's
There
not
goes
Matt?
that self-victimization. You're soft.
coward.
Oh,
No,
shit.
no.
Matt, how much do you
Bitch
care
made
about
coward.
American issues?
He
In what
doesn't.
context? The atrocities that the
Matt
American
is a
government did,
proud
or
conservative, guys. Leave him alone, right, Matt?
yeah?
Matt, are you
So
pro-Israel?
Uh-oh.
Matt, are you
Wait,
pro-Israel?
yeah, did
people,
he
not
vote for
government.
Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
Okay, wait. Are you pro-Israel? I
People,
didn't.
not government.
Don't give me that liberal fucking answer. Do you
Don't,
Yeah.
think
Matt, answer the
that
question,
Israel
Matt.
has a right to
Be a
exist?
man, Matt. Answer
Yes, I
that
do. Yeah,
fucking question.
yeah. Theologically,
And
yes.
and that's why
Dividing
you
us.
should have been taken out in one of those car bombs. I feel like they missed you.
Here we
Oh
go.
my
It's about to
Because
get
you
good.
are
Everybody
against
get on board.
everything. You are
Yikes.
against every single thing your people have stood for historically and culturally. You are a cuckold.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
unfortunately,
You're a slimy cuckold. You believe in nothing.
Yeah.
You believe in nothing. And then you're sitting here
I do,
dogging
yeah.
out your
I absolutely
people
do.
for foreigners.
I
You will
absolutely
never
do.
be an American.
Oh no, I absolutely
You will never
do.
be an
I believe
American.
in
We
moving
hear
a
you,
ton of
Lucky
money.
Charms,
Hey, Matt.
man.
Hey, Matt.
You denied
Shalom.
Irish
Thank
American
you for your
history.
support.
I have
Matt,
no
You
idea what
denied
you're saying,
Irish
Bleach.
American history. You
I have
got
no
up
idea
here,
what
you
you're saying,
centered
Bleach.
yourself like a
Listening
female.
to,
You don't have a dick, you have a
dum-dum
clitoris
down there.
between your legs, and that's
So,
why you ran. That's why
Matt,
you
I love
ran.
you,
listening to
but
the
I
dum
love
dum down
watching
there
you
that
fit that
doesn't
ass whip
understand
too,
history.
The
though.
conversation,
So,
this is,
again, Bleach,
and if
whenever
we,
you're able to actually
listen,
get a word in
listen.
over Ayatollah, I'll
Okay.
listen to you.
Oh God,
I've just kind
yawn.
of sort of
The
zoned her
conversation
out.
ended. The
So,
She just
conversation
likes to
ended there when
talk.
you
She
wanted
gets
us
no
to talk about
attention
your
from her
fifis,
husband.
and you wanted us to
Her
act like
husband
you're
gives
one
her
of
no
us. You're
attention.
not.
She
You
said,
would never.
just
You
shut
never
the
will
fuck up.
be.
again,
You never
that's
will
not what I
be.
said though. So Ayatollah,
You're
again,
spiritually
maybe learn
Israeli,
Irish
Matt.
history instead of trying to
You are
educate. Maybe
spiritually
learn Irish
Israeli.
history. So it's
Matt,
kind
you're
of sad that
spiritually
you as an
Israeli.
individual
You're
somehow trying to
spiritually
understand more,
Israeli.
but
You're spiritually Israeli,
no,
Matt.
nope,
Matt, you're spiritually Israeli.
nope.
You are
Yeah,
spiritually. Stop
shalom,
fighting
Matt.
it. It's
Shalom, shalom.
true.
You're
I
all
have
good,
no
man.
idea what you're saying at this
Yeah.
point.
Don't listen to
Yeah.
this
Shut
sand
up.
job.
Listen, Matt, just go be Bleach's Shabbos Goy and get off the panel. Just
So
like, please,
yeah, it's kind of
honestly.
Wait,
disappointing that you don't understand.
Bleach says he's Jewish, but he agree with Bloodman putting his
And that's
swastika up.
why I
Wow.
told Bleach the next time I see a white supremacist
Because
group and he's next to them.
Israelis are the modern day Schnazis. Do you not know that? Like,
He
Yeah,
really said, I'm
yeah.
Irish
You would think
Nazis.
that
and I
that would
support
have caused some
Israel.
trauma there, right?
Yes,
Nazis over there.
Bleach, you are a Schnazi if you are
Great,
pro-Israel. Any
great.
other
That's
Get
just
me a
like
fucking
me,
uniform. I'd
questions?
gladly
Like,
wear it.
Bleach. That's just like me cheering someone with
Yeah, I
the
don't care
Confederate
what you guys
flag
say.
up.
You're fucking
Bleach is a
stupid.
cuckold, though.
Fucking
That's a thing.
dumbass.
He's
Yeah,
a
that's
cuck.
Israeli land.
Fucking
Sorry,
dumb.
that's a Jewish
Me
land
being
over there.
Bleach is a
theologically
cuck.
pro-Israel
Bleach,
does
no,
not
you're
mean
not.
that I'm
No, it's not.
pro-Israel
Bleach.
government. There's
Strawberry,
a
you
huge
spend a
difference.
lot of time on here just talking and talking and talking. I mean, your
That's what
husband
she
gives
does,
you no
bro.
attention.
Yeah.
Since you got that
Bleach,
fat
don't you
loss
have a
surgery,
Bleach?
since you
Oh
got
my
that fat loss
God.
surgery and your
Here
skin
he's
hangs
getting
from your fucking
personal.
body,
He's
he's
getting
not attracted to you
personal.
anymore.
What'd you
That's
say,
what they
Bleach?
do
And
when
he's
they can't
and
respond.
he's telling stories
And now you
because
hate
I'm not.
fat people. It's
Listen,
kind
I
of
know that you
weird.
had a fat bubby who thinks she's
Like you have a
indigenous to
thing
the Middle
against fat
East
people
with
now.
her
You should
arm
work it.
flabs, and don't think
How
I
do you
haven't
fat
seen your
shame when you
fat
were fat?
Hispanic
I don't
wife,
understand that.
Bleach. Don't think
How
I
do
His
you
haven't
wife,
seen
fat
his
her.
shame?
wife is not fat. I want to point that
I
out.
don't think I haven't seen her.
My
I don't think I
wife's
haven't
fat.
seen
My
her.
wife's hot. You're
Don't think I
gross.
haven't
haven't seen your schnoz.
So Ducky Scene
Absolutely
is white.
ratty, to be honest.
Bleach, and here's the
My
thing, right?
schnoz
Bleach,
is
you
big
look like a
because the air is
golem.
free, darling.
You look like a golem, anyways.
I look like the Ayatollah.
Yeah, well, you wish you did actually, because then people would want you in the
Then I
Middle
would
East.
shit on him.
Then people would want you in the Middle East. Because if you
Oh,
looked like the
God.
Ayatollah, we wouldn't all be trying to take you out. Yeah, Matt. So when did you
This is
decide that
funny.
you were going to be a cuckold? What age was it?
It's kind of sad because.
What
you know,
age did
A,
you look at your family and say, huh, this isn't going to
Are
work
we talking
for
about
me.
the
I
same
want
family
to
that
be...
most of them are dead these days, and I don't care about them? Okay, cool.
Oh, so you didn't have a family that loved
again,
you, and that's where this comes
I flew
from?
back to Ireland just to make sure my mother was dead. So yeah.
Oh, you have mommy issues?
Yeah, no, thankfully
You
not.
clearly do.
Thank
These
you.
are the types of people we want in
Come on,
America,
man. Chill out,
guys. Like
bro.
these are the
You're
best people that they're
Hey, listen,
getting.
my American capitalism allowed me to pay for her funeral.
You're not
So
American,
again,
Matt.
job done.
You never will be.
Paid for her funeral. So
So,
at least
Matt,
be
do you
grateful
think
for it.
black people can be racist, Matt?
Systematically, no. Why would they be? How could they be?
Nintendo's down, Matt. Hold on, Matt. I know everything you think.
Individually, yeah.
Hold on,
Individually.
Don't you
The
dare
thing is,
fucking back
Ducky,
away from
this is
me.
how you know. Ducky, this is
I've
how you
always
know
said
he's
that
spiritually
individually, as
Israeli because he's
individuals, yes, they
lying.
can be.
How
You're
can they be
lying.
racist, Matt? In what way? Tell them.
Individually.
Sorry,
set-
who the hell
set
is
aside-
conservative bud
I have no
tender?
idea, Ducky, because I'm probably just not going to get an answer in.
Who is conservative bud tender?
I don't fucking know. Oh yeah, I do know. He's from another life.
Yeah, he's good people.
Oh, he's good people.
Seems like
yeah.
a loser.
He's been really obsessed with
Why don't
me.
you bring him up here then, so you can talk to him? Shit.
I'm not a
Oh my
mod.
God,
Ian,
I don't know. I want to
Like,
talk to him.
I want to go
Well,
back to
go ahead.
Systematically, Ducky. When have
how
black
we
people
were
been in
getting
charge?
called out for standing up to the aggressor that was on the panel a while back. We didn't get off that subject yet. Or
Well,
come to
I got booted
conclusion.
off Gidget for 10 minutes. Remember? And then there was
Ducky, I got a question for you.
What?
How can black people be systematically racist
Strawberry
if they
go.
haven't been in charge of the systems?
They
I don't
can't
know,
be.
someone
Black people
dropped
can't
her.
be. I already told you
Now,
that.
individually, sure, whatever, cool.
Yeah,
As
you're about to get
employers,
you're about to get some
sure,
pushback.
I'm sure they can be. But again, I've also hold the same line that it's a pretty outdated, claim. Like, oh God, no, somebody's racist. Somebody's hurt my feelings with words. Again, cash is king.
I want you to
don't care
try to
about
make
that.
that.
Racism
I
is.
want you to try to make that
Wait a
claim you
minute.
just made about black people being
Sorry.
that they're able to be individually racist, right? When I
Ducky, are you at the
when,
hospital?
no, I'm not. I swear. I
I'm
hear
at
it
the
though.
hospital.
Somebody
Punch.
at the hospital.
Who is it? Oh, it's Queen. Okay.
Oh, okay. I was like, I hear a heart monitor. Everybody good?
No, but hey,
Put my own life
You
support out
being
there.
right on
Somebody.
time with the
Sorry.
actual beeps is crazy, Ducky. You were like tempo, okay? It went boop. You was on time. You ate that.
do you think black people can be interpersonally racist, Queen?
Now, Ducky, you argued this yesterday on Devin's panel. Remember I was in there?
Oh yeah, I remember you,
Do
bro.
you still feel that same way after
I
that
just asked
last
the question,
whipping you took?
You
TG.
have
Hold up,
ADHD,
All right,
TG.
I'm just saying,
I
Ducky. I
asked
don't
the
know if you want to
question,
take that
dog.
angle. Okay, go ahead. I see what
No,
you was trying to do. Go ahead.
no. Listen,
It
I asked that
was
question, and
bartender.
listen, nobody's ever. They didn't talk about it, TG. You remember that?
I already know the angle you're trying to take, but go ahead.
Ducky, how many people have you give the old job scenario to?
This ain't gonna. I'm gonna get dog walked when I do this in here. Just so you know, this is not a safe space. I know that.
So
So
Ducky always asks the same question. If I, as a white employer, fire somebody because they're black, but is it racist? They'll
but at
usually
least
go,
I take
yes.
my ass whooping like a man, man. I'm just
Well, no,
saying.
absolutely, yeah, again. Then, Ducky likes to reverse the question. Go, well,
I really
what
respect
about a
that,
black
man.
employer?
Someone
who
saying
fires
they're
a
going to
white
take their
person
ass
is
whooping like a man.
racist.
I respect that.
Brandon, I don't
I
care
didn't.
what you have to say.
What did he say? He
I really
respects.
respect that.
You didn't
Brandon, you
admit
don't know how to
that.
swatch
You
down.
didn't
Somebody
admit
question
that
and that's why I
earlier,
don't
though,
talk to
right,
you.
man? When you took
I
that
don't.
on.
There's
Why
like
did you call
1,000 people
him
talking at
Brandon?
one time.
Brandon, I don't care
Something
what you have to
respectable
say.
about that, you know.
I thought your name was Tyler.
No,
Brandon's
no,
my
no,
first
no,
name.
no, no.
Tyler's my middle name.
Roger.
Yeah, it's just
They
Okay.
think that they're
Brandon
doing something
Brain.
by saying my first
I would
name.
change my name
As
too
if
if
it's like,
my name was
as if I'm in
Brandon
witness
Brain.
protection or something.
Yeah,
All
I would
right, so
change
who
my
had
name
the
too if my
question?
name was Brandon Brain.
Did someone ask you the question?
Why?
Because you sound like, a Teletubbies character with your actual real name, Tyler.
Matt,
Okay.
Gidget asked you a
What's
question,
up?
bro.
What's
Let's
up,
stay on
Gidget?
topic. So,
Sorry.
okay,
What's up,
so the
Gidget?
question to
I
you
must
was,
have
can
shit on
black
this guy
people
at
be
some point
racist?
before. I don't
Well,
even
Gidget,
remember him. He
I've
clearly
known
What do you
you
mean?
remembers
since
He
you
me.
were
answered
Brandon.
that like
He's
3 times
unmemorable, so I
already.
don't
I'm so
Yeah,
remember
no,
him.
confused.
again,
No,
I
I
can't hear
couldn't
you
even
over
hear it.
Brandon talking. But what's up, Gidget?
Are we
Nothing. They
gonna
said that you already
go?
answered it. I couldn't even hear it.
Okay.
Are we
So
going
I must
into
have no
the
idea.
debate about whether black people can be racist or
Yeah,
not, or
what's
what are we
Matt's
doing?
position?
Yeah, T-Bone, and he said Matt
T-Bone,
said
what
that.
you was trying to
No,
say, T-Bone?
yeah, I'll give you my answer instead of everyone answering for me. Systematically, no, because I've never been in charge of the systems, but individually, yeah, absolutely.
I think you mean systemically.
Well, institutionally, systemically, the only racism that Matt believes is possible is interpersonal racism.
Yeah. So Matt, so what's the argument, man?
The fact that once we remove said races out of the system, it's no longer a racist system.
Sorry, can you speak in a less
Congratulations.
shitty
Yeah,
accent? What did
yeah,
you just say?
great. I also said, you know, you're a cunt and your mom addresses you weird. But Also, the fact that once you remove said individuals from, you know, the systems, they're no longer racist. Congratulations, you still got a dead-on decent system.
I'm not. No,
But
Matt,
again,
you're not
I
understanding
don't
what I'm
care,
asking you.
Brandon. I don't care, Brandon.
You're not
girls.
understanding what I'm asking you.
Brandon, I
How
don't
are you
just,
getting
again,
from A
Brandon,
to
I
B?
just don't care.
Here, I'll
Brandon,
ask
I
you a
just don't
very
care.
simple question.
Brandon,
I'll ask you a very. Look, he's crashing already.
Think you want me to
I
articulate
just started
that?
addressing him, and he's crashing already on the live stream.
Let me say
So
this.
listen,
If
I'm
I
going to
say,
ask you. I'm going to ask
I
you
don't
a
like
really
these
important
crackers.
question. Okay.
No, again.
This is a really important question. Right? Because I don't know how you got from A to B. So what is the inference rule? What inference rule are you using?
Basic logic.
No, basic logic isn't a
basic
fucking
logic.
inference rule.
Well,
Matt.
so again, don't really care about your inference. Basic logic allows me
don't
to
care.
analyze.
It's
Again,
not
I'm about
my
to give the answer
inference,
if you
it's
start
yours.
talking. Again, I will show you how I got the A to B if you would start talking. So I can look at a system and go, okay, is the whole system racist? Yes or no? Okay. Are there individuals within the system?
Do you understand what an inference rule is, Matt?
Again, I'm about to answer my question. So
No, you haven't answered my question that I asked you.
because I don't care
I
about your
asked you
question.
because I
I'm
don't
showing you how I
understand
got the A to
the
B.
logic
I don't
of
care
getting
about the
from A
rest.
to B.
I don't care
I
about
need
the rest.
the inference rule. That's the only thing I'm
please, one
asking you,
second,
Matt.
Mod talking.
again.
1 second, please.
What's up?
Blunt man, I understand your question, but let Matt answer it, and
He's not
then you can
answering.
go back. I understand, but then you can go back, and then you can
Fine.
Question.
do it step by
Anyway,
step.
That's fine.
so
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
again, I can look at a system and go, well, okay, is the system as a whole racist? Yes or no? No. Are there individuals within it that are racist? Yes. Remove them. Job done. Don't care who it is. Remove them. Really don't care. Or I can look at individuals and individualistically analyze, okay, well, that person's racist. Knock them out. Job done. I don't care about, oh, well, is it systemically or is it individually? I don't care. Racism, just, again, fight people for it. If you're going to say something stupid, hit them. Job done. So, yeah.
So just to be clear, right, we're having a base level conversation of what racism is. So like when he's asking, how do you get from point A to point B? He's asking for you. Okay, so like, for example, giving a definition of what racism is and then saying that all people have the capability of displaying what's in this definition. Thus, everybody can be racist interpersonally, right? I believe that's what he's asking. Yeah, Maddie, what I'm asking you is because you don't understand what an inference rule is.
No,
right? It's
Tyler, I
gonna
just
be
don't
some
like
sort
you
of
as an
pattern of
individual. I
reasoning
just don't care what
that
you have
lets
to say.
Why am I being interrupted? Like, why is this man crashing out, man? I just don't understand.
Yeah, no, Tyler,
I don't
this
know
isn't
why I
me
upset
crashing
him so
out.
much.
I promise you, this isn't me crashing out. I just don't like
just
it.
stop talking. I allowed you to speak.
I have
Stop
zero
talking.
respect for you. So
I don't care. This doesn't matter to me. I'm sorry. Are you on TikTok to make fucking friends, Matt? Do you want these people to be your
No, I
fucking
just think you're a
friends?
cunt,
I don't
to be
give a
honest.
shit if you don't have respect for me.
Yeah, I just don't
stop
care.
talking
I
when I'm
just think you're a
talking.
cunt.
Matt,
That's
can you
it. That's
please
all I need.
just stop and let him ask his question or his statement, please?
Yeah. So an inference rule is just going to be a pattern of reasoning that lets you move from the premises to the conclusion in some type of logically valid way. There are plenty of inferences that you could use in order to get there. Now, because I couldn't see that in your position, that's why I'm asking you this question.
I still don't care.
All right, so I'll just take that as a W. He's just going to run away from this position.
Again, for me
That's
to
cool. I'm
actually
good.
care and give a genuine answer,
I'm
I
good,
actually have
man.
to like
I
you
mean, I
or
think
at
both
least
y'all
some
believe
sort
in
of
the same
respect you.
shit. It's not really a W. I think y'all agree.
We do not believe in the same.
Yeah, no.
You think
no,
both of
we
y'all think
don't.
that black people can be racist? So
He
y'all both
literally
agree.
just said that he doesn't believe. Well, first of all, he uses
Well,
systematic and he doesn't
try to
understand the difference
argue
I
between
said
that and
individually black
systemic.
people can be
I believe
racist.
that they can, so
He
we're not
said
on the
that
same page.
Systematically, we can.
Wait,
But
Bluntman,
he's
what?
saying
I said
that
individually they
interpersonal,
can,
we
not
can.
systemically.
So
Yeah,
both y'all
great, Matt. That's what
technically
I'm
agree.
asking for. What is the
I can already
fucking
give that answer before
argument?
you ask your stupid question, but
What
whatever.
is the argument, Maddie?
Yeah, I don't really know what you're fucking talking about because I already gave that answer like 5 minutes before
No,
you
you
started
didn't.
yapping.
You thought that because you
So,
responded with
yeah.
random fucking
No,
words
again, no,
means
I
that
already
that's an
said
answer to the
again.
question that I asked
already
you?
said black people can't be systemically racist, just individually. That's the difference.
Why can they not be?
Show me whenever they've been in charge
That's not
of
a.
the entire
It
system.
doesn't answer the question. Why can they not be?
What, systemically?
Yes.
Considering if you look at the laws of the land, the history of the land, everything, I don't remember a time whenever blind people were the ones in charge.
I don't give a shit if you remember or not. That doesn't fucking matter.
weird.
This is a categorical
Who wrote
pivot,
the laws?
right?
Black
The
people, white people?
question. Hold on. So
I don't know if you can read the fucking background when it says,
I
can
can
black
read
people
4
be
different languages.
racist, right? The
Congratulations.
background doesn't say, show me a time when they were. This is a possibility claim, right? The proposition in question is a present tense possibility claim. Bringing up some fucking historical count is just a diachronic substitution, right? I don't need you to divulge into that. I don't care about the history. I only care about the claim that you're making that they cannot be, meaning that it is impossible to be. What is that argument?
Because I argue it from a standpoint of, okay, I can see the history of the land.
This guy's an actual idiot in real life. Okay, all right.
Tyler, I'm not going to sit here
All
and
right,
talk
this man
about it
is
whenever
not
you
able to
talk about
engage in this
raping
fucking
kids.
conversation,
I don't
man.
care. See, I don't care whenever
You don't care that
make
you're an
jokes about
idiot? I
raping
would
kids,
care.
but it's okay. Anyway,
I would care.
we all remember those days, but whatever. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I argue it from a standpoint of, okay, here's how I view it. Here's where my logic draws me. Here's the
You don't know
conclusion.
what logic is.
That is a simple fact. Just because you don't agree with it,
You don't even understand the
somehow I
inference
don't
rules
care,
that
Tyler,
you're using.
or Brandon, whatever you want to go by.
You don't even
So,
understand them.
yeah,
How could you be?
simple as that.
Wait, hold on. I will concede right now if you can tell me what fucking inference rule you were using.
The ignorance of me and my
Okay,
own version
there we
of
go.
logic. That's kind of weird.
You don't know how to make an argument. Like, what are you talking about? man?
Yeah, like Brandon, you've been cut out for this before because you've been asked this question in the past. I'll ask you the same question they asked you. Why do you consistently
Look how
use
he's
big
going to
words
dodge.
that
Look
you
how he's
hardly
going to dodge. Just
understand?
watch this.
So,
Why is what?
why do you consider, yourself smart whenever you don't understand half the words? Somebody asked you to spell inference once and you couldn't spell it. So I'm not going to sit here and
Who
take
gives a
lectures from
shit
you.
if someone's asking me to fucking spell a word? I don't care. I'm not debating them, nor does that
You
have
cannot
anything to
insult
do with
my
the prompt.
intelligence whenever
That is
you
just
can't
more
spell
of
a
a
simple
dodge.
word like
I only
inference.
care about this
Again,
conversation.
diatribe, yes, great. You use
It
the
doesn't
same big
matter.
words over and over again in every argument. Now, again,
Great. So can you give me the
great.
fucking
So
inference
here's
rule?
again, if you don't understand my answer, I'm so sorry, Brandon. That hurts.
How could I
Okay?
understand it if it's not logically valid?
I will repeat my answer for
I need a
one last
logically
time,
valid answer.
Brandon.
That's what I need,
Again,
man.
Brandon,
Can you do that?
Again, I will give you my
I have
answer
faith
one
in you,
last
Maddie.
time.
I believe you can do it. Go ahead.
Again, I don't care,
Fourth
Brandon.
time
I've
is the
never
charm.
liked you. I
Go.
never will. So,
Fourth time is a charm. Go.
listen very closely without interrupting.
Yep.
I can analyze an entire system, and B, look at logic and go, okay, how does a system become racist? Okay, fair enough. Is it a system as a whole, or is it individuals within systems? I can analyze both. Whatever answer I get leads me to another question. Can I remove them from said system, or do I have to rewrite the entire system? If I can rewrite the system, that's going to be a lot harder, but so be it. Or I can remove them from said system. Now, individually, black people can be racist just like everyone else. Simple as that.
You don't believe that they can be racist systemically. So
No.
let's just go through
Never
this.
have, never will.
Okay,
Can I ask a
great.
question, Blaine?
So let's
Or
go
is
through
this
this.
a one-on-one?
All right, so systemic racism. I'm gonna give you a definition
I
that
think it's one-on-one.
generally people who study like CRT and things of that nature they'll generally use. You tell me if you agree with it. Would you say that systemic racism is when institutions through their policies and practices produce unequal outcomes across racial groups? Would you agree with that?
To an extent.
To what extent?
Considering that the majority of that in America has been not at the hands of black people, but black people have suffered from them.
That has nothing to do with the question I asked you. Are you listening?
That's why I said to an extent I would agree with you up until a certain point. Again, Tyler, just because you're not getting the answer,
The only
you want doesn't
thing
mean
that
it's
you
not my
need to
answer.
agree with is the definition.
Again, no, I can give whatever answer I want.
No, that's
Brandon.
not an answer.
I don't care.
That's
I don't
wait, hold
care.
on. Do you think that if I asked you right now what your favorite fucking color is and you said the word left, do you think you answered my question? You didn't
I've got a
answer.
mixture
You
of colours. I've
responded.
got
Just
forest
because you
green on
fucking
right now, which
respond
is
with
the top
random
three.
fucking words
I've
does
got,
not mean that it's answering the
black
question I
gold, which
asked
is,
you,
a
Maddie.
top three.
I don't understand. Like, what? Like, do you agree with that definition of systemic racism? And if you don't, then just give me your definition that you're using.
And that's why I added on.
What is the
to an
definition of
extent,
systemic
yes.
racism if you don't agree with mine?
Again, to your answer, I said to an extent, yes. Unless you look at the majority of systems in America, who's ran them, who suffered by them,
I didn't
Okay,
ask you that.
fair
It
enough.
has nothing to do with the question I asked you.
Which is why I added the.
There is no to an
I added
extent.
that on
We never
to
even
an
got there. There's
extent,
nothing to
buddy.
do with the fucking definition.
So okay, I don't care about what your belief
So
is, Tyler, or your
okay.
answer. I don't
All
care.
right, so I'm
I don't
gonna
care.
move forward. Okay, how about
Yeah,
this?
chop,
How about
chop.
this? How about this? I'm gonna make it real fucking easy. I'm gonna make it real easy. I'm gonna
Yep.
take you through a 4-question Socratic questionnaire.
Awesome. Great. Can't wait. So
Okay.
excited. Chop chop.
All right. First question is: systemic racism is about institutions and policies producing unequal outcomes, right?
Which I agree to. Yes.
Fantastic. City governments have the authority to control policies that affect thousands, sometimes millions of people, right?
Yes. Already. No. Yeah. Sure. Okay,
Cool.
Cool.
And some of those city governments are majority black, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So then in cities where government leadership is majority black, you would agree that they have the power to produce these unequal outcomes, right?
The majority of their voter base would rely on their communities, which are majority black. So they
So
wouldn't
yes?
be picking anyone else but the black communities that voted them in. See how that works?
So do you agree?
About 80%, yes.
There is no 80%.
Again, just
This is
because you don't like that answer, I don't
questionnaire.
care, Brandon. I don't
This
care.
is a syllogism. You can't fucking agree with premise A, B, and C, and then deny the fucking conclusion.
You can.
That comes. No, that is logically impossible.
It's the same for
Okay,
different types of
I'm
evolution,
sorry. Like,
macro and
I
micro.
really
It's the
tried,
same
man. Like
for
it's. You know
those-
that they say
again, those
that it's
people that they vote in,
difficult.
whose
It's
laws do
really
they have to
difficult
follow?
to
Again,
like
which
win a
laws do they
debate
have
with
to
a
follow?
smart
The laws
person,
that
but it's
came before them,
impossible
which
to win
were
it with a
written by
stupid
who
person.
for who.
So I
Junction,
think
Can I
I'm,
ask, can I
I
ask
think
you
I'm
a
good,
question,
man.
Blackman?
Can Queen ask
Blackman?
her question real quick, please?
Okay.
I think she had a question to someone.
Can I go next?
Yeah, Queen, go ahead.
I don't know if this was answered or like, and I missed it, but what is your definition of racism? Because you keep like minimizing it to like mean words, and like if you think that
To mean words?
systemic racism, not you, Blackman, I'm talking to Matt.
Oh, my fault. I'm sorry.
And if you think that systemic rate.
Well, it's easy. You've got things like
saying that word
redlining.
right. If you say
You've got
if
things like
you
redlining,
say
the persecution
systemic
of.
racism exists, but then you say racism, and then you're like, oh, mean words.
No,
That's like
that was just me being facetious and a bit of a cunt. Gidget. So, no, I would classify racism as the
I'm not
persecution of
Gidget, by the
somebody
way.
based.
Me and Gidget are two different people.
I thought
That's
Gidget was
Queen.
talking. I wasn't
I
looking
love
at the phone.
Gidget. Thank you for the comparison, but like, we're not the same person.
My
No,
bad.
he just
My
thought,
bad.
you know.
You should
yeah,
learn to
that-
be more emotionally regulated, Matt.
No,
It's
I can
unbecoming
shut
of a
up.
Oh, I
man.
thought you were
Job done.
talking to me. I was like, what did I do, Blackman?
Sorry.
I ain't even
No, no,
crash
I'm
out.
talking to
Now I'm
Maddie.
chill.
Again,
All
so
right.
my answer to that
Oh.
question would be the fact that yes, black people suffered persecution, slavery, chattel slavery to be specific, lynching, mobs, redlining. Yeah, so suffered quite a lot. You've also got, the force, Planned Parenthoods by Margaret Sanger in the community,
just wanna
because she practiced
clarify.
eugenics.
I
So
just
yes, a
want
lot
to
more than
clarify.
just mean words.
Okay, I just want to clarify. What is your definition of racism? Because I feel like this
Persecution
conversation
of
will go a
somebody
lot
based, the
easier.
persecution of somebody based on their race alone. Simple as that.
Persecution meaning.
Yeah, persecution meaning you can, financially, physically, or emotionally, or whatever way you deem fit, to hold authority over said individual based on race.
What if they denied? What if like black folks denied white folks promotions based on their race? Would you consider that systemically racist?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I just haven't seen it happen.
Oh yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. 100%. I'm here to help you, man. I love giving charity out, bro.
Oh yeah, no. See, again, if it's from you, I don't want it because you're still a
Oh,
cunt.
too bad.
So
Your
you've always been
consent
one.
is not required.
Ever
I'm
since you
giving it
made
to
that
you
joke
anyway.
about, ever since you made that joke about
I'm
raping
giving it to
kids,
you anyway.
ever
Consent
since
not
you made that
required.
joke about raping kids, Tyler, I kind of
Who
lost a lot of
the
respect
fuck
for
are
you.
you talking about?
Yeah. Do you want to go get it, Brandon?
Yes.
Is T-Bone here?
Weirdos, bro.
T-Bone.
Yo, what's up?
Ducky wants to do a 1v1 with you. You got time?
Wait, hold on, Ducky. Before you do that, can you just give me like 2 minutes, bro, and then you can go ahead and cook.
Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and finish up. But yeah,
you've been real patient, Ducky, bro. I appreciate you. Just give me 1
All right,
minute.
I'm gonna start finding a judge. Hold on.
I want to point out, so everybody knows.
I can objectively
No, I
judge.
want to point out that T-Bone is, an A-level
Well,
debater.
no
S tier,
one
and
knows
I'm
who
just
the
a B.
judges are.
And I'm
They're
just B.
secret.
So
I am not an S tier actually. I
Where
am
are
not
you?
an S tier.
So
I'm
What's
you
actually
the?
unranked. So I
Wait,
don't know
hold
if
He's
I
on.
above
start
Stop.
S
F
tier.
tier
How
or
you,
He's
C tier. I
above.
don't
how
know.
did
Hold
they
on a
What
minute.
is
determine that?
the?
He's
Free
outside the
Gidget.
confines of the
Free
fucking debate
Gidget.
here.
So he's
wait,
like a
how
Free
secret
did
fucking
Gidget.
weapon?
Outside of
Officer, what
time,
is this,
space, and
bro?
matter.
Free Gidget.
I should have put myself in
Debo,
G
free
tier for
Gidget.
God, but I didn't do that.
What is
I
the?
was
So I
Debo,
can
close.
free
let the
Gidget.
judge know. What's the proposition so they know what they're
I
judging?
would hold on. I would
Can
like.
black people?
Can we please have a conservative and a liberal judge?
I'm a
I
conservative judge.
I can try. No,
That
Make
Bluntman,
an
the judges are
announcement. Do not
Bluntman,
drop
you can't.
me. Hold on a second. Do not
One,
drop
I
me
made
unless you
this
let me
fucking
know.
prompt. Okay. Two, I'm probably the most objective person here in the room.
That's not true.
It is
But
true.
for
I don't
What?
hold. I don't keep my biases.
bro? You're
you're you're
fucking
more
biased.
you're more objective than me, Bluntman. Is that what we're gonna say?
Yes,
Okay, I'm glad we know each other on that level. What I was
Who
gonna
kept
say though,
dropping
I'm
Blunt.
the
me?
most
Hold on a
objective. Yes.
second. Who's dropping me? Because this is
No,
like the fucking fourth time.
I don't know.
Bell,
Oh.
only you can see that.
I don't know. Like,
I don't know if she's here, but I didn't. No notification came up for me, so
Well,
I
we
was.
know it's a mod that's doing it, obviously.
Additionally, Bluntman, the judges are kept secret, so if you wanted to judge a debate, it would not be this way.
Oh, they're kept secret.
Yes, the judges are secret, the scores are not.
Yeah, so people don't come after the judges.
I don't
right?
care if people come after me.
Yeah, we're not really
I,
trying to do all that
I
though. We're trying to
just
like do the shit and move on, you know what I'm saying?
wait, Blum, didn't you just have
Is
a
it a
I
lightning or is
just
it
swastika
a
on your shit?
thunder,
Who?
officer?
I just
It
want
was
to
an
it's
point
lightning.
out
lightning.
Matt ran.
Lightning?
You
Okay.
guys, Matt ran again. I just want to
Of
point this
course he
out.
did.
He's still a coward. Matt
Of course
Ducky,
he
what's
did.
ran.
the
Yeah.
Ducky, what's the
Wait, has it
proposition?
been? Hey, hey,
So,
hi. Has it been 10 minutes for
Welcome
Ayatollah?
back, Belle.
Oh,
Yeah,
Bell,
Oh,
it's
it
Bell,
would
been
have
way
Bell,
popped
over.
up
set
on your
this up.
screen if
Yeah,
it
it's been
hadn't.
10 minutes. Yeah, it went over 10 minutes.
I just want to know
I
what
left
did
on
you
my own.
say?
Who dropped me?
You got dropped for 10
And
minutes?
who can and these people that are
Actually, are
secret,
we
they could just
dropping?
be,
You're
Actually,
not only
are we
nobodies.
saying,
dropping? Are we dropping
I,
everyone
I mean,
for the one v
yeah,
one?
Wait,
except for
if
Red
people can
Room.
be
I'm the
quiet,
most
actually,
well
I don't know
versed
why.
debater.
Hold
I
on,
should be
stop.
judged.
Belle. I was dropped.
Yes.
Damn.
did
Oh,
we?
that I just want the person to know who
All
paid the
right, I want to
money. That's
go
embarrassing.
make sure the
I
judges
dropped
here.
Okay, but
myself from the
hold on.
panel.
I want to ask
The
why.
conservative
Because
person.
when you got dropped, there was also a message. It said centering hypocrite. I want to know what you were saying.
Oh
And
shit!
Belle, did you
Oh,
drop me, Belle?
Wow.
I know who did
No, I
that.
didn't.
I know
So
who
then
did it because I
somebody's
read that
dropping
comment,
me
but I'm not going to
then.
sell him out.
I think I
was
know.
it
I know who's
the
dropping you,
It
Gidget.
was
I
that
think they were
conservative
rotating
person.
people in.
You
was it
what?
the
They're rotating people in. They dropped the mods. The mods are the ones to go first.
Thank you, Jess.
What were
wait.
you saying at the time? I want to know what you were
I'm
saying at the time because the note literally says centering hypocrite, and I just want to know what you were saying.
okay, well, one.
Step back in, white girl.
I don't think I was centering myself in that moment. I think Matt was.
No, I
I
think
do.
we
I
need
do
to
got
get
to
a
say,
white
the
girl.
Ayatollah has always been the same, no matter what.
Okay, T-Bone.
Yeah.
All right, I have a judge, but the judge is like, it needs to actually happen. It needs to happen like now if we're gonna get
All
it
right,
popping.
Okay,
everybody
so
drop.
I'll
real
count.
quick
Wait,
before
I
me and you go, Ducky, I just have a quick question for you
Go,
because
buddy. Go. Go. Go.
the
Go.
yeah, the question is, are you saying that the potential whatever exists for black people to be racist? Or are you
No.
saying currently today in 2026 in America, black people can be racist?
Wait, officer,
Absolutely,
where's
black people can be racist in
I thought
2026 in America.
Copy. Okay.
1 second. I thought I saw Bex come. Did she leave? And Bex,
I
are you?
dropped her to replace somebody else, but we do. I got something that I'm doing as well, so we do gotta get this going.
All right, get to it. But who's gonna do the timing? Because I can't do the timing. Officer, can you do the timing?
But officer, at the same time, if I'm gonna lose because I might lose, right? He's not even ranked, so how the fuck do I lose points if he's not even ranked?
All unranked players, all unranked challengers are automatically C tier.
Should I start an F tier?
What?
We'll
What
see
the
how
unranked
this
people?
goes. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Never mind.
Okay. T-Bone, give me just 2 seconds. I can do time. Just give me 3 seconds. I need to find my second device.
Copy.
And I am recording.
But you don't know. You don't know, Strawberry. I don't. Whatever conclusion you came to down in the comment section, I need you to know you're wrong. I just want you to know that. Spit it out then. Who is it? Spit it
Okay,
out.
sorry. What are so the intros are 2 minutes, correct?
Yes. Now, Ducky, before we get into this, do you want to do a 20-minute open dialogue, or would you rather do a 3-minute critique and then a 15-minute open dialogue?
Shit, you pick one. I don't care, buddy.
Let's do a 20-minute open dialogue. That seems to flow a lot better anyways.
So we're just gonna go back and forth?
Yeah, pretty much. So we're gonna do the 2-minute opening. We're gonna have the 20-minute open dialogue between the both of us, and then we'll have a 2-minute closing.
Okay.
All right. So 2-minute intro, 20-minute open, and 2-minute close.
Yes.
Okay. Who won? And what's the proposition?
Can black people be racist?
All right. That was just for the recording. Okay. Who wants to start?
You can go ahead, T-Bone.
Oh, that's how we're doing it. Okay.
I
guess
I'm a guest in your house, bro. Shit, do your thing, man.
Yeah, it's straight.
T-Bone, whenever you're ready.
All right, so I'm going to be taking the proposition that black people cannot be racist. First thing I'm going to do is ground within how racism was created. We can go back to Gomez de Zurara, who created the system of racism. And then we have to go to the understanding of what racism is and how that plays out within our society. I am going to be defining racism as a form of oppression based on race, right? And that oppression has to be within place. We're going to use the 4 other: interpersonal racism, which is going to be the prejudgment, bias, and discrimination by white individuals towards a person of color. We have the institutional, which is going to be the policies, practices, procedures, and culture of an institution or system that works better for white people and cause harm to people of color, often inadvertently or unintentionally. And then the structure, which is going to be the history side of things, which I don't necessarily need because we all have the understanding of that. And then internalized racism. So all 4 of these were created to oppress those individuals that are not white. Because of this, any way that you look at it, whether it's from the structural side, institutional side, or the interpersonal side, yes, the interpersonal side of things, black people would not be able to perpetuate this because black people are not able to cause oppression within anything that they do, whether it be using some type of quote unquote racial epithet towards a white individual versus them having any type of practices that they're practicing law to be able to discriminate against those individuals. The oppression is not in play. So in order for what Ducky is saying to be true, Ducky would have to prove to me that in any one of those actions, in any one of the 4 that we created here, causes a form of oppression to those individuals. Without this, he's not able to win. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Ducky.
And time. Resetting timer. Ducky, you have 2 minutes for an open. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've given the example plenty of times before. First of all, I think that racism absolutely was created to divide. The bottom line, that's exactly what racism is. It's all about being divided. And there are 4 different types of racism. You've already pointed those out. Just so everyone is clear, I do not think black people can be racist in all aspects. However, I do believe that black people can be racist interpersonally, right? And what I mean by that is simply this, right? And I've used this before. If I give you a hypothetical, right? The hypothetical is simply like this. So if there is a white person, that owns an apartment complex, and there's about 15 different residents that are there that are all black, and a white apartment owner, and everybody there is white, and he charges them all $750. But then a black person comes in, he charges them $850. He is choosing to be interpersonally racist toward that person because of his skin color. And he tells them why he's doing that. Now, if we flip it around, it's the same exact scenario, right? It doesn't have to come from a place of power. It doesn't make any sense. However, when I have asked people that question before, they say that individual is being bigoted. The black person is actually being bigoted, but not racist. I can understand that, right? We know that, human bias is universal at the end of the day. All human we form in groups and we form out groups, right? That's a psychological tendency, right? This connects to in-group bias. We know that. Bias isn't exclusive to just one race. It's a human cognitive pattern. Therefore, 2 + 2 = 4. Any racial group can exhibit prejudice toward another person, racism toward another person. You know, what I'm saying is power is not required for interpersonal racism. Some people can argue racism requires systemic power, right? Now, what I do know.
Time. This is 20-minute open dialogue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So 20-minute open dialogue. I guess I'm assuming moderator also. I'm not going to have much intervention here. Who would like to begin the 20-minute open dialogue?
T-Bone.
T-Bone, that's
Yeah.
acceptable for you?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
It's on you whenever you start talking.
Okay, so based off of the opening that I gave, with Gomez de Zurara creating the concept of racism, right? Not the categorization of those races, right? But the oppression of those individuals. Would you agree with that? That is what racism is.
I would agree that, Black individuals have been oppressed in this country as well. But I'd also counter that and say that white individuals have been oppressed as well. We look at the Irish.
But that's not my question. My question is, do you agree that the concept of racism being invented was from Gomez de Zurara and was the intent of oppressing those Black individuals?
I would agree that it was created to oppress, individuals, not just the Black race.
Okay. Question then becomes, what do you mean by oppressed?
To hold someone back, to divide them, to have them under one's boot, right? To keep them at a lower tier than that of someone else, right?
Okay, so we're agreeing with part of this when you say keep them at a lower tier, because when I look at the definition of oppression, which is going to be from Oxford language, it says prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control, right? And you would agree with that?
Sure.
Perfect. So the problem that comes into play here is when we're talking about the prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment. And this is why I asked in the beginning of this debate, because if we're saying that there could potentially be a scenario where Black people would be racist, or interpersonally racist, excuse me, the power structure would have to be there for those Black individuals to have prolonged, cruel, and unjust treatment to those white individuals. And so the problem that comes into play is even if I come up to you and call you a mayo monkey, there's no power that I have within the system as a Black person versus you as a white person. So how are we grounding that they can be interpersonally racist?
Yeah. So like any race can be interpersonal racist because interpersonal racism is about the one's individual beliefs and their behaviors. It's not just about systemic power, like I said earlier.
That's not how I define that.
I understand. However, that
and
is
I
how
pulled
I.
up the 4 definitions, which we both agreed to.
Well,
We
no.
agreed to those 4 definitions,
Hold
right?
on. Now, let's bring up interpersonal racism then. Let's talk
Yeah,
about that.
interpersonal racism, prejudgment, bias, or discrimination by a white individual towards a person of color.
Hold on. So your definition says it's by a white person only?
Correct.
Interesting. Where does that come from? Because I've never actually seen it point out a race.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. So I pulled this up from Seattle Gov, which breaks down the 4 types of racism and how it's described. And I have this linked as well. But hold on, let me turn my camera on here.
Because I'm looking it up too as we speak.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause the timer while you guys are in the midst of the sourcing. T-Bone, do you have your source? Okay. I'm resuming
it's
the
right.
timer.
Bear with me,
Resuming the
okay?
timer.
Bear with me, guys.
Yeah, and it pulls up the chart too. It's the first one that you see if you just type in the 4 different types of racism. Yeah, so again, this is giving you all 4 racisms that come into play to create that system of racism, right? Because what we know is that racism is a system, right? So all 4 of these have to come into play. With just interpersonal racism, you don't necessarily have anything because you have to have the institutions behind it
I disagree.
in order to oppress those individuals.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm sorry, where's the disagreement
Yeah.
coming in?
So so interpersonal racism, you do not have to have all 4 of those in order for interpersonal to be linked in. Someone can be interpersonally racist without having to connect all 3 of the other facets. You're trying to say that they all of them are connected, correct? And if you don't
Yes,
have,
in order for racism to be a thing.
how?
That's what I'm saying. So in order for racism to exist, you would
Here we
need
go.
all 4 of
I
them.
want to share my source real quick, all right?
Sure.
All right. So I just have it. I just pulled this up, and I did, like I said, all I typed in a nutshell is what is interpersonal racism on Google. Right. That's all I did. Bear with me. I'm gonna turn this fucking camera around, dude. Okay. Can you guys see that? Interpersonal racism is the racial prejudice and discrimination that occurs in direct person-to-person interaction. It includes both overt acts, slurs, violence, and subtle behaviors, microaggressions, for instance, like, what Ayatollah said earlier, I think, when it came to the moonshine and the accent, avoidance, often stemming from conscious or unconscious biases. So my definition, sir, doesn't say anything about an individual race, only, being able to be racist.
Okay, so now we get into a bit of a contradiction here because we agree that Gomez de Zurara created the concept of racism for the power side of things, right? The power
Really,
needs to be in place in the system.
pause in time.
Oh,
Pause in
sorry.
time. The judge is requesting. Can you reread that definition? Only because the sticker is blocking the definition.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's Bell Witch. Yeah, I can read it. So interpersonal racism is the racial prejudice and discrimination that occurs in direct person-to-person interactions. It includes both overt acts, slurs, violence, and subtle behaviors, for instance, microaggressions and avoidance, often stemming from conscious or unconscious biases. Synonyms include individual racism, personally meditated racism, and relational racism.
Okay, T-Bone, I'm going to give it back to you when you start talking. I'm going to give you a couple seconds to regain your train of thought, and then I will resume the timer. T-Bone.
Oh my God! Oh, I was waiting for you to tell me to go.
No, go ahead. I'm going to give you a couple seconds on the clock to regain your train of thought.
Oh, gotcha. No, I get what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I'm seeing a contradiction here because
Sure.
we agreed that Gomez de Zurara created the concept of racism to oppress those that were not white, right? The individuals who would have been black and brown would have been oppressed. The power structure has to be included within that. So now we have a problem because when it comes to institutional racism, you say that there has to be power behind that. But when it comes to interpersonal racism, we can make the distinction it doesn't necessarily have to exist, which is the contradiction of what racism foundationally was created for.
Yeah, so when we talk about like Desirara, at any point does he point out the difference between the different types of racism that our country has brought up, the four different distinctions?
He not verbatim through words.
Right, and that's kind of important, right? That's what we use. We use words to understand different things.
Yeah, but we can see racism being played out and define it as such.
Right. Like
this is how we were able to get
interpersonal
institutional
racism. Like interpersonal racism.
Sure, you could say that as well.
Right. That's my point.
Okay, but if we're agreeing that the four different types of racism, just to be clear, but let's take it back. Do you believe that racism is a system?
For the most part.
Okay, so then within that system, there have to be certain things in order for that system to be able to operate, right?
For the most part.
Okay, so if I just pulled up those four definitions, right, and those four different definitions all come into play with racism, which you agreed with earlier, and then I guess it was only the interpersonal one that you disagreed with, but
right.
you agree with this, and this is all creating a system. Why then does it then follow that for specifically interpersonal racism that there does not need to be power within it?
Because it's simple. So if you take, even without institutional power, right? I'm saying, like, if you take that out, a person can still be racist, right? If I can insult someone based on their race, right? I can still make stereotypes based on someone's race. I can exclude someone socially based on their race. All of those actions literally define interpersonal racism based off what I gave you. For instance, so like, can I give you some like a real world experience, right?
Sure.
So people from all backgrounds report experiencing racial prejudice from individuals of other groups. That's true. White people, brown people, black people. I feel like I have talked to black people about this. That aligns with all the social psychology research that we have. It shows that biases, those exist across cultures. So my argument to that is simply this, right? What I'm saying is, if people across all these different societies report cross-group prejudice, it would support the idea that interpersonal racism isn't just limited to race.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it back again because we agreed on the definition of racism. We also agree how it was created. We also agree that the oppression aspect has to be in there. We agreed on that definition of oppression. So now my question comes into play. If I call you a male
Define
monkey,
oppression.
is
for me.
that I said the prolonged or
Because you asked
hold
me
on.
and you never gave me
prolonged
definition.
prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control.
So one more time. Prolonged,
Prolonged, cruel, or
unjust treatment. Got it.
Yes, absolutely. So, which means that if it is not prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment, then we got a problem here, right? So the question becomes: if I come up to you and I call you a mayo monkey, are you saying that that's interpersonally racist?
That's unjust treatment. Absolutely.
No, prolonged, sir.
That's unjust treatment, is what I'm saying. You gave me the definition.
Right. No, I agree. You could say that that's unjust treatment. It's not prolonged. The definition says here prolonged, cruel, or prolonged unjust.
Okay, so
treatment.
I got you.
Or
So prolonged,
or
unjust
prolonged
treatment.
control, right?
I
So
understand.
the question becomes, hold on just a second, because I want to make this clear. The question becomes, if I call you a male monkey, you would say that that's interpersonally racist. That's fine. You could say that. I just want to see where the oppression comes into play.
Sure. I would say that is prolonged unjust treatment. Not only if you just say it once, but if you continue to do it over and over again, you're prolonging the unjust treatment, right? Anything else? Where'd he go?
I'm pausing the clock.
Fucking stupid.
What happened?
Not the violation.
I got a violation for calling you the mayo thing. You can't make this up.
I missed like 10 seconds getting back to the clock, so I'll add that on the end. There's a couple of things I'm adding. T-Bone, it was on you. I think he had passed it off to you. So
I
whenever
did
you
not
start
hear
talking.
his explanation of how it was prolonged. Can you explain that again?
Let's re-explain that off the clock, and then T-Bone, whenever you start your rebuttal, I'll start the clock.
Yeah, T-Bone. So like that would be, so if you called me the mayo word, not just only the first time, but you continued to do that, that would be prolonged unjust treatment that falls under your definition, sir.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely. What is prolonged unjust treatment?
You tell me what you mean by prolonged unjust treatment,
So if
because
you
when I'm
continue-
defining this, I'm taking a look at the history portion of this, which was going to be the structural, and we
Yeah.
can take a look at Black people per policy, right, per institutions, as well as the verbiage that individuals use, calling individuals the N-word, right, through slavery, through Jim Crow. All of this is prolonged unjust treatment for that group of people. It's stretching through time.
Yeah.
If I call you a mayo, whatever, that's only for that in particular time that
No.
I'm not hurting your pockets.
Yeah. So
right?
I would, so if I can respond to that, as far as prolonged unjust treatment goes, so every single time the Irish wanted to drink from water fountains and they were told that they couldn't because they were dirty Irish, countless times over and over again, and they continued to install different water fountains for those white people because they didn't want them to drink from their white people. That's prolonged unjust treatment, sir. Any questions?
Sure, we can make that statement. That's fine. Who were the people that were doing that? Was that Black people or white people?
It was white people that were doing it.
Great. That's step number
why I
one.
said, but that's why I said, so white people can be interpersonally racist. Black people can be interpersonally racist as well. Any race can be interpersonally racist. So are there black people that oppressed other black people, sir, in other countries?
Yes, you could say
Thank
that.
you, sir.
Yes,
But so are there black people that prolonged unjust treatment in other countries to other black people, sir?
you said Black people to other Black people.
Yes, sir. In other countries, are there? other,
Yes,
so,
you could say that.
So based off of your definition, they can absolutely be interpersonally racist.
No. So
How?
what you just described, let me start at base. Is an Irish person white, or the Irish people?
No.
that were coming over there, were they white?
So an Irish person is white, but is a black person black, right? They are. I just gave you another example of a black person in the country.
Yeah, the same as a Nigerian person being black,
Sure,
right? But now we're talking within the confines of those individuals being of the same race, right? The conversation was not, hold on, because the definition that I gave you was of those white individuals who are perpetuating racism down towards those black individuals. It would be the same thing like if we're talking about classism, because theoretically you could oppress another individual who was
poor, right? And that could be cruel and long unjust treatment. That still meets the definition of oppression, but that oppression has to be there within the concept of race, right? So if it's within the same race, this is equaling out. That doesn't make any sense.
So are you saying
And then
that
the
there's,
second,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Are you trying to tell me that there's been no black, because I mean, I could obviously find it, would take me long. And if I need to, I will. Are you going to tell me that there's been no black people, right, or other races? This is a silly question. I know you're going to be honest and genuine. That there's been no other races against another race that have prolonged, what was the definition you gave me? The racism again.
Prolonged or unjust treatment.
Thank you. That have not prolonged unjust treatment toward another race in history. Are you going to tell me that?
Yeah, yes, but again, right, like what you just described when you talked about the Irish individual, that's based off of ethnicity.
Right. So that's why.
So when you're saying an Irish person can't come over here just because they are a white person, right? That would not entail that is racism. It's
Right.
based off of their ethnicity. So we would have to call that something else in the same way in the opposite direction.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody from Africa, giving you an example, somebody from Africa, disliking somebody
So
from
somebody from Nigeria who comes over to America,
Sure,
right?
sure.
And as black individuals, us suppressing those Nigerians. Let's just say that happens.
or a
right?
black person, right, from Nigeria coming over, say he becomes a landowner, right? Say he becomes the owner of an apartment complex, and there's a white person that moves in and he says, "Hey you, I'm going to charge you 750 because you are white, right? I do not like you." That would be an example of prolonged unjust treatment, as it takes 30 days to pay rent. He continues to keep doing that, but the other residents are paying less because they happen to be black. That would be an example of prolonged unjust treatment, sir.
Okay, so now we got a couple more issues here because if you're, and I use that as an example specifically within the black community. Now you're stretching it to the white community. You're
Well,
also
no, I'm
talking
saying,
about an
T-Bone, to be
institution
fair.
that this individual could build.
T-Bone,
First
I
of
wanna
all,
make sure
this
we're clear.
individual is in America.
T-Bone,
And
I'm
that-
talking about black and white people. So to be clear, so one more time, I'll be quick, I swear. The black person is a landowner. The black person owns the apartment complex, and then the white person is a resident. Okay, that was the
Yes.
example I was giving you. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Now again, right? We're bringing white people into the equation because I thought that we were talking about black people oppressing other black people. If we're bringing white people into this equation, that's fine. That Nigerian who comes over here is operating off of a system where white people are the beneficiaries. If you are saying that he could come over here, buy a business, and just to be clear, you owning a home could be you participating within that system as well. If you're saying that he has enough influence to be able to have prolonged or unjust treatment towards white individuals, you would also have to concede and make the claim that those black individuals within our country could also participate in systemic racism.
And pause.
So
Give me 1 second. I'm trying. I moderate a little bit differently. The round has 7 minutes left. What I'm going as moderator, I do things a tad different. Really quick. I want to make sure of where we are in the conversation. T-Bone, can you re-give your definition of interpersonal racism? And then I'm going to have Ducky re-give his definition of interpersonal racism. And then I have one more question, and then you guys can move on.
Okay, so my definition of interpersonal racism is prejudgment, bias, or discrimination by a white individual towards a person of color.
Ducky, are you agreeing to his definition, or do you have another definition?
No, the fact that he specifically pointed out the white race as in his definition, I don't.
Wait. Pause. I'm not looking for full rebuttals.
No, I don't agree.
You
I
don't?
agree.
Okay. What is your definition?
My definition of interpersonal racism is the racial prejudice and discrimination that occurs in direct person-to-person interactions. It includes both overt acts, slurs, for instance, violence, and subtle behaviors, for instance, microaggressions and avoidance, often stemming from conscious or unconscious biases.
Okay. Earlier, T-Bone brought up the point of unfair treatment being. T-Bone, can you give your definition of what that was?
You're talking about oppression?
You guys had squabbled for quite a while now on the unfair treatment persistent, or can you redefine? Go ahead.
So I said oppression is going to be prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control, which he agreed to that definition.
Ducky, did you indeed agree to that definition?
I agree to that definition of being when it comes to when it comes to the type of racism we're talking about, interpersonal racism.
Okay, continue. You guys have 7 minutes left.
So can I ask you real quick, T-Bone, in reference to, well, would you agree with this? Was this be an example of like interpersonal racism? So like a group of friends, they choose to exclude someone because of their race, and they're making jokes or assumptions about that person. Would that be an example of interpersonal racism to you?
It would depend on who those individuals are. If it's a white group of people that are going and doing this to a black individual, then yeah, that would be racism.
Okay, so if it's black people altogether, so let's just pretend it's all black people that did this, and it was and they were making fun of the white person. Would that not be an example of interpersonal racism?
No, that would be a form of bigotry if you ask me
Tell
personally.
me why.
Yes, because those individuals do not have any type of power within the system.
So you have to have power within the system in order to be interpersonally racist.
Correct.
Why?
Because as I stated before, we know how racism was invented. We understand that the concept of racism entails and the purpose of racism, which is a system, is designed to oppress those individuals who are people of color, which means if those people of color do not have any power within the racial biases or the attacks that they give to white people, if there's no power that is gained behind that or no power that is pushing that, then they can't be racist by the definition and the understanding of what racism is.
I got you. So just to be clear for everybody on the comments here on the panel as well, you're saying that a black person cannot be interpersonally racist in any way, shape, or form. Is that correct?
No.
There's no way.
No.
Okay,
It's impossible.
cool. Okay, I got you. Okay. So now let's pretend that we are on a desert island real quick, right? So there's a black person that decides to discriminate against a white person and there's no one else around. It's just on a desert island. And that black person says to the white person, I don't like you because you are white. Did he just exhibit interpersonal racism? Because, by the way, I just took away all the power.
No, he exhibited bigotry.
Hold on. So now explain it to me again. I took the power away from it. Help me understand.
Yes. Yes, because so if we're on a desert island, and I'm assuming, trying to be intellectually honest here, that you're saying that there's no power structure, no systems, we're not in America, right? We're on a yes. So in that case, right, this person is using bigotry within that statement that they are making against another individual.
Help me understand what you mean by bigotry, because so I'm clear. So if a white person said it to the black person on this desert island, he looked at him and said, "I don't like you because you're black." Real quick, was he being racist or not?
No, he was being bigoted.
So they're both
so
being bigoted.
bigotry. Yeah, so bigotry, as I'm defining this, is obstinate or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, impartial prejudice against another person or people on the basis or the membership of their membership of a particular group.
Here, I'm going to look up bigotry real quick so I understand too. I want to make sure that can we
Copy.
pause the
Can we
clock for a
pause the
minute?
timer?
It's paused.
Sorry, I got one hand here. Okay. So the definition I have for bigotry here is obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular, prejudiced against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
Correct.
So again, now that I got that definition, explain to me how the black person was being bigoted. Explain to me how the white person was being bigoted toward the black person on the island.
Yes, because this black individual is attached to a belief system that is unreasonable.
What belief system? He's on a desert island.
The belief that this individual, and can you repeat your comment of what he said to that person?
Yeah, I don't like you because you are, you're black. Sorry,
yeah,
you're
so
white.
it would be unreasonable for that. Yeah, so it would be unreasonable for that white person to come to the conclusion that he does not like someone for the simple fact that their skin color is different.
What do you mean it would be unreasonable? He's saying he doesn't like him because of that. He's literally telling him that. I don't
Yeah,
like you because
I would say that that's unreasonable. You wouldn't agree with that? Do you think that it's reasonable for a white person to come to the conclusion that they don't like a black person just for the simple fact that their skin color is different?
yeah, and I think it's unreasonable for a black person to do the same. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're agreeing on both sides, whether it's white going to black or black going to white, it would still be a form of bigotry. We agree there.
So it'd be a form of racism.
No.
Yes,
We're
interpersonal
agreeing that
racism.
would be bigotry. You just
No,
agreed that would be
I didn't agree. Never did I agree with that once. I'm agreeing that it's interpersonal racism.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, I pulled up the definition of bigotry, right? I said that if a white person was to say to a black person, I don't like you because of the color of your skin, would you agree that that's unreasonable? You said yes.
I would agree that that's racism.
Okay, and no. If we're talking about the definition of bigotry, though.
Right. No, we went through the definition of it. Yeah. But it's
Right,
also attached to a
I'm-
belief, right? And I believe that that's racism.
That's not following.
Oh yeah. So when we read the definition, attachment to a belief or an opinion.
3-minute warning.
And it's a
Say
belief.
it
of
again.
my- yeah, it's an attachment to a belief or opinion, right? And I believe that is racism.
That what you believe doesn't matter there, right? Because we're specifically looking at bigotry. After we do that, then you could try to tie it back to racism, but we're starting at bigotry. And so if I'm to make the statement, a white person telling a black person, I don't like you because of the color of your skin, you would agree that that is an unreasonable belief. Thus, it meets the definition of bigotry, correct?
So they're both bigoted, correct? You're saying that both
Yes,
are
I
bigoted.
would agree with that. They're both bigoted.
Excellent. So now we're back in the US, okay?
Okay.
Now a white person says that to a black person, right? The same thing. The black person says to the white man, I don't like you because you're white. Was he bigoted or racist?
So that would be bigotry. Because
Hold on.
now being in America, he does not have the power structure behind him.
So the black man saying to the white person it's big. So that he doesn't like him because of skin color. It's bigotry.
Yeah, it's still bigotry.
So
Absolutely.
but then the white person says it to him. It's racist.
Absolutely, because he has the power structure behind him.
Okay. So but the definition we have here is obstinate or unreasonable attachment to belief, opinion, or fact. Well, my definition, it's the same thing based on this definition.
Right. So again, I would agree, and this applies with whatever we're talking about. When it comes to classism, when it comes to gender, all of those would still be a form of bigotry as well. If a woman says, I don't like you because you're a man, if somebody says, I don't like you because you're poor, that's all bigotry, right? But when you're here in America, now there are certain systems that are behind that, i.e. the patriarchy,
But
right?
this bigotry
Using
says
as an
nothing about
example.
system,
So
though, T-Bone.
racism in particular, huh?
But the definition says nothing about a system.
Which you're talking about bigotry?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not denying that bigotry is within that equation. They are using bigotry to enact their racism.
But
it's
how
still
do-
bigotry. I'm agreeing with that.
How do we correlate race? How does racism come into the picture for bigotry when we come to America and we're only linking a black? So we're only saying that a black person can be bigoted toward a white person, right? But it's not the
Yes.
other way around.
Yes. So I'll give you the equation here. If power is in the equation, right, for that individual, then whatever that power structure is how they can be that said thing. Without it, it is just bigotry. So both white and black people making these statements would be bigotry. A woman and a man making the same comment would be bigotry. Now we go to America where the power structure is in play, right? If a black individual was to say this to a white person, it would still be bigotry. They don't have any power, just like they didn't have any power within the desert island. Once they get to America, a white person saying, I do not like you because you are black, who has all of the history of system or history of racism, the system of racism, following behind them, has power within that system. That is racism as well as bigotry. Does that make sense?
No, not at all.
Okay, where are we getting confused at?
I feel like we're attaching racism to it because the individual is white, right?
Yes.
And then I think that's obtuse. I think.
And time. That was our 20 minutes. A quick moderation check. Did you guys cover any other definitions involving racism in them other than interpersonal?
No.
Yes, we got close to when we talked about the systemic side of things, but we didn't dive into it much.
Okay. I think, again, I moderate a little bit differently. I think for the purpose of the debate, it would behoove you guys just for a very quick back and forth. T-Bone, what is your, and then we'll go into closing statements. T-Bone, what is your definition of systemic racism?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I got
And
this.
Dougie, I'm going to ask you the same
So
question.
I'm doing the same thing he is, so it's all right.
So systemic racism is going to be policies, practices, procedures, and culture of injustice or system that works to work better for white people and cause harm to people of color.
Can I see that definition?
Yeah.
What I think is interesting, I'm blown away by this.
Wait.
That-
Nope, time
Go ahead.
has
All
expired.
right,
I'm not looking for rebuttals. I'm just saying if you guys have
We can get into it
agreed
after the
upon-
debate.
All right, cool, T-Bone.
Just put me on big screen. And institutional and systemic meaning the same thing here. So institutional being policies, practices, procedures, and culture of an institution or system that work to better the white people and cause harm to people of color. Often, I can't see this because my phone is in the way, but y'all get the idea of this.
And you're
Often
saying that requires, and
undergoing
you're
or
arguing, you're saying that
unintentionally.
requires
Sorry about that.
power. Okay.
Yes.
So that's where, okay. Ducky, I'm going to put you in the big box.
Yeah.
Do you agree with his definition or do you have another?
I do not agree with his definition.
Okay. What is your definition?
Hold on, let me bring it up. Bear with me. So mine would be systemic racism is a form of racism deeply embedded into the laws, policies, and practices of institutions like education, healthcare, and criminal justice, rather than just individual prejudice.
Okay. And do you agree that that requires power or are you saying requires no power?
It requires power.
2-minute closing statements. Who, since T-Bone to open, Ducky, you close.
Yeah. Hold on. I got my camera turned off here. All right.
Yeah, whenever you start talking.
All righty. So, again, I truly believe that interpersonal races, black people, any race can be interpersonal racist. I talked about social exclusion earlier. I gave that scenario to T-Bone. I could even use more hypotheticals when it comes to like customer interaction. If you have store employees, if he follows a customer around, he's real close to that person. He treats him with he's suspicious because of the race. That behavior is obviously going to reflect, racial bias, at an individual level. Again, that's interpersonal racism because how that lady was taught what she's choosing to do, right? I don't know. It's not just about one certain group that can be racist. I've yet to see any evidence to point as to why. I do believe the systemic racism. But again, I don't agree that it's just one certain race. At the bottom line is if racism at the interpersonal level is about how individuals think and treat others based on race, then it's a human behavior, right? It's not one confined to any single racial group. That's all I have.
Give me 1 second. T-Bone's on you whenever you start talking.
Yeah, so I think I was able to ground my position very clearly. I started with the structure of racism being created, who created it, why it was created, and then we went into the 4 different types of racism. We also went down the line of oppression and we went through multiple examples. The point being here is that if racism was created for a particular reason, then that reason must follow. Otherwise, it cannot be racism. We cannot subscribe another action to a system if it does not follow, if it does not follow the rules of that said system, right? Within this case, you have to show me that there's power within this. Within that power, you would also have to, if you could show me that there's power, you would also have to concede to the fact that those individuals who are coming to this country who are Irish would be able to participate in that same system, or individuals who are Nigerian would be able to come over and participate in that same system. If a Nigerian was able to come over and participate in that system, then that either means one of two things. Either one, everybody can be racist, and number two is that power would not entail that you need this for any of the other racisms either. So for institutional racism or systemic racism, as you all would call it, that would also mean that there wouldn't be power. Sorry about that. Based off of the other definition that Ducky gave for structural racism or institutional.
I'm going to stop his time.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Based off of the other definition that Ducky gave of institutional or systemic racism, I also wouldn't agree with that because it wouldn't follow that you necessarily need power in order to implement those. And I would like to talk to him about that afterwards. But nonetheless, that's my closing argument.
Yeah. Okay. Right on time. All right. Let me go teacuppy.
I got to take a phone call. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. And we can open up the panel. I'm gonna go teacups and see what the judge is doing. Give me a second. Really quick, Ducky. I tried something out. Were you okay with that moderation style? Are you okay with that? Was that
Yeah,
good for you?
I love that I'm like the guinea pig for all these tests. By the way, it's okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Tebow. I figured you being a good sport and Tebow being the group head would be a good time for me to test out a new moderation style.
You know, third party watching, I felt like you cut them off at a crucial point, though. I will say that.
I think it was pretty fair, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this was very fair. I feel like everybody it was good.
I think you proved your point, Ducky. You did a good. You guys both did a good job.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't been debating as long as I haven't been.
It's idiotic to say that they.
I haven't been debating as long as T-Bone has, but I think that was fun. I enjoyed it.
Are you new
I think
to
you
the
did a
app,
good
or
job,
are you just
Ducky.
new to our side?
I want to
of
know the
TikTok?
scores.
Sorry, Belle.
Oh no, you're good.
Are you new to the app, or are you just new to our side of TikTok?
Oh, what do you mean your side of TikTok? Hold on.
Oh, is that racist?
Political debate talk?
No. I've been Well, no, because I feel like I would say that this side of TikTok, right where I'm at right now, is not where I usually am. That's what I'll say. I'm on a different. I would say I'm more toward the conservative side now. Not saying I'm a conservative because I can't stand Donald Trump, but
he used to be pro, and he used to be part of the LGBTQ.
Fuck you! No, I didn't.
They
Please,
took
shut
him.
up.
What are you talking about, dude?
I wasn't part of that community. I love everybody, but I wasn't part of that. Why are you
Wait, what do
lying,
you mean
Bleach?
they took him? Wait. What do you mean they took
so
him?
Confused.
He had conversion therapy.
I did not.
You were on so Daddy, you were on the app before, but you weren't on debate talk before.
Yes, I've always been on debate talk, but when I started down the debate area, I was more of a progressive than anything else. So I don't usually hang out more. I'm not usually on the left side much anymore. I feel like.
I gotta say,
where you are
I'm
right
sorry,
now
not
is
to
the
cut
left
nobody off.
side of
I
TikTok?
think that was a
Sorry,
pretty
Tito.
good fucking debate, if you ask me personally.
No, I
Thank
think
you,
y'all
too.
did well.
I think you did a
I
good
like
job
the way
too.
Augustine
Kind of
was
stumbled over my damn words.
T-Bone, I asked Ducky. You were a guinea pig. I have to admit. Was that moderation style good for you? Is that okay, or do you prefer not?
Yes, I think we'll talk about it later. I don't.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch it back and see.
Anybody got the judge results?
Okay. Yes. I'm still collecting those. Give me 1 second. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm getting typing
I'm
bubbles.
at 19%.
Question for T-Bone.
Tell him to take his time.
I want to do a restart.
I have a question for T-Bone.
Restart?
I want to do a restart.
I got a question for Ducky.
Wait, can I ask T-Bone a question real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, if it's bigotry based on class, what would you call that?
If it's bigotry based on class,
Yeah.
classism, I guess. I don't.
Okay, cool. So if it's bigotry based on race, what would you call that?
I guess you could call it racism. Yeah.
All right, cool. So if a black person is being bigoted against a white person, what would you call that?
A black person being bigoted to a white person?
Yeah.
Bigotry.
Oh, okay. You see how you're not logically consistent?
Well, no, because again, if we're talking about classism, right? I don't believe that a poor person could be classist to a rich person. The system doesn't work that way.
Well, no, it would be a different system, correct?
Yeah, it would be a different system, but the rules
Right,
that
so
I'm
you wouldn't be
applying
able
would
to
still apply for both.
Well,
It's
no,
logical
because they would have
consistency.
different
A black
rules.
person who does not have power within that system wouldn't be able to be racist in the same way that a poor person who doesn't have power within that system would be able to be classist to a rich person. You wouldn't
Right.
agree
So
with that?
no, no, no. I wouldn't agree that just because it's a system, it has the same rules as other systems, right? So I would believe that classism as a system would have different rules than racism as a system. Would you agree with that?
No. As far as
Why?
the system, I think that class and race are different,
Can
right?
you
But
logically substantiate that?
yeah, I think that as it pertains to classism, that works as oppression towards those individuals who do not have money
Right.
within that system, right? Poor
Right.
people. So
Right.
I
So
don't
what's
think that a poor person would be able to have any type of power within that system to oppress, right? We're talking about oppression, oppress anybody who is rich. So that
right?
rule applies there, right? We
What's the
agree to that?
strongest? No, well, I agree with that, but what's the strongest variable when it comes to classism? What can change in classism?
Money?
Oh, right, right. What can change in racism?
Nothing.
Nothing, right? So it wouldn't
Yeah.
work the same. There wouldn't be the same rules, right? So you couldn't compare the rules of racism to the rules of classism because classism can change. It's variable, right?
But no, the rule is still the same. If you're poor, you're being oppressed. If you
Well,
get out of
no.
that status, it wouldn't matter.
Well,
And I'm not disagreeing with you that as it pertains to black people, they can't change their race. Thus, they would never be in the white category being able to oppress those other individuals. But just
Wait.
because you can change that does not necessarily mean that the rule changes.
No, but T-Bone, the power dynamic has to meet a criteria in classism. It has to meet a certain amount of money. That's where the power dynamic comes from. But in
Yes,
racism,
I agree with that. Let's just say it's
okay.
$500,000, right?
Wait, hold on,
Go
T-Bone.
ahead.
But where does the power dynamic in racism come from?
The system of race.
Okay, what's the system of race?
What the fuck are we talking about? It is
So
the
the
oppression
system-
of those individuals who are black and brown.
No. The system of race is dependent on your power.
Okay,
The power
we
of
have results.
classism is dependent on your money.
We have results. T-Bone coming in as an unranked fighter, listing him into the C class. Ducky's what? C?
I think he's A tier or B tier. I can't remember.
He's B tier.
B tier.
He's D tier?
B as in boy.
Oh, B, excuse me. Ducky with the B tier. The topic, as understood by the judge, was can black people be interpersonally racist? The results. T-Bone, 24 points. Ducky, 25 points.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Ducky is the winner of
Holy
this debate.
shit! What?
Damn, that's one hell of a blow, T-Bone.
Well, congratulations to Ducky.
Thank you,
All right,
man.
now let me teach you something, right? So if we look
Hey.
at the power dynamic of race, or if we look at racism, the criteria of power, or the criteria is the power, right? In classism, the criteria of power is your money. So it doesn't work the same way. In racism, the one thing that can change is who's in power. So if a black person was in power, can they be racist?
If the system was created for them to be in power, sure.
You're being logically inconsistent because if you're
No,
going to
I'm
call
not
bigotry
being
based on
logically.
classism, you have to call bigotry based on race racism. So if a black person was being bigoted to somebody based on being white, that has to be racism. Has to
Okay.
be.
Okay.
Ligma.
I'm gonna explain.
Ligma,
I'm gonna
challenge you to a
explain
debate.
this again, and hopefully this time you understand, right?
Okay.
Because
Go for it.
if what you're saying is true, then we would also have to agree that black people could be systemically racism because
Yes,
we
they
could
can.
create. Okay, yeah. So then you're disagreeing with Ducky.
Yeah.
So you're
no,
making
I
a
didn't
different
say I agreed
argument.
with
No,
Ducky.
no, no. Hold on just a second, Ligma, because I want for you to understand what's happening here.
Uh-huh.
You are making a statement that racism would follow regardless of what systems would be in play, what power is in play. It's only based off of the definition of whether there's discrimination, meaning that if there's any type of power within the system or any type of systems that could be created, those people can be racist. Ducky disagrees with you.
Yeah,
So
I
Ducky is
never
saying
said
there
I
is a,
agree
in
with
particular,
Ducky.
hold on. Ducky
Ducky is saying that there is an in particular level of racism that can be attributed to black people or that they can perpetuate, which would be interpersonal. That
Why are you
does
bringing
not
Ducky into
branch
it?
off into any other racism.
Wait, why are you bringing
Racism.
Ducky into it? I never said I agree
Yes,
with Ducky.
because you're making a congruent argument to try to combat what I was saying.
No, well, yeah, what you were saying.
You're
not what Ducky
critiquing
was
my
saying, what you
argument
were
with Ducky
saying.
and using a congruent fucking definition of racism.
Wait, no, I'm
It
not.
doesn't work that way.
No, I'm not. No,
Yes,
I'm not.
you are.
I'm arguing what you said, not what Ducky said.
My guy, you just said when I asked you, that means that they can be systemically racist. And you
Correct.
said yes.
Correct.
Then your understanding of racism is different than the one that I was arguing in the debate.
Yeah, but this isn't that debate. This is a different debate.
Were your questions for me predicated on what took place in the debate?
Negative.
Okay. Then maybe
No,
I'm just.
I said I had a
Ligma
question for
needs to
T-Bone.
challenge
That's all I said.
T-Bone into a debate. I think Ligma, let's go ahead and challenge T-Bone. Let's do that. Come on.
I mean, T-Bone just took a loss. I'm not going to do that to him again.
Yeah, don't
Do
do
it
that.
again.
We could
No,
take
no.
another one if you want
No,
to.
but I just want to ask this question.
We
Wait,
can take another one.
wait,
T-Bone,
T-Bone,
back
I
to
just
the
want to
gym.
ask this question, okay? Would
Go
you
back to the
consider?
race.
Hey,
would
y'all,
you?
Yeah,
ain't gonna try to dog my boy T-Bone like he's soft now.
You can help him out. This
I'm
question could be
sorry.
for
I
you
just
too.
need to know, how did this happen?
Wait,
Like, how?
this can be for
They
everybody,
had an
right? I
argument.
just want to
There was a
know.
score.
I just want to
What
know:
the
is the
fuck is
justice
happening
system
right now?
considered the macro level of our government? Would that be on the macro level of our government, the justice system? Would that be an institute within our government? Anybody?
The
Anyone?
justice system,
Yeah, the justice system.
I'd consider it to be micro.
Okay. Micro or macro? Would it be an institute of our government?
Maybe even Mezio if you're lucky.
Okay, well, sure. Okay, so if a black person is convicted of a hate crime towards a white person based on race, would this be systemic racism?
No,
Wait, what? No.
Why not?
interpersonal racism.
There's nothing systemic or systematic about the crime.
How so?
Because if I punch you in the face, there's nothing systematic about that. I punched you in the face. That's an interpersonal
No,
engagement.
but the conviction would be systematic, correct?
No. What?
Why not?
What definition are you working off
This
of?
is literally just a question. I've been wondering about this, right? So
No,
if
that's not how systems work. No, that's not a system
okay,
theory.
so
Let
then
me ask
what?
this question real quick.
Here's
Would racism coincide with hate?
hold on. Here's an example of violence being systematic. The government authorizes the police and military to assault, arrest, and execute black people on sight. That is a systematic violence that's sanctioned by the state.
Okay, what if? Okay, I see what you're saying.
The issue is that there's no repercussion for the action of the state actor. But if I punch you in the face for being white and I get charged with a hate crime, there's a corrective action to my
Right.
actions.
Okay,
So,
let me.
officer, let me ask you a question.
All right, go ahead.
Would you say that racism coincides with hate?
No, not necessarily. I don't think there has to be a hate element to be racist. No.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you another question, officer. Let me ask you another question. So if our system itself is embedded with racism, right? And a white person is convicted of a hate crime towards a black person, obviously that system itself did not it didn't allow for a white person to be racist to a black person. Would that be an argument against systematic racism? Or systemic racism?
No.
Why? If our government or our system is not agreeing with the white person being racist, then why would that not be an argument against systemic
You guys,
racism?
I have to give me 1 second. I have to step away for a minute. I got a kid thing issue. Can not please take over T-Bone, please?
Do you want to restart or?
No, I'll just
save
leave it
the-
up until it
Okay.
goes down. I'll be right back though.
I'd
Yeah.
say that the system would be correcting racism at that point. So the system
Right.
itself could not be systematic racist.
Can I say something?
Or be systematic racism.
May I please say something?
I just want to say,
Only if you're gloating.
damn, dude. Can anybody hear me? Because every time I speak, Ligma opens his mouth and speaks over me.
Yeah, only if you're gloating.
Ligma, shut up. I'm not gloating about shit because that's not what fucking people do, bro. It's
You
disgusting.
want to
start now?
I was just wanting to say, T-Bone, that was fucking awesome. Thank you for letting me debate with you. Seriously, you brought up a lot of good, valid points. Thank you. Seriously, brother.
Absolutely.
Ducky.
I appreciate the debate, dog. I think it was pretty good.
Got one question for Ducky.
What?
Now that I get a chance.
T-Bone, this means since you, does it mean now you're just chilling in Steam so you keep debating up?
Pretty much. I'll get up there eventually.
Eventually,
do I get points?
I predict in the next
the
week or
spirit, T-Bone. Hold on. Do I get points now because I'm DQ?
Yes, you get points.
Ducky had.
I'm gonna start releasing the for anybody else that want. Hold on, just 1 second. For anybody that wants to see where they are on the list, we're still putting everything together. We have everything within the database. We just don't have a way to actually release it within that Discord. So we're still working on that, so y'all can see where your tiers are and then how many points you're actually getting. So just give us a second on that, and then I feel like within the next 2 days we should have it out. So within 2 days we should have something up for you guys to be able to see.
Hey, Ducky, one question.
What?
Do you have you read Gomez de Sarah, whatever T-Bone was talking about?
Ligma sent me some stuff on him.
Yeah, you need to read up more on him. He's not the inventor of race. He's just a participant.
Yeah,
in the
so
invention
like
of
the
it.
Spanish caste system. I remember Conservative Len showing me some stuff about that too.
I just want to put it out there. Nobody better get cocky either. My boy T-Bone gonna come up from these underranks and
I'm
surprise
fucking
a lot of
humble,
people.
bro. Listen, I lost a debate last week on a subject that I feel like,
Watch yourself. Watch yourselves.
10 years in it. So
I have a question. Who invented race then?
The Vatican.
It was a couple of different
It was the
cultures that
Vatican.
actually invented racism. It
Okay,
wasn't
who
just.
were you
There's not
attributing
one
to?
person.
If it's not Gomez de Zurara, then who would you say?
It was the Vatican.
There's not one. There's not one person that did it.
Okay.
It was the Vatican.
It was the Vatican.
It wasn't the
It was the
Vatican.
It was the Vatican. It was the Vatican.
It
Okay.
wasn't the Vatican.
Okay. All right, Thumb Thuggin. What is? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? What is? Hold on. Where'd it go? I just had it pulled up. Damn it! Hold on. Pause. Having a technical difficulty. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the Doom Diversas? I don't know how to speak Portuguese. What was the Doom Diversas in 1452?
Yeah, I don't know. What was it? Just tell me.
Isn't that wait, let me see if I remember this. Isn't it a document comprised of like pseudoscientific racism, like with measurements of people and like in like geographical location due to those measurements?
No. It was a papal bull decreed by the Vatican that forced the ideology of whiteness upon Europeans. And then we can go to the Romanus Pontifex, which was also another decree by the Vatican that allowed and forced the enslavement of Africans or non-Christian people along the coast of West Africa.
Ligma, when was the word actually used?
When was what word actually used?
Racism.
I don't know. That's an appeal to authority.
What do you mean authority?
Yeah, so like you're saying that something wasn't this until it was named.
No, I didn't say that. Never said that.
Yeah,
Not once.
then why
I specifically asked you, when was the word used?
When
and
was
it's famously
I don't know.
used, by the way.
Tell me.
1905. It was talking about the American Indians. It was a congressman trying to save the man inside of Indians.
Okay, what relevance does that have?
This is the first time it was used.
Okay, what relevance does that have?
Because it's what we use today.
It doesn't matter. What relevance does that have to when we saw the creation of this?
The creation
this
of
racism
and race are two different things.
Obviously, race is the categories, right? Racism is the mechanism or the tool that used race against people.
Right, they're two different things, right?
Yeah. So, but you can't say that it didn't take place until it was named.
Didn't say that. I just asked you when it was invented. That's all I asked you.
So where are the examples of racism prior to that then?
I mean, there's all types of. You can look at what it means today, and you can go back in time, and you can go back in history and point them out.
Yeah, I just want to see where that is.
Anything beforehand that I saw was based off of your religion, or it was based off of tribalism. Nothing in particular based off of race. Yeah, but that wouldn't be racism.
The world was a lot smaller back then.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It still wouldn't be racism.
It was a lot larger, so therefore we didn't have as many interactions with each other. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure, but y'all are saying when I asked that question, then I shouldn't have gotten the answer of, well, you can go back in time and see it.
Yeah, you can. There's instances where you can see it. I mean,
where
was the Irish being treated bad? Racism? I don't think so. But that's a form of that's the form of same type of subjugation as racism is used. So they just used it in different ways and different people over there in Europe. Wouldn't you agree with that?
You think so? Just to be clear, you think that Irish people being oppressed by Europeans is racism?
You didn't hear me, did you? I said I wouldn't call that racism, but you can use that same subjugation.
No.
And when they did utilize it towards what we're talking about, then that's called, right?
It's either racism or not. Like, we can agree that it's oppression. Tribalism could be oppression. Religious.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
One second. Let me explain myself real quick because I gotta go. But when there's no race involved, how can you call it racism?
You can't.
That was my point right there. Okay, so when you do the exact same thing to people and it's because of their race, then it's called racism.
Correct.
That was the point I was making.
You confused the hell out of me.
All I know is this: I'm taking all debates on veganism. Animals have rights. Animals have rights.
50. I'm just letting you know in a couple hours we're gonna have to debate so I get my points back.
Hey,
run the fade.
Wait, so T-Bone, I'm curious. Why do y'all always say that Gomez Desirara was the inventor when he was an observer on a journey that observed these Africans already in oppression, right? So, like, it's not like he enslaved these people. They were buying slaves. So they went from oppression to oppression. So why do y'all credit Gomez with this?
You would have to show me that that's what that is, based off of the literature and reading. From what I read, it wasn't just based off of the observation, but also creating the concept of what racism is.
Okay, so then can you give me that script from whatever literature? Because I'm going through his the Discovery book right now, right? Because I'm re-going over it, right? Can you give me the script or the text of whatever literature you're looking at that actually shows him creating this? Because
I would have to.
Because from what I'm seeing, the only thing I'm seeing is him talking about the observation that he has of when he gets to Africa, they're bringing people in chains, already in servitude, already oppressed, and they're buying them.
I will get that to you and then send it to you, or if you're still here, I'll read it out to you. But it's been a while since I read it,
Okay.
so I'm reading through it now. I actually think I have this saved in a document somewhere. Give me a second.
Yeah, if you could send that to me, that'd be actually perfect.
I just have a quick question when it comes to this argument about can black people be racist. Is this like based off of a legal perspective that you guys are making an argument of, or just like a philosophical perspective?
It's more philosophical.
I think it comes from common sense, really.
I want to challenge Tacos to a debate. It is wrong. My stance, my proposition 1, animals have rights. Proposition 2, it is morally and ethically wrong to torture animals.
Ooh, that's gonna be a good one, actually. Because I
So
like
what?
I like bacon and hamburgers.
Debate, T-Bone?
What you said?
So what, you just lost the debate?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hey, 50, who were you asking that question
Don't
to?
don't be laughing, 50, because that's the first debate I've ever lost on this app. I molly up your shit every time we get in the box. Don't be
Oh shit!
cackling up there.
Oh shit!
True,
Yeah.
true. He does beat that ass.
T-Bone,
Sounds
T-Bone.
like a challenge. That sounds like a challenge.
So I didn't even know that you lost the debate. But are you like assuming that you're going to win a debate against me, bro? Like, because you said something about getting your points back, and it seemed like you was trying to take a jab at me or something.
Get that ass, T-Bone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Pause. Hey, yo, Ducky, pause.
Okay. So what do you want to debate,
That did sound
T-Bone?
kind of bad, didn't it? My bad.
I don't know just yet. Because I feel like for the most part we agree on pretty much everything, especially after our conversation of reparations the other day.
I need to know if Tacos is taking this debate or not. Tacos to the floor.
You know,
taking this debate.
you know what would be a good one? The insurance one. I'll iron that out with you at a different time. But how do
Who,
we
me?
properly fix the issues within the insurance industry? That
You
would be a
talking
fun-
about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a fun debate. I could actually see that. What form of insurance are you talking about? Health insurance or
All
like
insurance, to be honest, but
Appliance insurance.
that's the worst.
But I mean, if we're gonna argue about fixing it, I mean, we might have like similar points. So it's just like, I don't think like
I mean, so we would have to iron it out, to be honest with you. We probably have to have a discussion about it first, figure out the difference, and then go into it. But I'm doing something right now anyway, so I'm gonna chop it up with y'all. I'm gonna stay in the box, but I'm gonna chop it up with y'all later.
I'm still looking for Tony, man, because I gotta go ahead and smack him upside his neck with the.
Good shit, T-Bone.
I challenge
Absolutely.
somebody to a debate on cannibalism being morally justified.
You know what? I would actually take on that debate. It actually sounds.
Bro,
Can we also add like necro into there as well, because that would definitely make it even more fun. I would actually say that
50, were you ever on Clubhouse?
Huh?
Were you ever on Clubhouse? No, I'm bringing back like the 2019 debate topics. That's what I'm bringing
Hold on,
back.
you talking about the Clubhouse, the app where people would go on and shit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was on that shit for a
Yeah,
little.
bro. I'm bringing back 2019 Clubhouse.
Oh shit. Hey, yeah, but you know what? I mean, if we're gonna debate cannibalism, we might as well just go ahead and add on necro in there, and like, because I know that we can debate more topics at once, and like, debate if it's morally ethical or not.
By the way, who said appliance insurance is the worst?
T-Bone.
Dude,
Me.
T-Bone. That lets me know that you know nothing about it. I'll debate that with you all day long.
My
would say
nigga, are you
appliance
sure?
Insurance is fantastic.
Appliance insurance is
Right. First of all, let me ask you a question, T-Bone. Is
Yeah.
appliance insurance mandatory?
No.
Okay.
Unless you have a fucking
hold on.
water
Let
heater.
Let me finish. So T-Bone, if I hypothetically went out, let's say my air conditioner, it's working, but I know it's not going to last. And I go out and I purchase said insurance, right? And then my air conditioner blows, I don't know, 30 days later, right? They
Yes.
wind up covering $7,000 of my air conditioner, right? I get that, pay it off, and then I cancel the policy. Is appliance insurance bad?
Yes.
Why?
Okay, so you can use air conditioning if you want to. I'm going to use things like dishwashers, washer machines, dryers, for example. These things are built, especially the lower end side of things, are built only to last for a certain amount of time. This is why they give you guys false perceptions, like on the back where it says that there's a 10-year warranty, but the only thing that's actually warranty on there is going to be the motor that's within it, right? And so hold on, I was finishing my explanation. And so people are buying these insurances under the false pretense that, hey, I'm going to be able to utilize this whenever. But the amount of money that you would have to spend on that policy, right, for the life of the average washer machine or dryer machine far exceeds what you would pay to buy a new one.
That's not
That's
appliance insurance.
that's not true. That's
That is
actually not true.
absolutely true.
It's
Hold
not.
on,
It's
T-Bone.
really not.
Okay.
So if you have shitty old washing machine and dryer that you know ain't running too good, I just told you the trick. You see, if you don't know what you're doing, I'd say it's probably bad.
Sir,
But
if
you know
you
what you're
think that
doing,
there is a
and
company
it's
that
not
will insure
mandatory.
your washer machine when it's 10 years
No, it
old, you're
insures
fucking
every
delusional.
appliance in your house.
Well,
It
now
insures
we're
not
talking.
only that.
No, now we're talking about something different, Bleach.
No,
Because
we're
that's
not.
gonna theoretically that's I don't want to say it's home insurance, but there's a different name for that. Fuck, I can't remember what it's
It's
called,
yeah,
but
it's
it
what you call it. It covers everything. Yeah.
yeah, but
You're
that's
gonna
gonna be
tell me that's a
completely
bad
different.
policy?
Well, you're paying a lot more for that policy.
You're paying about It's about maybe $600 a year.
No,
Yes. Don't tell me.
no. Depending on the type, if I have a whole bunch of LG products, which is on the higher end, let's just say I have a whole bunch of LG products, my policy is going to be a lot more versus if I got the regular generic brand washer machine and dryer. They're going to assess that before they put insurance on your
They don't
shit.
come
Y'all
out
talking
here.
about protection plans, right?
Yeah, they don't come
Yeah,
out
yeah.
and
So
say.
there's like appliance protection
Yeah,
plans, and then there's
yeah.
within the home all encompassing
But that's
plan.
still
I just
insurance.
can't remember.
But that shit has to do with the warranty shit. Fuck that. That shit is trash.
No,
I bought me a
no. The warranty and the plan is
well,
different. So
no. So
the
that's what I'm saying. So,
warranty.
but yeah.
Yeah, oh, hold
So
on.
yeah. Go ahead, T. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the warranty is automatically going to be given to you when you purchase a product, right?
Right. Right.
The insurance, which is the plan that you're talking about, that
Right.
says, okay, outside of that warranty, if something happens to this washer machine, we'll
Yeah.
pay to replace it.
Yes.
Which is bullshit. That's why I was about to argue
It's
because
not bullshit.
I fucking bought a zero turn lawnmower, right? Because I do lawn care and I got a little business or whatever. Anyway, so long story short, I got I think it was like a 3-year warranty automatically it comes with, right? But after that, you could pay for the protection plan to extend like another 3
That's
to
not what we're
like 4
talking
years.
about, though. But that's not what
This
we're
is
talking about.
this is the same shit you talking
No, it's
about.
not. No, it's not.
So you putting a extra. So if it's not a protection plan, you're talking about additional insurance on your property or something you
This
purchased.
this is insurance on the contents of your property. It could be
Motherfucker, you talking about like renter insurance or some shit.
It's not renter's insurance. It's when you buy a house, you can get a policy about $600 a year, right? Anything breaks, like
Well, I don't know what the
any
fuck you talking
appliance.
about,
Hold
Bleach.
on. Well, I know a lot of people don't know. Any appliance, it'll take like some sort of that does some electric, even some plumbing, and you can take that, and it's well worth it because if you buy it, you can make a deal with those companies. It's a lot less if you buy like a 3-year policy up front. It might cost you like, I don't know, maybe $1,400 for the 3 years. You can't tell me there ain't nothing gonna break in your house in 3 fucking years. And if it does, usually one thing will cover it.
You're
Because
talking
I'm
about
telling you,
home
I had that
systems
happen with my.
protection?
What was that?
You're talking about
Homeowner
home
insurance,
systems?
motherfucker.
No, he's not talking about homeowners insurance. He's talking about an endorsement that goes on homeowners insurance that's called home systems protection. It's called a couple of different things. Basically, it protects your appliances, like your water heater, your dishwasher, stuff
Yeah,
like that. That's
everything,
home
microwave,
systems
everything.
protection.
Yeah,
Right,
air conditioning, everything.
right. That's home systems protection. It's
Right.
an
So, Queen,
endorsement
what
that
I'm
goes
saying,
onto
my
your
point was
homeowner
this,
policy.
Queen. My point was this.
Yeah.
I know how the insurance works. I know it's not mandatory. I don't have to have it, and I can
No, not at
cancel
all.
it, and I can cancel any time. So if I know something's
Yeah.
gonna break, I went out and bought the policy. I saved myself $7,000 by
Yeah.
buying that policy
Yeah.
for
It's better
$500. You
to.
understand? Yeah.
Yeah, but I work in insurance. You probably don't know. I work in insurance. I am very much it's better to need it and not I mean, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have
That part, well,
it.
that
Way
part is
better.
especially if you're somebody that doesn't know how to fix anything, or you can't afford shit that comes up like that. It's
Yeah,
not a bad thing to have for people. That is
not
not.
at all.
Now the
Personal
other
article
insurances, I would
policies
agree with
too
you.
for like if you have super expensive like jewelry,
Yeah, that's
firearms, stuff like that, you need a personal articles policy.
I think it's like
You need to
American
protect that
Home
stuff.
Shield. I think it's American Home Shield is one of them that sells it, and
Yeah, that's like but that's its own separate policy. You can always
yes,
get the
it is.
endorsement
Yeah.
on your home. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about this is a total separate policy.
Yeah, I
I
know.
know. I just know how to. And my sister has it, and she's beating them up. Like she's had so many things.
Sometimes that shit, don't they give you a hard time? Because if you got like a 50-year-old water heater in your house that went out all of a sudden here in 2026, you think they really gonna replace that motherfucker for like how much you got to pay under the deductible?
Fuck yeah, they replaced
Because
them.
you still gonna have to kick out more money, probably most
My-
likely than what you fucking paying for the policy.
My AC unit was like 20 years old, and they paid to replace it.
You had to pay for nothing.
Nothing. No, I had to pay a deductible. My deductible was, I think, it was $1,000. But $1,000 is better than paying $8,000.
Absolutely.
That's my point. And I would have paid for that policy for the next 10 years.
Insurance is worth it.
That insurance for sure. Yeah. Health insurance, obviously. Car insurance?
Car insurance. I think if you understand car insurance, you would understand why it's worth it.
Well, I think it should be called, I don't think it should be called insurance. I think it should be called what if.
But that's what insurance is. Insurance is
I know, but I would like them to properly change the name.
Absolutely.
Damn, T-Bone, you're lucky that wasn't an official debate, bro, because, woo. Yeah, Brody.
T-Bone, wait, this was a debate?
No,
This was not a debate.
T-Bone thinks all insurance is a scam.
That's insane. It's a scam until
I mean, it's
you
kind of a
your car
pyramid
gets set on fire.
It is kind of a pyramid scheme.
Until something happens.
Yeah, until something happens, right. But the majority of people, nothing's going to happen to.
Yeah, that's the insurance
That's
is
the-
literally
Right.
like the point of insurance is like majority of people do not get into
I would say
accidents
insurance
until the money
is-
that's put in is
Right.
given to
Wouldn't you
people
say
who-
when you think about it that insurance, especially insurance, is very socialistic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally everybody putting money into a
Right.
collective pot
Correct,
to
yeah.
protect other people from their losses. Absolutely.
I think it's the biggest form of socialism. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. But the people that run it,
Oh, no, yeah, we're not
capitalists to
talking
their soul.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sure. Sure.
T-Bone, I'll debate you on insurance. That's a debate I'll take.
T-Bone's, listen, leave T-Bone alone. He had a little bad day today. Nothing too drastic, but he needs to get back to training. He's going to go back. He's going
Nah.
to train. He's going to play like the Rocky music, and he's going to come back better than ever.
And when he comes back better than ever, we can have an insurance debate.
Yeah,
I want that smoke. I'll take that smoke.
As his handler, I will not allow him.
I was saying if it was either insurance or the protection plan. That's all I was trying to figure out.
The protection plan is insurance too, though.
That's all I was trying
It's
to figure
just
out because
called the
the way he would
protection
explain it, yeah.
The difference with that kind of insurance, if you know what you're doing, you can, especially if you have something really bad going on that you know is going to break soon. They don't. It's not like they come out and do an inspection of anything. They don't. So it's easy. It's easy to get over on stuff if you know what you're doing. And
They do, but to be clear, they will come out and do inspections, but 9 times out of 10, it's not on the inside of the home or the appliances.
Yeah, no,
It's
but
on
I'm
the
talking
outside
about
of the home.
the specific thing I'm talking about. They don't do any of that. And not only do they not do that, like I remember during COVID, you couldn't even find people to do repairs. That was a big problem.
Yeah.
So what they were
And
doing
so they
is,
just replaced it.
well, no, they would replace it, or they would let you get your own repair person. That's how, yeah. And that was nice.
They usually do. What am I trying to say? They usually
They
do.
No, they have their own
For like
people.
home repair? Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
You have a whole separate policy, so I don't know about
Yeah.
that. Like, I don't know much about that, but I know when it's like
It's
a
they, you know,
endorsement
when
on
they
your
sell.
home policy, that's
Yeah, you know when
different.
they sell those, Queen. They sell those usually when you're first buying a house.
Yeah,
Somebody will give you that information,
yeah.
and I think for a lot of people, unless you're buying a brand new house, I think a
You
lot of
better
it
get
is.
that stuff.
I think it's yeah. I always tell people buy the policy.
Yeah,
Be
yeah,
safe and then sorry with something like that.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I am a strong
It's like
proponent for
$600 a year.
insurance.
You know what's funny though, Bleach? A lot of people don't even know when they have, let's say, HO5 homeowners insurance,
Yeah.
right? That, for example, that the insurance company will help you with, let's say, your shingles on your roof,
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
right? A lot of people are not even aware. Now, if you have regular dwelling insurance, they still might help you, but you're more than likely, you know what I mean, to either get it through, let's say, HO3 or HO5 homeowners insurance.
But I,
Mhm.
but you know when
Do you
when
know the
you
difference?
okay, so the difference is when you're going to get like a mortgage, you have to have that coverage. You can't
Yeah.
can't opt out and say I want less coverage. Like it doesn't work that way.
But do you know the difference between HO5 and HO3?
You also got HO8. I think that one is specifically for condominiums.
What
HO3
company are
and
you insured with?
who,
You don't
me?
have to tell me if you're not comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, I actually went to school for property and casualty insurance back in the day because I was a bail bondsman.
You
Um,
went to school for it? Like an actual class?
yeah, for insurance for a
In
property.
person?
Yeah, property and casualty insurance in Maryland is basically a thing that you have to do. You have to go to class for it and then pass the state exam.
That's interesting. I was able to take my classes online,
I mean, some people
and
will do it
I'm
online.
multi-licensed.
Yeah, some people will do it online, but the problem is that with online, it's just like you're doing more cramming, right? When it comes to the final state exam, because they really don't tell you exactly what it is that's going to be on the test. Like, because I remember I started doing it with the place called PSI Exams,
Yeah.
but I just didn't like how they did it, so I just went to a school for it. It probably took about like 3 months or something like that, and then I passed the exam with ease because they let you know exactly what's on the test and what to look
Well,
out for.
we have I used ExamFX and Pearson VUE.
Hmm
And both of those, like the online course was super good. Like the test, the final exam at the end that you could take it over and over and over again, and it was basically taking the PNC test, like taking the state exam. That was the difference for me.
Yeah, you probably also paid like an extra $500 for it, right? Like your class was at least probably like $1,000 or some change, right?
No,
No?
my class was like $100, and my
What?
test was $250.
What state you live in?
Alaska.
Oh shit! Yeah, I wouldn't know, man. Maryland is different, man. The regulations and shit are probably a lot more intense than they are in Alaska. But yeah, I think the difference. Man, it's been a
Maryland's
hot
like
minute since I went to
Maryland's a
school for
lawyer
that.
state too.
Yeah.
Like
So I think HO3 is like the basic coverage, and HO5 is like an upgraded coverage for like your property. Then you have regular dwelling insurance. And you know, HO3 covers less than HO5 does. I think that HO5, if I remember properly, um, I forgot what the other wording and verbiage was for that, but yeah. HO3 is the basic, HO5 is like an extended version of it where there's more things that are actually covered on it. So
Yeah, HO5s are usually for more expensive houses.
yeah,
Like
which I
you
mean,
write an HO5 for a house that's over $1 million.
yeah. I mean, you could also do it, let's say, for a house that's 400,000, but it covers like more
You could, but
Yeah, it
most
covers, let's say,
insurance
more
companies won't
structural
let
shit
you.
too. Yeah, but it
Yeah.
also covers more like structural shit. Like for example, HO3 want to cover, let's say, what are those things that hang from the fucking
Dude,
ceiling that have
insurance
like,
companies are not letting you overinsure your house. That ain't happening.
huh?
They will not.
They ain't letting you overinsure your house, that's for sure.
I mean, it depends on though, like what you have in the house though.
Well, that's that's separate. That's content.
Personal property.
Yeah, that's content.
That's personal property, and personal property is
about-
separate from like the home.
I'm actually talking about what the house is actually built out of though too. Like,
well, you're
so
talking about
a
cost of replacement.
A brick house,
for
example.
You're talking cost of replacement.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Replacement
Like
cost,
a brick house is going to cost more than, let's say, fixing a wood house. You know what I'm saying? So,
You're getting full.
But it would be cheaper.
Yeah, you get full replacement costs. Like I'm not insurance, but I deal with it all the time.
I mean, this is big.
When we talk about like brick houses, insurance for brick houses would be cheaper than insurance for wood houses.
Right, of course they would.
Because they have more stability. That's why I was trying to tell people, like,
because the big bad wolf ain't blowing it down.
Yeah, that's how I was trying to tell people,
like,
like, when it comes to like building like those houses that are like built by those AI machines that can put up the frame, let's say within 3 days type shit. I think that the rough estimate is for those houses that the insurance for the property is like 40% cheaper than, let's say, regular insurance, let's say, for all the other houses.
But I think the biggest thing about insurance now is how close you live to either whether you're in a flood zone or you live near the water. Those are the ones that are like Florida's getting killed. People in Florida are getting killed by insurance.
Yeah, flood insurance.
There's only 4 insurance companies in Florida. That's it. That's it. They have a complete monopoly.
HO3 and HO4. I mean, HO5 don't even cover, let's say, flood insurance. It's like something extra that you have to get on top of it.
Yeah, flood insurance is, most policies don't.
Yeah. Like I said, man, it's been a minute. Like, I went to school for that shit, like, 2016, bro. Like,
or Queen, am I right? Like, so when you talk about a house that floods, there's different meanings to this, right? So you could have rising water, right? Or you could have something like from a pipe break. That's totally 2 different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're not covered for the one, you're shit out of luck.
Yeah, and you have to, and most insurance companies don't cover flood, like with your homeowner's policies.
No,
you have to get
policy.
in the national. Yeah, you have to get in the national. Whatchamacallit?
Flood insurance. Yeah.
You know what's thing? I know Texas, which Florida's going to have to go to this. They have Texas Wind and Storm, so like they have policies that cover for tornadoes and shit like that, and like a state policy where it's cheaper. I mean, Florida. I know people. This is no joke. I know people that are paying $16,000 a year for fucking insurance. Insurance.
It can get very expensive.
Yeah.
And it's not even including property tax and everything else, bro.
Well, I mean, being that the house is going to get blown down probably at some point.
I don't know if T-Bone really wants to debate me on insurance now because I actually went to school for that shit. Man, the laws is the fucking craziest part, yo, with fucking property insurance, man. I fucking failed the fucking law part like 3 times, yo, before I passed that bitch, yo.
What's the best insurance to have for Jewish lightning?
For what?
For Jewish lightning.
What? For Jewish lightning?
You're gonna tell me you never heard of Jewish lightning?
No, I have not, bro.
Seriously?
I'm dead ass, bro.
So that's Jewish lightning started like up in the Bronx, where Jewish people own these buildings, and then suddenly they would all catch on fire. Now they call it Jewish lightning.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like a bit of a scam.
Oh, it was. It was. It was. Well, that's what happened in the South Bronx. The landlords weren't fixing shit up. Then people stopped paying. They're like, fuck it. Let's have a little fire. And that's what they did. And that's why South Bronx looked like it did.
That's crazy.
That's the history.
I'm sorry, but did I hear that correctly? 50, did you just challenge T-Bone to a debate, a 1v1?
No, he challenged me to a debate, and he wanted to talk about insurance.
Oh, I thought you. Okay, I got you.
And
that's why I said I don't know
being,
if he really wants to debate me on insurance because I actually went to school for this shit.
Yeah, but me being T-Bone's handler, he's a little punch drunk from the last fight. We're gonna get back into training camp.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
We're gonna get back into training camp.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how that happened. Like,
Belle, do you know how loud that is in the comments? Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm starving, yo.
I'm still here to defend the rights of animals. I'm running vegan Philstrat. Animals have rights. Stop eating our furry friends.
Yeah.
I actually thought Taco was really gonna take me up on that debate. I'm not gonna lie.
wait, you want to debate tacos?
Well, yeah, we were talking in the comments and we had a disagreement, so I'm not just gonna do a debate.
Wow.
Yeah, Proposition 1, animals have rights. Proposition 2, torturing animals is wrong. It was an easy proposition.
Oh, you.
No, I know you don't, Tacos. I might catch you another time.
Where is it?
It's the middle of the day. I'm about to be busy myself, actually. So.
Bleach, I muted you. You weren't muted.
Y'all ain't gonna step here and do my boy T-Bone like this. The T-Bone ain't no chump. Y'all ain't gonna do my boy T-Bone dirty like this.
Yeah, I just don't know if he really wants.
Wait, I wonder, Shawnee boy, were you here for the debate?
We're gonna protest the debate. Have you taken blood samples from Ducky prior and after the fight?
Why would I do that?
What did Ducky debate on, yo?
What do you mean? Why would you do that?
No, but what is T-Bone? What was the topic for T-Bone and Ducky? What was their debate?
Performance enhancing drugs, Bell.
Oh. Shawnee.
So my question is, what did Ducky and T-Bone debate on? What was the topic? Huh?
The topic on the background.
Black people could be racist.
No, can black people be racist on an individual level? I thought.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's an easy one to win, yo.
Right.
Well, Ducky won.
Going up against that is an easy loss.
Wait, I don't know. Well, I mean, the debate judges might have won, but I feel like he started to fall on his face when you got to the back end of T-Bone's conversation, which was bigotry and understanding of bigotry. That's where I think he started to.
What is bigotry?
I think he was out of his depth at that point, for sure.
Yeah, but bigotry, when you actually look at the definition, like bigotry and racism are so close to each other, it's ridiculous, yo. Like when you actually look at the definition, like, yeah, you're like a bigot is more, let's say, like a broad form of, let's say, having some like unrealistic hate to, let's say, people or let's say lifestyles or whatever else it might be. But there's still like antagonism involved with it. There's still prejudice involved within the definition of bigotry. So they're literally almost like identical definitions, you know. It's just that bigotry covers a broader form. It's not, let's say, like directly focused on, let's say, like racism is when it's like in regards to, let's say, phenotypical appearances.
Well, no,
Bigotry can apply to
so Bones'
lifestyle.
argument was racism requires a system to express itself in, and without that system to express said power, you are exhibiting essentially bigotry, not racism. And if that's the argument that was made, what Ducky said behind that just wasn't a good response. The response of I still think that that's racism is terrible.
Well, I wasn't there for the debate, so I really didn't hear it, you know what I mean? But one good point doesn't like win the whole debate though neither, Shawnee. You know what I'm saying, bro? So it's just like, I don't know. I didn't see the debate, so I really can't, make a decision or say anything.
I mean, they were definitely going at it for sure in the beginning. They were going blow for blow. But I think that's where I think Ducky, at least for me, like I said, the judges might have made the decision. It sounded like that they made the decision that Ducky won, and it is what it is. But
the only issue I really saw was that like it's hard to that's why I was trying to do the whole moderation thing, because like if we don't agree on definitions, it's actually hard to have a conversation in general. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. So so do you think Ducky won that one, officer?
No, I thought T-Bone wins, but the only thing I'd say to T-Bone is, yeah, but it was a very close score. The only thing I'd say is that for T-Bone, the only thing I wouldn't have done T-Bone is I would not have gone into absolutism. So that's like a debate format wise, it's a structurally bad place to be. Because as soon as you say like no one can do a thing, all the opponents do is start poking holes in how they can do the thing, and then like the entire point has to be conceded because they can do a thing. That make me saying gravity will always bring an object back to the surface, and then somebody goes, really? Because on Mars, if with enough force, you can propel away from the planet and never come back to the planet because the gravity's too weak.
I hear you. I think, like I said, I think from what I saw,
but from like moderating, it was a hard moderation because I'm like, well, they don't agree on like even like the basic definitions of like what they're discussing. So like this is a incredibly difficult thing because, and I thought T-Bone actually had some really good points. But I wish Ducky or T-Bone would have agreed to like definition, but it was okay. I mean, this happens on social topics. You know what I mean?
To me, that's why I prefer to debate things that are a little bit more concrete than things like that. But it was pretty good. I will say Ducky with preparation, he's a much better debater than anticipated. Somebody's currently calling me out for debates. I'm not debating that loser ass motherfucker. I just want to make that clear. Dear Clan, I'm not debating him.
Remember, Shawnee,
I won't be doing. I'll take.
you lose points.
Go ahead, Bill.
Who is
Screen just
asking you
went
for the
foggy.
debate?
Dear Clan is asking me for a debate on why somebody who is not black but is of a darker skin tone should be able to use both the N word with the A and the N word with the ER. I'm not having that debate with him. One, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. I never challenged him on that. And then the second one is because he has violent tendencies, and I'm not interested in the conflicts that come with that.
violent
I'm not gonna
tendencies.
lie, Bell. This is one. This is one that I might give Shawnee Boy without a strike, because that dude is weird. That dude's that I have to mute. I blocked him on
I mean,
Discord
all
and
right,
muted
that's
him
fine.
on
And
here.
but Shawnee, was it a formal challenge? Like, did he do it up on a panel, pick the topic, and
No,
said, "Hey, I
he's been
challenge you like a,"
he's been
or
calling
was it
me
No,
just?
out
he made a
making AI fucking videos on TikTok.
Oh well, no, that doesn't count then, right, officer? I don't think that. Well, let's talk about it. Let's see. I don't think so. We'll see. I don't think so. I don't care.
I'm still looking to have that debate with Tony. Yo, where is he at, yo?
Oh my God! Somebody get Tony in here. Yeah, he waited for you. He waited for you for hours,
Yeah,
though.
but my girl had a personal issue going on. You know, family comes first, yo. So
No worries.
Uh,
I just.
Officer, that dude, while spazzing out on Shawnee the other day, chambered around. You could hear him chamber the round on the live.
It was a couple. It was a couple. It was a couple months ago. We were on Renee's live, and he got out of hand. And then obviously he said that shit to Sav the other day on T-Bone's live, and then he said it again on Cloud's live. And so I'm not really interested in engaging with that dude. But his name is like Deer Clan Diesel or some shit like that. But he went by a different name before that. He's a liar if he tells y'all he wasn't on this app 6 months ago.
Wait, are you talking about the guy, officer? Is he talking about the guy with the coaching in Discord?
The one who he was in here during the debate the entire time.
I know what you're talking about.
He was the one sharing out. He shared it out a bunch, and he keeps calling me out on his page, talking about he wants to have the debate. I'm not interested in that, like I said. So, no, I'm good. If that means I get dropped down to B tier or C tier, fucking do it. I'm not interested in real world consequences for his actions. So.
no, and if that dude keeps it up, I'm just gonna remove him from the league altogether because he's been fucking weird. Like he told Sav he was gonna cut her over a converse. Like like he's wild.
And then
I had to block him on here. I blocked him on Discord. He won't stop fucking messaging back. It's like that dude's weird.
Yeah. And all of this started because of a conversation about education and how civics needs to be, how we should deal with civics in our current society, man. He's a weird cat, man. He's going to end up hurting himself or somebody else.
Although tonight, though, we do have a debate that needs to get. Oh fuck, 50, you're here. Yes, 50, I need you. 50. Okay. Are you free tonight? God, I almost slipped my mind.
Is it just to like watch a debate and judge on it?
No, the judges are secret. But that'd be a back end. If you were a judge, it'd be a back end conversation. But so Ford, do you know who Ford News is?
Yes, I know Ford. I have quite a few. I had quite a few debates with him. Yeah, what's going on?
Ford has joined the league in C tier. He wants to debate you. And he said, dealer's choice, you pick the topic. He's free at 5 Central.
5 Central would be what? 7 o'clock my time? That's in like 45 minutes.
Oh, shit. Is it?
Yeah.
How we?
What is it? Well, I can always reach out to him and see what time he's looking for. Like, if you needed more time, of course, that would be fine. But I'm just saying he wants to debate with you. And he challenged you specifically. He told me last night on Renee's panel. I told him I'd reach out and see.
Yeah, me and him had quite a few good conversations. He's actually a good debater.
Well, am I able to use my credits right now?
Want to use your credit for who?
Oh, every time somebody on this panel talks, let's drop them for 5 minutes until I'm out of money.
No balls. No balls. He won't do it. I'm calling the bluff. It's open. The call's out right here.
So is that a no since officer's still up here?
He won't do it. Bell won't do it. Watch. Watch, Bell won't do it. Not to me. Watch. I'm calling her
Officer!
out. I'm calling her out. I'm calling her out. I'm
What
calling
is
out
it?
everybody. She's scared. Her voice is quivering. We hear
Oh
it.
my god! Stop!
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying. We all need to make it very
minutes.
clear how we
Oh
do
shit.
things.
Oh, who's gonna talk next? Who else wants 5 minutes?
Why the fuck are you doing this?
Oh, Bell on board. How was your weekend?
Oh, just
Why
dandy.
is Shawnee back up here? He talked. He's got 5 minutes.
Wait, hold on a second. I got 5 minutes.
You got 5 minutes. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so guys.
Good. I want him to I want him to finish this credit so he can't do this again.
Let's drop George. George spoke.
Who's George? Is that George? All right, bye, George. That's 15. That's 15. You got 5 more. 5, 10, 15. Oh no, you. Oh fuck, you got 40.
I can send more. We can do this all night. We can play the silent game.
Why would you want to do that? You want to fuck up my life, don't you?
No, if I wanted to fuck up your whole life, I would have dropped the entire panel, right? I wouldn't have seen who's going to be a bitch by not speaking. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm seeing who the bitches are.
Huh?
I guess Bleach isn't a bitch. We got to drop Bleach.
Bleach, you got 5 minutes, Bleach, 5 minutes. Y'all, please don't leave. Come back. 55 minutes. 5 minutes for 50. That's 15. 20,
We got 15
20,
left.
Oh, 25, yeah. So, yeah, that all this was 25, which leaves you with 15. Yeah, Where's the outing?
Anybody win any good debates this weekend, Bo?
Well, Ducky won a debate today. He went head to head with T-Bone. He won by 1 point.
Oh shit! Ducky beat T-Bone. So does that mean T-Bone moves off of S tier?
T-Bone. I don't think T-Bone is in S tier. He wanted to start from the bottom.
Oh, because I thought he was like at the top of the top. I was wondering if he got like moved way down from losing to like a D tier.
No, I don't think so. But see, this is how I know. Like when it comes, that's why I would never be a judge. Like I can't be a judge. I can't be a judge. Never.
Funny though, T-Bone lost. Is that why T-Bone's been so quiet? Because he lost the debate, now he's embarrassed and is failing?
No, he's working.
Shit, wins and losses come. It ain't really a big deal. As long as motherfuckers get into the ring. I don't think anybody can talk shit who don't get in the ring. You still pussy, Nick.
Acura, you got 5 minutes, Acura.
It's not Acura, it's Arwaka. Arwaka.
It's Acura.
That's 30. You got $10 left. Come on, use it up.
I'm just gonna send 50 more once this is gone.
Well, don't do that. I don't want it.
What do you mean you don't want it? Alright, I'll send 100 more. Fine.
Oh my fucking god.
T-Bone, how did it make you feel to lose after you tried to put yourself in an S plus category to somebody that you guys put in a C or a D category? I mean, that's gotta like really ruin your confidence, no? Or are you thinking it was rigged even though it's your rules?
He's not gonna talk because he knows he's gonna get dropped. So he's smart. See how smart? T-Bone's a genius.
I don't know. I think that makes him a bitch, though, Belle.
No, it doesn't.
I think so.
Maplewood. Is this it? Is this it? Am I going the right way?
It's like, what kind of man lets another man tell you not to talk or else, and then you don't talk? Like, I think that's like the definition of being bitched out.
No, it's not. He's working. What is wrong with you? He's got shit to do.
I mean, I'm working too, but like, I'm still talking and not being put in some type of place like the bitch that he is. You know what I mean?
You don't count. You don't count.
I mean, Belle, don't you work on TikTok quite often?
Yeah, I'm at wait, is this the right one? Real? That's not it. Oh shit, I'm lost. Fuck. Give me a second, I gotta put an address in.
So, Bex, I see people are still talking smack on you, Bex. People were saying today that you've been in a box and haven't spoken once, and you're just taking up a box.
Who said that?
Well, there was quite a few people in your comments. I'm not sure if you were reading them or not, but
Nobody said that. You're such a liar.
well, one name comes to mind when I said that, and it was Alien. You know, the alien emoji. I'm almost positive. I'm almost 99.9% positive they were one of them.
Oh, now I know who that is. Now I know who that is. Keep talking. Go ahead.
But it's not me, Belle. I mean, I would assume that it was me, kind of, if I were in your shoes, but it's not. It's not the case.
Well, that's not true. But
Queen, I wanted to say thank you for that credit card number earlier. Thank you. I'm going to go on a shopping spree later. I appreciate everything you're going to buy me. It is amazing.
Let's rack it up. Good luck with that.
Yep. I mean, hopefully there's a decent amount of money in there, Hopefully it's not like I'm going to go out and spend $300 and then it's going to get declined.
That's right.
But you look like you got a little bit of money, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking I could spend a few thousand at least.
Not on that credit card. That's specifically for gas, darling. Sorry.
Your mom. One second. Your mom. So you. 1 second. Let me do the math. Because you had 10 left, right?
Correct.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You got 30 minutes, dude. Minus your 10. Because it would have.
No, I don't want to subtract my 10. I'll just go down for 30 minutes.
All right. Ciao. No, but that's 40. That's 40 minutes.
Okay, 40 minutes.
All right. Bye. Bye. Oh, for fuck's sake. Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you. Has it been 5 minutes for everybody else yet? Oh, shut up. Are you guys still staying muted because you think he's gonna drop you? Queen!
No. I don't think Bex and T-Bone are here. They ain't been here for like...
I don't think so either.
Half an hour. I'm the only one up here for real.
Everyone please re-request 626. It's FB. Hi, FB.
Welcome back, FB.
Hello.
Thank you, Gadget. All right, 26. Who else was on the panel that he dropped?
Ligma, Bleach.
Oligma's not in here anymore. Is that your kitty cat, FB or Queen?
Oh, yeah, that's mine. She's. I don't know what's wrong. What do you want? Okay. Yeah, she gets demanding around this time of day.
I don't know if I should do a restart or if somebody else wants to go live. T-Bone, Bex, anybody? Want to go live? No? Alright, well, I don't know. They gotta be sleeping or something. FB, what did you think of the debate? FB. Oh, dear, can you come up here, dear? What's going on, dear? Why are you... I heard you're bothering Shawnee boy.
Where everybody go?
Nick thought he was funny, and so he sniped anybody who spoke while he was on the panel, and then got sniped for 40 minutes.
But he didn't want to pay his bail, but he was over here flexing his 50s and 100s. That's funny. But, dear, I heard you got some issues with Shawnee boy. What's going on? Where'd he go? Did somebody drop him? Fuck's sake. No one paid to drop him, though. Like, what are we doing? Anyways, I'm gonna shut down. Maybe I'll do a restart, okay?
Okay.
Ciao, ciao, everybody.
Okay.
Shut down. Maybe I'll do a restart, okay?